But people who have subconscious and unconscious, for them Shastras become very dangerous. It's like a children using the knife. When they have subconscious and unconscious, instead of practicing, they start preaching the Shastras. Instead of they themselves practicing, they start preaching. A great danger is there with Shastras. The moment you understand, you get so much of intellectual confidence and intellectual knowledge. You can twist any word into anything. You will get the efficiency. You will get the power to text torture or twist the words or playing with words. You will have so much of capacity to play with words. Easily you can cheat others. Easily you can cheat others. People who have subconscious and unconscious, for them Shastras are only dangerous. People who don't have subconscious and unconscious, simple. For them, Shastras can simply transform their life. Nothing more is necessary. Simple understanding, an intellectual understanding is more than enough. By reading one Upanishad, they became enlightened. There is a beautiful sutra in the Paramashivam Upanishad, Paramahamsa Parivraja Upanishad. After describing about sannyas, the sutra starts directly giving mantras to take sannyas. First they describe about sannyas, then immediately the mantras to take sannyas are coming. You will be surprised. Why suddenly they are giving the mantras? Then I understood. In those days, just by hearing about sannyas, people take the decision to take sannyas. So there is no question of analyzing. There is no question of second thought. There is no question of, oh, I will have to go and inquire, I have to get my visa, I have to have permission from this person, that person, nothing. Intellectual conviction and over. No, my daughter is studying 10th, let her finish 10th, then I will take. There are so many reasons. You can't. People who don't have subconscious and unconscious don't have reasons. People who don't have subconscious and unconscious, they simply jump. A simple intellectual clarity is more than enough. That is the reason in Paramahamsa Upanishad. First they describe what is sannyas and what is Paramahamsa. Immediately the mantra to take the sannyas is given. They don't even consider whether you want or not. They don't even ask, do you want it or not. Simply they give the state, then the qualification, then mantras, over. I was really shocked. Straight away they were giving the things. Then I understood, in those days people did not have subconscious and unconscious. In those days, they didn't have subconscious and unconscious. They don't have to conduct any program. They don't have to go for any job. They have nothing else. Of course, they had everything, but in the outer world, they have not internalized. Internalizing the outer incidents is what creates subconscious and unconscious. Internalizing the effects of outer incidents is what is subconscious and unconscious. You can live without subconscious and unconscious. You can live without internalizing the outside incidents, without internalizing outside happenings. If a man has mastered the art of living without internalizing the outside incidences, he is only called as Paramahamsa. Paramahamsa is a man who lives without internalizing whatever is happening in the outer world. You can live without internalizing. People who live without internalizing, they don't have subconscious or unconscious. How to find out whether we have subconscious or unconscious or not? Now this is an important thing. If you say, I understand intellectually smoking has to be dropped, but I am not able to, then be very clear, you have subconscious and unconscious. Even after knowing, if you say you are not able to drop, then be very clear, you have unconscious and subconscious. If you don't have unconscious and subconscious, just an intellectual understanding is more than enough. That will lead to light. The Upanishads, they say, just by reciting once Asadoma Sadgamaya Tamasoma Jyotirgamaya Mrityorma Amritam Gamaya, people become enlightened. Just by reciting, just by hearing Tattvamasi, people became enlightened. Just these few words, people simply enter into enlightenment state. How can it be? It is possible because they did not have subconscious and unconscious mind. So a simple, straight intellectual clarity is more than enough. Simply give them few words, they are already into that state. In Patanjali there is a beautiful technique. He says, sit straight, meditation happens. In those days, just by sitting, they enter into meditative state. Because the body and the mind was one and the same. There is no two things. Nothing much is complicated. You don't have much complications inside your system. You don't create words. You don't create logic. You don't create reasonings which can defeat the masters. That's what surviving the scriptures and surviving the masters. Anyhow, when you are simple shastras is more than enough. But humanity is not so simple. By and by, they started outliving shastras. They started surviving the masters. The techniques have become useless. In Buddha's time, simple shastras are more than enough. Later on, the techniques have become useless. Then came a big wave of stotras. You can see, just after Shankara, a big wave of stotras. Dasa Parampara, Chaitanya, Nayanmars, all over India, a big sweep of bhakti cult. A big sweep of bhakti happened. The stotras. Stotra means the man who has got subconscious can overcome his subconscious just by stotra scriptures. The love, devotion is more than enough to become enlightened for the people who are only subconscious. Intellect and just subconscious. Then you don't need anything more than stotras. That is why Ramakrishna says beautifully, divert your love, divert your anger, divert all your emotions towards God, you will become enlightened. Means all the suppressed emotions, you divert it towards the divine. When I say stotras, I mean the techniques which works, which creates emotional experience or emotional attachment towards the ultimate, towards the divine. For some people who has got only subconscious, for them stotras are really great help. But again, people have started outliving the stotras. People have started outliving the stotras. People have started surviving the stotras. Even stotras are become useless. Even stotras are not able to do much. then a different kind of scripture is necessary. That is what is Tantra. Very important thing. Tantra will help the person who has got all possible problems. Intellect, subconscious and unconscious and what not. Because once you use the word unconscious, everything is included. Unconscious means etc. etc. All possible troubles, all possible problems exist in unconscious. Tantra is the scripture to help every human being. Tantra gives solution for all types of beings which happen, which is happening and which is yet to happen. Tantra gives ultimate keys to unlock the locks which has happened, which is happening and which is yet to happen. Stotras and Shastras. Let us look a little deeply. Shastras speak about the goal. Stotras speak about the experience. After experience happens, you start singing stotras. Once it happens, you start singing stotras. It's like a how is never asked. In Shastras, only truth is analyzed. You ask only why. When you ask why, you can become a better philosopher. If you ask why this existence, you will become a great philosopher. But Tantra never asks why. It always says how. How can you solve it? It never asks why there is a problem. It always asks how can we solve it. If you start analyzing why there is a problem, you can never finish. You can never end. By analyzing, you will never come out. You will be having only more and more problems. By solving the question, you can never come out. Only by dissolving, you can come out. Actually, if you solve one question, if you answer one question, if you have really heard my answer, you will have 100 questions. If you really hear my answers, one answer, you will have 100 questions. Actually, people are tired, so they stop asking. It is not that they understood. Either they are bored or they do not want to ask. It is not that they understood. I know. Whenever people ask me questions, I never answer. I just postpone. I know the technique of postponing. That is why any question I can answer. Any question I can answer because nobody wants answer. Be very clear. Nobody wants answer. If you really hear my answer, one answer, you will get 100 questions. Naturally, you will have a headache. And you do not want to think much about it. And now you get slowly little frightened. If I ask little more questions, I will have more and more questions. And there was a Rakshasa in the Puranas. He is called Udirasura. Means, if one drop of his blood, if it drops on the ground, 1,000 people will come out of that blood. He can never be destroyed. Because the moment somebody attacks him, blood oozes out. And thousands of people come out of his body. They all start fighting. And if you attack those guys, from their blood also, thousands of people can start coming. So if you put one astra, you will have 1 lakh people. You will have 1 lakh. If you put the second astra, you will have 1 crore. So you can never defeat him. Same way, you can never solve a question. You can only dissolve. Question comes out of words. Words can never solve words. Blood can never clean the blood. You can't wash the blood by blood. You can't solve a question by answer. No. You can't solve a word by another word. If you give one more word, you will have one more question. You will have one more question. So technique of answering is just see that other guy, the guy who questions should become tired. Just take care of only one thing, that he should become tired mentally. That's enough. Simply any question you can answer. And nobody wants answer. First thing, they wanted to show that they know. Many times I have seen people wanted to show that they know. And I have seen many times, after spending 1 hour with me, people go out and say, "Oh, we had such a wonderful interview with Swamiji. We learned so much." But actually I would have never spoken. I would have not opened my mouth at all. I just heard they are speaking. They feel so happy that they got somebody to listen. In this modern day, nobody listens to others. Everybody is speaking. Even if you keep quiet, you are preparing your speech. Actually, you keep silent when the other guy is speaking so that you can start speaking. Just a courtesy. Now I heard, keep quiet and listen to me. Nobody is listening. Either you are speaking or you prepare your speech, that's all. In the silent period, you are preparing your speech. You don't keep quiet. You are hearing so that he will hear you. It is a simple agreement. You see, I heard you. Now keep quiet and listen to me. And if the other guy is not ready to listen, you will not listen to him. So nobody wants answers. That is a big trouble. Actually, we take others' questions very seriously. That is where the problem starts. And a simple key, important key, whenever your wife comes and tells some complaint to you, never try to give solution. She just wants somebody to hear. She doesn't want solution. Be very clear. And she can give much better solution. She knows the solution. She doesn't want solution. She wants somebody to console her. Listen. Just listen. Nothing else. Actually, there's some kind of special kind of mental setup. And the same way for male also. For male also, you don't want answers. You just want somebody to listen what you feel. Because you know much better answers. Nobody wants solutions. Nobody wants answer. Either they wanted to show that they know, or they wanted to feel good that they asked. They are seekers. When you ask, your ego is strengthened. You are a seeker. You are a seeker. The ego of the seeker is the worst ego. You do not even know you are what you are. And a small experiment. Just try to pick up the diary. Don't pick it up. Just try to pick it up. Try to pick up the diary. You can't pick it up, but try to pick it up. It's like I tried to pick up this book. I can't pick it up, but I try to pick it up. Means what? Cheating yourself. That is what it means when you say, I try to become enlightened. Whether you pick the book or you don't pick up the book, that's all. There is no such thing. I am trying to pick this book up. I am not able to. I am You are just trying to fool yourself. Seeker ego. The man who thinks himself as a seeker does the same game. I am trying to pick this book. I am trying to pick this book. I am trying to pick this book. What is he trying? Nothing. Either you pick up or you drop. There is nothing called trying to pick up this book. Questions gives you a satisfaction that you are a seeker. When you can't afford your spiritual poverty, you wanted to create a luxury called seeker ego. If you feel mentally you are too poor, you get a good furniture just for the hall. Just for the front hall, you get a good furniture. You do not want to show to the people that you are poor. You will have lot of loan. That is different. You will have enough of loan. But in the front room you will have the best furnitures. When you feel you are poor, you get best furniture for your front room. When you feel you are spiritually poor, spiritual poverty is too much. In ordinary poverty, your ego is not hurt. If you don't have money, your ego is not hurt. But if you don't know about spirituality, your ego is hurt. That is too much. You can actually easily put up with the ordinary poverty, but not with spiritual poverty. To show to the people, I don't have money, it's not a big deal. You can handle it. And sometimes people even feel proud. I have seen people who don't have capacity to make money in politics field, they tell me, I am very honest, Swamiji. Just say you don't have capacity. You didn't have capacity. And you can always justify your poverty. Even the government officers, people who are very poor, they say, no, I was pure. I never took any money. I am non-corrupt. You can always justify your materialistic poverty. But it is too much. Spiritual poverty is too much. Your ego is hurt. So you wanted to show you are a seeker. That is why you say, I tried to become enlightened. I tried my best, Swamiji. I am trying my best to meditate. Beautiful words. Good furnitures for others to sit, not for you to live. Good furnitures to show to the others, but not for you to live with. Seeker ego is a beautiful furniture with which you are showing to the world you are not poor. You wanted to have some luxury. You just don't want people to know you are poor. So that luxury is what is? Seeker ego. Seeker ego. Actually, I tell you, let you be very clear you are spiritually poor. At least that clarity will allow or will make something to happen in your being. The alchemy will start happening. Honesty and truth can lead to ultimate. But we do not want that. It is too much. I don't have money, you can always justify. But you can't justify, I don't know spirituality. You can't justify. So this is a buffer. the seeker ego is used as a buffer between you and the truth. You use seeker ego as a buffer to protect yourself from the truth. The car, you can see there will be buffer springs. Have you heard of these buffer springs? In all the vehicles, they have buffer springs, so that all the shocks will not be transmitted to your shock absorbers. So that all the shocks, all the vibrations will not be transported to your body. Your body will not feel it. So shock absorbers, buffer springs are used to keep you away from the reality called road. Road is the reality. You do not want the shocks of the road, shocks of the reality. So you keep the buffer, shock absorbers between you and the reality. Seeker ego is the buffer spring between you and the reality, you and enlightenment, you and truth. When you say, I am trying to be very clear, you are cheating yourself. Just try to pick up that bag. Don't pick it up. You can't pick it up. Try to pick it up. What do you mean by it? You are playing. You are playing, but costly game. Please be very clear. Costly game. You will be wasting your whole life in this game. And in the end you will say, I was a seeker throughout my life. Many people come and boast in front of me. Swamiji, in 1942 I had initiation from Nithyananda Baba. You are just damaging your Guru's name. They think they are adding his name or they are spreading his name. No. Still you have not become enlightened. You are damaging your master's name. That is why I tell people, never go and tell outside I am Nithyananda's disciple for last 2 years. Then you are damaging my name. Still you have not become enlightened. Then what for you are here? Then it's practically defaming me, not spreading me. I have seen many people coming and telling, for last 40 years I am meditating something. They are defaming the meditation itself, trying to pick up the fire. All your questions are postponed by Shastras. Shastras create so much of words, you get frightened or bored. Either you get frightened or bored and drop the question. And that is also a technique. That's also a technique. Even in that way, if you drop the questions, okay. But there are some people, they don't drop the question, they keep it on corner of their mind. They just suppress it. And they say, afterwards I will take care of you. Intellectual violence. Even you can experience this. If you are fighting with your wife, that time you do not know what to reply. And you will take down all the points. You will silently listen and do something. Next day morning, when you are brushing or sitting in the Latin bathroom, you will have all the answers. You will have all the answer for your wife's questions. When you are brushing your teeth, she told that word. The reply is ready. He told that word. The reply is ready. You are sharpening your weapon now. You are sharpened now your weapon. Yesterday she was loud. You see, actually when people speak loud, your logic stops working. Your logic stops working. So when she shouts, you will not have any answer. So that time simply you take things inside. And when you are brushing the teeth, you get all the answers.
Wisdom
Again you go and shout. Then again you get some more questions. She shouts some more things. Then next day when you brush, again you get answers. Actually, when she shouts, it is not that you are convinced. You are not able to understand. You are able to answer few things, other things you are not able to. So you just keep them in file. That is what is subconscious. Any experience, if you have not lived with your whole being, with your totality, you create subconscious. Anything which is unlived, anything which leaves hangover in your being becomes subconscious. If you are not living totally in the present moment, those experiences create subconscious mind. Those things create a subconscious level. Anything, if you live totally, if you live with full alertness, awareness, it gets fulfilled. Karma means the experiences which has not happened fully in you, which you live only with half of your awareness, is what is karma. You, by nature, you are a being which is fulfillment. By nature, you are a fulfillment. So you can't leave anything unfulfilled. So any experience, if you have not lived fully, it again pulls you, attracts you to fulfill that same experience. If you have not smoked fully, if you have not enjoyed the smoking fully, whenever you smoke, if you have guilt, be very clear, you can never drop smoking. If you smoke beautifully, happily, without any guilt, simply smoking will drop you. You don't have to drop smoking. Smoking will drop you. Any experience, if you have lived completely, the moment that experience is complete, fulfilled, it drops you. It wants you to go beyond that. Do you feel disturbed, or do you feel that you are missing your toys? Do you feel that you are missing your toy car? No. You are full. You are full. You played enough. Over. Naturally, now toy car has dropped you. Same way, if you live fully, this car also will drop you. If you are not lived fully, you will create a hangover, which I call karma. Anything which is unfulfilled, which is there in your being, is what I call karma. Unconscious. First, karma is subconscious. That is why you can see the people who work in the line of stotras, who sing stotras, again and again they mention the word karma. Because they are caught in that. They are caught in that. All the bhakti scriptures, all the stotras, people who do stotras, they are afraid of karma. You can see. In all stotras, the fear about karma will be expressed. Because they are caught in the karma. They are caught in the karma. Stotras are wonderful techniques to go beyond the karma. Shastras speak about the goal. Stotras are expression of after having the experience. Expression of experience. But there is a missing link. For example, Shastra is a scripture which says goal is there. Stotra is a scripture which says, oh, so beautiful this goal is. Shastra is a scripture which says you have to go to the top of the mountain. That is the goal. Stotra is the scripture. After reaching the top of the mountain, you start singing the beauty of the whole nature. You start expressing and dancing. There is a missing link. Nobody has bothered about that. That is the question. How to reach the top of the hill. The technique to reach. That missing link is connected by Shiva, the ultimate enlightened masters. He is the ultimate enlightened master. He is the ultimate among the enlightened masters. He is the ultimate enlightened master. Shiva gives a beautiful scripture. He delivers a wonderful book called Vijnana Bhairava Tantra. Tantra means technique. Tantra means technique. Tantra doesn't belong to any religion. It doesn't belong to any creed. It doesn't belong to any caste. It doesn't belong to any sect. Because it is simply techniques. Techniques to reach the ultimate. Techniques to reach the ultimate. That's all. For example, Thomas Alva Edison invented this bulb. Once he is invented, it belongs to the whole world. You can't say because Edison invented it, it belongs only to Christians or his country people. No. Once it is invented, it works all over the world. It belongs to whole humanity. Because it's a technique, that's all. Same way, the Tantra is a technique which can create inner light. It doesn't belong to any one religion. Anybody who wants light, for them, this is a technique. Anybody who wants inner light, for them, Tantra is a technique. Tantra is a life solution. Tantra is a technique. Tantra connects the Shastra and Stotra. Tantra fulfills the Shastra and Stotra. Tantra is the ultimate fulfillment. Tantra is the ultimate technique. Tantra leads to the ultimate being. The missing link between the Shastra and Stotra is connected just by this Tantra. In Tantra, only one question, how to, that's all. Never why. Never why. It is always how. Throughout the Gita, if you see, Arjuna is putting so many questions. That itself shows he is not interested in the answer. When you put too many questions, be very clear, you are not interested in the answers. So many questions Arjuna is asking. And Krishna is replying. That is why Gita is a philosophy. Shastra. Gitasu Upanishatsu Sarva Vidyaya Yoga Sastre. Shastra. Somebody asked me, Swamiji, why Gita has become so popular? Why not Vijnana Bhairava Tantra? He said, no, this is only for intelligent people. Naturally, intelligent people are very few. This is not for mass. This is not for intellectuals. This is for intelligence. People who are working in the field of intelligence. People who are intelligent. Only for them, this Tantra. Throughout this Tantra, only once Devi asks only one question, that's all. Devi puts only one question. That is not even a question. Just she awakens Shiva to deliver this, that's all. It's not even a question. Just she gives chance for Shiva to express himself over. But throughout Gita you can see so many questions again and again and again. How these philosophy systems are created. First they say one word. If you ask some question, then they don't let you use your dictionary for their words. They will supply their dictionary also. Not only the word, meaning also you can have only as they want. That is why there are so many philosophies to explain why this existence. But still, the existence is existence. So many philosophies, but nobody is able to answer. Nobody is able to solve. So many philosophies are continuously happening, but nobody is able to answer. Why? The man who can supply his own dictionary in a very complicated way becomes a great philosopher. All philosophy, all Shastras are nothing but supplying dictionary. In my experience, I have read thousands of commentaries, but no commentary is simpler than the original text. All commentaries are complicating the simple truths. All Shastras are complicating the simple truth. That is why they say Shastra Jala Maharanya means big forest. Shastra is like Amazon forest. That is why the biggest library in the planet Earth is Amazon.com. There is some coincidence. The biggest library, the booksellers on the planet Earth is Amazon library. Because the Shastras are like a Amazon forest. Shastra Jala Maharanya. Once you enter, you can never come out. On Amazon forest, you can't even enter. They say from the ground level, 100 feet, you can't even penetrate. The trees are so thick, layers and layers, layers after layers the trees have grown. You can't even touch the planet Earth. Above the 100 feet only you can even feel. Even if you go by helicopter and land, you can't land on the ground. Only above the 100 feet you can land. Shastra Jala Maharanya is just like this Amazon. You can never land with that on the exact truth. If you don't know the truth, you can be bold. You can propose any theory if you don't know the truth. Blind man can speak in many ways about the light because he doesn't know. The man who has seen light is always afraid to speak because he knows the words are very poor. Man who doesn't know, who do not know, he has no hesitation to propose any theory because he has no fear. The man who has seen is always hesitant. Oh, words are too insufficient. Words are too poor. What can I say? That is why Tantra never answers the question why. It looks only how. The only scientific religion is Tantra. Science never asks why. If you ask why, you become philosopher. If you want to become scientist, ask how. If you ask why, you will become a philosopher. If you ask how, you will become a scientist. Tantra answers only the how, never the why. Tantra answers how. It gives you the technique straight away. Tantra is not at all concerned about the truth. Please be very clear. It is not at all concerned about the truth. It is concerned about your experience of truth. It doesn't want to sell words. It doesn't want to sell empty words. Tantra is not a bookshop. It is not even a library. It is just laboratory. Shastras are libraries. Tantra is a laboratory. It is concerned only about the alchemy process. It wants you to reach it over. It never bothers about what is truth. It bothers how you can reach, how you can achieve. Tantra is too great truth. It is too much on a common mass, on a common man. Normal man cannot digest or tolerate Tantra. That's a beautiful statement by one of the great Western philosophers. He says, the Eastern religious truths are too much true. They are too much. Please don't give these truths to the people. Poor fellows, let them live with their lives. Let them be little comfortable with their hopes. Don't take away their hopes. It is too much. It's like a scorching sun. It's like you are thrown into the straight truth. It's too much. Man cannot afford such straight truth. He wants to live with hopes. Small story. One guy wants to go to north. He took train, he was traveling. Suddenly, TT appeared and he was asking, where is your ticket? This guy checked his ticket everywhere, here, there, he is searching. He is not able to find. Everywhere he is searching except his coat packet. TT said, why don't you see in the coat packet? No, I am having the hope still that it is there. If I see and if it is not there, I will just drop dead. I will collapse. So please let me have that hope. Let me live few more minutes with that hope. Don't tell me the truth. So people are afraid of truth. They do not want to face the straight truth. Only when you don't have investments on your lives, you are ready to listen the ultimate truth. People who don't have investment on their lives is whom I call passive listeners. Anandeshwari. Tantra can be delivered only to Devi, who is totally passive, who don't have investments on their lives. Even if their lives are taken away, they will not lose their comforts. Their life standard will not be lost. They will not feel that something is lost. That is why from the time immemorial, always spiritual seekers are advised to renounce everything. Not for anything else. If you have your investments on your lies, you cannot go near the truth. Renunciation is not for anything else. But now, I don't say you renounce everything, but at least see that you are not stopping in your search. You are not stopping in between for the sake of any other comforts. for the sake of any other things. Just see, wherever you have invested, wherever you have your investments on your lives, only in that zones remove your energy. Only in that zones alter yourself. That is enough. You don't have to renounce what you have. Just renounce what you don't have. Because all your investments are based on lies, which is not there. If you say you have invested a lot on your lies, lie means what? Which is not there. Which is not there. So renounce what you don't have. That is more than enough. All your investments on lies, let it be removed from your being. Vivekananda says beautifully, let your religion be flooded by reason. Whatever can stand, let it stand. Whatever will be washed away, let it be washed away. The earlier they are washed away, better for the humanity. So let your whole life, let your whole being be flooded by this ultimate truth. Whatever is washed away, let it be washed away. The earlier they are washed away, better for your health. If they are not washed away, if they stay in your system, any moment they can become cancer. Any mass which cannot become part of your body only becomes seed for cancer. Any mass which cannot become part of your body only becomes a seed for the cancer. Same way, anything which cannot become part of your reality, your being, only becomes a seed for depression, seed for cancer. Flood your whole being with the truth. The earlier they are washed away, better for your being. If something can't stand the truth, test of truth, let them be washed away. According to me, sannyas means the man who floods truth, ultimate truth into his being and allows the things to be washed away which can't stand the test of truth. If you let the truth to happen to you, and if you let go whatever can be washed away by the truth, you are a sannyasi. Sannyasi does not mean man who wears the kavi or who is in the forest. There is no other definition. This one is enough. If you just allow the truth to flood your life, flood your being, and let go whatever is washed away by the truth, let all these things be washed away. The earlier they are washed away, better for your being. If you can let go things for the sake of truth, you are sannyasi. Nyasa means purifying. San means sarva. Sarva nyasate iti sannyasah. If you can purify everything by putting into the truth. If you have to purify the gold, what you are supposed to do? You have to put those things into acid. Same way, just like acid wash, do the truth wash. Namah Shivaya. I welcome you all with my love and respects. Today's topic is
you are divinity. Beautiful subject, the message of Shiva Sutra. Message of Shiva Sutra is you are divinity. Let us enter into the sutra and see what Shiva wants to tell us today. With utmost devotion, center on the two junctions of breath, know the knower. Beautiful sutra. Sometimes I try to avoid the Sanskrit. I just straight away give the English translation and enter into the sutra. With utmost devotion, center on the two junctions of breath, know the knower. Is the translation of 8th sutra. Today we are working on the 8th sutra. Beautiful sutra. Yesterday, Shiva was giving us a technique to work on breath through intellect. People who are intellectual, who are very scientific, logical, for them, yesterday's sutra is a technique. They can understand, work on that. People who are more emotional, who are heart-oriented, who are centered on the heart center, who doesn't care much about logical thinking, for them he is giving technique today. Tomorrow he is working on the deeper level beings, who are people who are being oriented, who are neither intellectual nor emotional, who straight away look into the things, more intuitive. For them he is giving technique tomorrow. The next sutra gives a technique, beautiful technique, to work in the being level. Now he is giving technique for the people who are heart-oriented, centered on the heart. It's a beautiful technique. With utmost devotion, center on the two junctions of breath, know the knower. I think first time the devotion, bhakti, is given as a spiritual technique for transformation. Almost all the literatures related to meditation or Vedanta or the philosophical literatures, they always avoid giving place to devotion. There are some Vedantic statements which goes to the extreme of saying devotion is nothing but fantasies. And there are some books which completely demoralizes the experiences of Meera. Not only that, there are so many Vedantic books which condemns devotion. Shiva is not here to contradict or condemn anybody. He is here to help every type of being towards fulfillment. He is the ultimate master. Every type of human being is trying to help from where they are. Wherever they are standing, he goes to their level. From there, he is bringing them to ultimate experience. Shiva, I think he knows what is going to happen in the future. That is why 5,000 years ago he has solved the problem with a single sutra. With this one sutra he has solved the whole problem between the head and the heart. He says, with utmost devotion, center on the two junctions of breath, know the knower. He says, through the devotion, you can experience the ultimate enlightenment. Knowing the knower is the ultimate experience according to Vedanta. He says, through utmost devotion, with utmost devotion, center on the two junctions of breath, know the knower. Let's explore this sutra, how beautifully he is connected the Shankara and Ramanuja philosophies, the head and the heart. How beautifully he starts from where people are and leads them to the ultimate experience. Here, Shiva is beautifully synthesizing. Not only synthesizing, he is giving the ultimate respect to devotion. He is giving great respect to the path of devotion. I think first master on the planet Earth, maybe last master, to declare that devotion is one of the ultimate technique to become enlightened. And he gives a straight technology also. People who are in the line of devotion, they miss experiencing the ultimate. They just stop with the form, usually. And the people who are in the line of ultimate experience, they miss the juice in the life. Two extremes. People who are little devotion oriented, they are very juicy guys. They just sing and dance and enjoy. Real juicy people. But the problem, they miss the ultimate experience. They just stop with that. And people who are ultimate goal-oriented, the enlightenment-oriented, they will be very strong, always sticking to the path. But the big problem is they miss the joy of the life, or the ecstasy, the experience of beautiful devotion. Somehow, nobody was able to connect these two. Fight goes on and on and on. Sometimes it goes to extreme. The other day, one of our devotees was telling me, he was talking to me, Swamiji, after attending the last meditation camp, now I don't feel like meditating on the form is not coming. Only pure energy I am experiencing. Told him, it means really you are blessed by that God or the deity on whom you are meditating. When you meditate on a form, you are meditating on divinity. When you reach the formless energy, you are divinity. You are not meditating on divinity, you are divinity. It's like complementing. It is complementing each other. They are not contradicting. 5,000 years ago, Shiva solved this problem. Not only solved the basic problem, you see, not only he is synthesizing, he is helping you, encouraging you to jump into the ultimate from where you are. The beauty of Sanatana Dharma is, not only they accept you as you are, they give you the jumping pad from wherever you are. You can just take a jump into the quantum experience. You can take a quantum jump into the experience wherever you are standing. That is why I tell people, Sanatana Dharma not only accepts all other dharmas, it welcomes. We don't care, we don't bother. We don't care about where you are standing. We always see the possibility from there, how you can jump, how we can help you to jump into the ultimate. That is why in Sanatana Dharma, we don't have a concept of conversion. We don't believe in conversion. We don't even have the idea about conversion. All you can do, if you go to some enlightened master, all they can do is, they will help you to take the ultimate jump from wherever you are. That's all. No question of conversion. We don't believe in conversion. No ritual to convert is available in Sanatana Dharma. People will be shocked. The oldest religion never had any idea about conversion because we feel conversion is psychological violence. Psychologically, we are torturing the person by converting him. See, all conversion happens through fear or greed. It is purely based on fear or greed. Either you give him some benefits or you threaten him that something will be taken away from him. So no conversion is purely spiritual. When it is purely spiritual, there is no need for conversion. The spiritual masters will do this job. The job of giving you a jumping pad to take a quantum jump into conscious experience. Here, Shiva is such a great spiritual master. He is giving you the jumping pad. This is the only book, let me tell you, this is the only book which doesn't have introduction, which doesn't condemn any philosophy. There is no Kandana Mandana. Throughout this book, without Kandana Mandana, I have not read a single Vedantic text. Kandana Mandana means condemning or pulling down the other system. Here, throughout this book, not even in one place, Shiva is condemning any other system. That is why I say, completely he is giving the essence or the pure spiritual truth. This whole book is completely filled with the truth or essence of the spirituality. He is not influenced by any political strategy. He is not influenced by any political system. He is not influenced by any organized religion. He is pure consciousness available to all of us to take quantum jump into that consciousness. Not even one line is condemning some religion or some system or some truth. One more thing, you can't even say, oh, he is not condemning because there was no other sect or religion at that time, Swamiji. We can't say that because he is giving solution for all the problems. He is giving solution means there must have been all the problems existed. Then otherwise why should he give the solution? He is giving solution. See, you read a book about dropping the addiction, be very clear, in that society addiction was there. Addiction was there. When Patanjali says non-stealing, asteya, is a vow, means there were many thieves at that time. Otherwise, what is the reason for Patanjali to say non-stealing is one of the important vrata? Sarva bhaumya vrataha, asteya, ahimsa, brahmacharya, asteya, aparigraha, and satya. When he gives this type of vows, we should be very clear, the problem existed. Here, when Shiva gives solution for the problem, we should know problem existed. But he is such a wonderful being, such an amazing expression of enlightenment. Even if Shiva is a concept, I can tell you one thing, even if Shiva is a concept, the person who conceived that idea is unimaginable. It's such a wonderful concept. ultimate concept, even if he is a concept, according to me, even if he is an imagination, the ultimate imagination or the ultimate expression of human consciousness. Somebody asked me, Swamiji, how do you know this book is written by Shiva? I told him, whether it is written by Shiva or not, one thing is sure, such a great truths, if it can come out of somebody, he is surely in Shiva consciousness. No doubt about it. If these great truths can come out of somebody means, he is sure he is in Shiva consciousness. No doubt about it. So whoever has written this book is worthy of being called as Shiva. He is in that state of Shiva. See, in Buddhism, whoever achieves enlightenment, they are called Buddha. It's a state, not a particular name. Same way, Shiva is also a state, not a particular person. Whoever achieves that state, they become Shiva. They become Shiva. So there is no need to confuse ourselves whether it is really written by Shiva or somebody wrote and added the Shiva's name. Who knows? Don't bother from where it is coming. One thing is sure, if such great truths can be explained, expressed, the person who expresses it is already in Shiva consciousness. The very expression shows the experience. He is beautifully, not only is accepting both the group, he is giving jumping pad for every being to take the quantum jump into the ultimate experience. Throughout the Shankara Bhashya, Brahma Sutra, at least 100 sutras are there which goes on condemning all other system. He has taken every system and cornered every system with his logic. And the same way Ramanuja, same way Madhva, any Acharya, but with Shiva, he is not condemning even a single system. I wanted to tell you one more thing. Even tribal religions like piercing the body, torturing yourself, that kind of even primitive tribe religions are also not condemned by him. He uses even those things as a technique to take a quantum jump. In the next further techniques, he discusses even those things. He is not condemning anything. He is collecting, he is like a unabridged dictionary of spiritual technology, of spiritual techniques. He has collected all possible methods to take the quantum jump into the ultimate consciousness, into the pure consciousness. He is not concerned about fights. He is not concerned about the differences. He is very simple, beautiful, pure intelligence. Small story. In one Vedanta bookshop, one volunteer was standing and explaining the books to the customers, other devotees who come there to buy books. One devotee went there and asked, there was a Sankara Bhashya and Ramanuja Bhashya, two books, Shankara's commentary on Brahma Sutra, Ramanuja's commentary on Brahma Sutra. These two books are created enough trouble in India. Not only These two books, of course, they have done a great service. But for these two books, the spirituality wouldn't have been alive in India. The same way, the equal amount of problems also they created. They did a big service and they created enough problems also. Anyhow, the customer who went to buy the books, he asked, "Sir, what is the difference between these two books? Because both are written Brahma Sutra." Volunteer said, "Oh, 45 rupees. The whole problem is just 45 rupees worth. Nothing else." When you start the truth, it is not even 45 rupees worth. Anyhow, here Shiva is not bothered about the differences. He is straight away giving jumping pad for every being to take the quantum jump into consciousness. That is why I tell you, I think he knows about human beings. That is why what all problems can come, not only he has predicted the problems, he has given solutions also. All other prophets, all other prophecies, they only predicted problems, whether it is Nostradamus or any other. They only predicted problems. Shiva is the one and only master. Not only he predicted the problem, he gave the solution also. He gave the technology also to experience it. Let's enter into the sutra. With utmost devotion, center on the two junctions of breath. Know the knower. Shiva is the only master. Not only gives respect to devotion, is such a great master, the devotion towards him, he turns it to a devotion towards yourself. He is such a great energy. He straight away helps people to turn the devotion towards him, to turn as a devotion towards yourself. That is why Shiva Bhakti, the devotion towards Shiva is very easy, and it is more oriented towards a spiritual experience and meditation. The more you start your journey towards Shiva, he will be again and again putting you back towards your energy. He will be turning you towards yourself. He will be again and again turning you. Look into yourself. Look into yourself. He uses his form only to create inspiration in you. The moment inspiration is created, he just puts the whole energy back into yourself. And Shiva is such a wonderful being. Throughout his teachings, he is completely accepting you as you are. He is turning the energy directly on yourself. That is why almost all Advaitins will be Shiva Bhaktas. All Dvaitins, the people who speak about duality, will be Vishnu Bhaktas. All Yogis, people who speak on the yoga, will be Devi Bhaktas. It's a big three major groups. All the Yogis will be the Bhaktas of Devi. All the Dvaitins will be the Bhaktas of Vishnu. All the Vedantins, enlightenment-oriented people, will be the devotees of Shiva. Because Shiva again and again teaches you, inspires you to enter into yourself. Throughout the Shiva Sutra, Every step is inspiring you to enter into yourself. The bhakti towards the Shiva, the devotion towards Shiva, how it takes turn as devotion towards yourself and how it leads you to knowing the knower is this sutra. With utmost devotion, center on the two junctions of breath, know the knower. Now you need to do two things. First, you need to have a deep devotion. One important thing, the devotion, as far as the devotion concerned, whether it is towards God or Guru or towards yourself, it liberates. You don't have to bother to whom you are devoted. The very quality of devotion is enough to liberate you. People come and ask me again and again, Swamiji, there are so many gods. So many God problems also solved practically now. The real problem in the modern day is so many gurus. So many gurus. What to do, Swamiji? How to choose? How to know whether somebody is enlightened or not? I tell them, never bother about that. There is no scale to measure whether somebody is enlightened or not. Because only an enlightened person can recognize another unenlightened being. Whatever scale you may have, it can't be foolproof or completely truthful. Only one way you have. If you feel connected to Him, if you feel really your heart is vibrating with Him, if you feel that you are in tune with Him, then even if He is not enlightened, don't bother, just go behind Him. Even if He is not enlightened, you will become enlightened. Be very clear. Even if He is not enlightened, you will become enlightened. If your heart is not feeling comfortable, if your being is not in tune with Him, even if He is enlightened, He can't help you. Forget about Him. It is all about your heart. It is all about your being. If you feel connected to Him, don't bother, just jump. Fall. Just drop. Even if He is not enlightened, you will become enlightened. Because your very devotion, your very surrender has got quality to liberate you. That very devotion, please be very clear, the sutra does not say with Shiva Bhakti, no. With utmost devotion, with pure devotion. It doesn't say you should be devoted only to Shiva. It doesn't say you should be devoted only to Krishna. It doesn't say you should be only devoted to Rama. It doesn't bother you should be only devoted to Devi. No. He says with utmost devotion. And the next statement, next word, is turning the whole devotion towards yourself. First, you need to have devotion. Next, turning the whole devotion towards yourself is beautifully taking us step by step into the enlightenment experience. With utmost devotion, let me tell a few things about this Shiva Bhakti, devotion towards Shiva, and how we can use that Shiva Bhakti the devotion is a jumping pad to the ultimate divine. As I was telling you this one example, even if the Guru is not enlightened, your very devotion can liberate you. Your very devotion can take you beyond everything. Because it is devotion, it is a quality of devotion that liberates. Not even the person to whom you are devoted. You can see Sri Ramakrishna. Literally he was devoted to a stone. To the stone. He was devoted to a stone. He has got a strong faith and devotion that it is Kali, it is Devi, it is Divine Mother. Even if it is a stone, when you are intensely devoted to it, it liberates you. He was liberated. He was completely liberated. And it is just shocking. He was completely, not only he was liberated, he liberated thousands of people. He helped and gave enlightenment to thousands of people. Vivekananda says beautifully, if we can produce one Ramakrishna, not one stone or one temple, have thousands of stones and temples. Be very clear. It is not to whom or to what you are devoted. The very devotion is the energy. The very devotion helps you to experience the truth. Beautiful story. I just love to tell this story. There was a man in Varanasi. He was staying in the banks of Ganga. Varanasi is the religious capital of India. Per day, floating population is 300,000 people. 300,000 people enter into that city every day just to touch and have the blessings of that Shiva in that city. You will be surprised, no industry. The whole city, the only income of that whole city, the only reason for the development of the whole city is few temples of that city, that's all. If you go there, you will see all these things can happen only in India. Cities grow around temples. Even the village in which I was born and brought up, if you see the value, means the amount of money, time, energy spent on building that village temple, and the amount of money, time, energy spent on building that whole remaining village, it is not even 10%. If they have put 100 rupee, 100 men, and 100% energy in building the temple, the whole remaining village, they have put hardly less than 10% of money, 10% of men, and 10% of energy to build the whole remaining village. You will be shocked. 25-acre stone built up area, built up in stone, complete granite, built up area, and all other houses will be made out of wood and the mortar, the cement, brick. This beautiful city, the great city Varanasi, There was a man, very simple, innocent man, uneducated. He wants to have initiation from a priest. He thought that priest was enlightened, and somehow he devoted himself to that priest. Of course, not only that priest was not enlightened, he is not interested in accepting this illiterate man as a disciple. But this man's devotion is such. He decides, I should take initiation from this priest. Let me do something. Then finally, he somehow comes to know about the initiation process. Initiation means the disciple will touch the feet of the master. Master will put the feet on the head of the disciple and give the mantra, means the holy word, sacred word, to repeat. This is the initiation. This guy thinks, if I go and lie down in the bank of Ganges, actually early morning the priest will come every day to take bath. Early morning, 4 o'clock, before the sunrise. If I lie down in the steps, naturally when he walks, he will put his he will put his feet on my head, because it is dark. It is dark. He will not know. He will somehow step on me. So it's a blessing. One more thing. In India there is a habit, strange habit. Even if you do some mistake, you say Ram, Ram Ram, Krishna Krishna. People, when they do something like this, they say Ram Ram, Krishna Krishna. The words which you repeat are very powerful. Let me tell you a small story. A remote county village priest, remote county priest, suddenly became a rich guy, and he started going around in Mercedes Benz. The neighbor, the next county priest, he was not able to understand. He asked, what happened? How did he become rich? The priest said, one small technique. When I was giving my Sunday sessions, Sunday sermon, I was praying, standing in front of the crowd and praying. I saw suddenly the whole group was mesmerized, hypnotized. I gave one instruction, let all of you empty your packets. And they all emptied. Now I am rich. These guys said, oh, that is the technique. All right. After 1 month, the priest with Benz car is going around in the Benz, but the second guy did not have any luck. The priest asked, what happened? The technique did not work. Oh, don't ask about that. I was also praying. One moment, suddenly I also realized that I was just holding my rosary and praying. People were completely hypnotized. I could see their heads moving along with the rosary. If the rosary moves this side, their heads are moving this side. The rosary goes this side, the heads are turning this side. The whole congregation was hypnotized. I was about to give instruction to empty their packet. Suddenly, by mistake, the rosary fell. I shouted, shit. Still I am cleaning the church. Be very clear, the words which you use when you are unconscious shows the mental setup. So it is expected any devoted person is supposed to use the words related to God or sacred words, even when he is unconscious, even when he does something wrong. So this man also expected, this Ramadas also expected his would-be guru, is a great spiritual person. So naturally when he steps on him, by mistake, he will repeat Ram Ram or Krishna Krishna. He thinks I will take that as a mantra. Very intelligent plan. He will put his feet on my head and naturally he will slip and he will say Ram or Krishna or some God's name. I will take that as a mantra. He goes to the Ganga steps. Early morning, 4 o'clock, he is lying. The same path in which the priest used to walk. Almost everything was working. But for one thing missed. The priest came, he walked in the same route and he put his feet also on the Ramdas. But because he is not enlightened as Ramdas thought, instead of saying Rama or Krishna, he shouted, "Oh, buffalo!" "Hey, buffalo!" He just shouted, "Fool, buffalo!" First he shouted as buffalo. But this Ramdas is such a sincere person, he decides, whatever my master uttered is mantra. I'll repeat this word buffalo as my mantra. And he starts. You'll be shocked. He starts repeating that word buffalo, 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 buffalo. Continuously he is repeating. He is sitting and repeating that word. Buffalo, buffalo. Just because of his devotion, the story says, really, Devi appeared and gave darshan to him in the form of buffalo. If it is just a story, we won't believe naturally. There is an historical incident which happened. If it is just a story, we won't, it is just a story for inspiration, forget about it. But there is a history, then you will understand the power of this devotion. The next year, festival time, they were trying to bring the Devi in the procession. When they were trying to bring the Devi in the procession, the door of the main temple is 10 feet height. Devi Murti is only 3 feet height. But when they were trying to bring that Devi, it's not coming out of the door frame, it is stuck. Physically there is nothing. But actually the Devi Murti is not coming out. Something is eating. These priests are trying their best. This priest who initiated him also is trying. Initiated him in the buffalo mantra. He is also trying. The Devi is not coming out. This Ramdas, he was there in the festival. He shouts, "Hey, don't you see the hands of the Devi is hitting the wall? It is hitting the window, it is hitting the door frame. Just lower a little bit, then she will come out." He was able to see Devi is appearing to him in the form of buffalo. And the hands of that buffalo is hitting the door frame. That is the reason the Murti is not coming out. It's very difficult to believe logically that all these things are possible. Let me tell you one or two more incidents with this historical proof, then we may be able to understand. He shouts, "Oh priest, oh Gurudev, why don't you lower the statue a little bit? The hand of the Devi is hitting the wall." The priests are shouting at him, "Fool, don't you have eyes? What are you talking? Where Devi has got hands? Keep quiet. You are being allowed here itself is too much. Get out." They were shouting at him. Then they are trying their best. She is not coming out. Finally, he felt disturbed. Then they are hitting the Devi's hand on the door frame. He just went by force he pressed the murti off of feet. Immediately the murti came out. It came out. The story says he was given darshan by Devi in the same form of buffalo on which he was meditating. And not only she gave darshan, she proved to the whole world through this incident, whoever meditates in whatever form, with whatever name he appears, the divine appears to them in that same form, in that same way. Because in memory of this incident, still now they have a beautiful buffalo created in a silk carpet which will be hanging next to the Devi temple. Still now if you go to Varanasi, on this festival day, they will hang a big curtain in which they have embroidered buffalo in a silk curtain, and the puja will be done to that also. Just in memory of this Ramadas, great devotee who meditated on Devi in the form of buffalo and got enlightened just in the same form, just to respect his devotion. Still now they worship Devi in the form of buffalo with a big golden screen, or a silk screen, the golden embroidery. Not one, thousands of incidents. And one more thing, the person from whom he took mantra, the priest himself is not enlightened. He never had the darshan of Devi. But the devotee, Ramadas, just because of his devotion, not only able to have the darshan, he is able to communicate with the ultimate. Let you be very clear. Don't bother about whether the master is enlightened or not. The very devotion, the very surrender, very sincerity, that sincerity itself has got the power to liberate you, to enlighten you. There are so many incidents, stories. Great devotee called Kanagadasa in Karnataka, he lived in Udupi. Because he was not allowed to go and have darshan of Krishna through the front door, Krishna turned and gave blessings. He completely turned. Be very clear. It is not story, again history. Because still the statue is in the form of, in the backside. Still, the statue of Krishna is looking backside of the temple. It's not facing towards the front side. And he is facing backside of the temple. It is called Kanagadwara. Through the small window through which he gave darshan to Kanagadasa, you can see God only through that small window. Thousands of incidents where the devotion led people to experience the ultimate. And not only that, there are some more stories. Just for the sake of devotion, there are stories. Shiva came down and he was arranging dates for the disciples. I think first dating service is done by Shiva only. There are so many stories. He was trying to bridge. He was trying to help one of his devotees. He was doing the ambassador's work to represent one of his devotees. There is a beautiful story. His name is Sundara. Sundara means a handsome guy. He is a great devotee of Shiva. We should understand one thing. Whether the stories are true or not, logically we can argue. But the stories create such a deep emotion and devotion in your being that devotion is worthy. That is such a great gift. Even if the stories are not fact, it is okay. The devotion which is created by the stories will lead you to the truth. That's the reason I always tell people, do not bother about the factuality of these great stories, because logically you can never say which is right or which is wrong. You can never verify a fact. One more thing, we always think if it is written by some so-called scientists or some logical way, it's a truth. And if it is written by some saint, it is always biased or vested interests. We should understand an important thing. Saints and sages and devotees, spiritual beings, doesn't have any vested interests. Their life was never dependent on influencing or impressing somebody. But the so-called scientists, their life was constantly dependent on influencing, impressing the people who are funding them. Be very clear, in India, the saints and sages and rishis and spiritual masters were never under the influence of business people or politicians. Vaishya and Kshatriya both are kept away from the Brahmanas. It is the Brahmanas who are in the top. The sages and saints and rishis and devotees, they were given a lot more respect. They were in the top seat. They were ruling. They were guiding the politicians and businessmen. So they have no vested interests. Even if they don't tell stories, even if they don't create these stories, they are respected. They are given all best things of the society without any necessity to prove themselves. So they have no vested interests. But with the scientists, if you look deeply into the system, with the scientists, things are more complicated because always they have to turn, they have to work to fulfill the vested interests of the people who are funding them, means business people. The ultimate quantum jump, if it has to be useful to the common mass in a complete way, it should not be disturbed, it should not be interfered by the vested interests of priests, by the vested interests of the people who rule the country or people who finance the things. Neither the business people nor the politicians should be allowed to enter into the research. Only then it can go in the line of truth and express the truth alone to the common mass. That's why I always tell people, with science, there are a lot more superstitions, lot more things which is illogical, lot more superstitious, illogical, dangerous things are created by science than spirituality. Even if it is little illogical, even if it is not fact according to your logic, the spirituality has always led people towards the ultimate truth of global peace and global bliss. transformation. The ultimate purpose was totally different. And with the so-called science, even if they are factual, with the simple facts, ultimately it is not leading to anywhere. One more beautiful story. Do not validate with your logic whether it is fact, when it happened, what is the year, date, morning or evening. Usually we never, in the East, we have something called Purana, not history. History is totally different from Purana. History means date, time, incident, whatever happened in the level of length, breadth, depth is recorded. See, whatever has happened in the level of length, breadth, depth is in this 3 dimension. That is recorded. But in Purana, not only whatever has happened in the length, breadth, depth, we record the impact of that incident in time and space. That is why we feel the Puranic things are exaggerated. For example, Adolf Hitler taking birth and another ordinary man taking birth. In the length, breadth, depth wise, both are same. It's not a big thing. Both are one and the same. But this guy's birth has created, his influence on space and time is totally different than the influence created by an ordinary man. Ordinary man, if you see from the view of history, length, breadth, depth, both are same. But if you see the incident from the time and space, his influence, Hitler's influence, is totally different. In India, we try to record, in the East, they try to record something called Puranas, where they give importance to the influence created by that person in space and time. They did not give much importance to the incident itself, which is in the length, breadth, depth. That dimension was not given much importance. But the dimension of space and time, that was given more importance. Because the enlightened beings, the rishis, were able to penetrate and see the influence or the impact of that incident in the time and space. Krishna taking birth, and another one, Sisubala. Sisubala also took birth the same time. Taking birth. In the length, breadth, depth, both are same incidents. But why Krishna is given so much of importance? Why a beautiful big book is written about his birth? Because his influence in the space and time is totally different from the influence created by Sisubala. Be very clear. History can never be complete unless it covers the dimension of space and time also. Whatever you call as history is incomplete. And not only that, it is biased. Whoever wins the war, he writes the history. If Hitler would have won the war, history would have been totally different. Who wins, he writes the history. So whatever you think as fact or history, as you are taught, be very clear, it may not be the history. It may not be the history. Puranas are the history recorded by the people who are able to see the impact of every incident in space and time also, and who don't have any vested interests, who are not influenced by business people or politicians. That is why sometimes Puranas look illogical for a man who is with a normal logic, who is with an ordinary intellect, who is oriented only with the facts and figures. They describe beautifully when Krishna took birth, all the devatas, gods and goddesses have appeared on the planet Earth and blessed the planet Earth and had the blessings of Krishna. Be very clear. Now you can't verify where they all assembled, which hall they booked, who conducted the party. You can't verify the fact. We don't have which hall was booked, where they had party, what all is served in the party, and who hosted the party. We don't have record. We can't start verifying whether it is a fact or not. But one thing is true, it is a truth. By creating these statements, by uttering these statements, all the gods and goddesses have appeared on the planet Earth and blessed the planet Earth. They mean so much of auspiciousness has happened just by this single person appearing on the planet Earth. So much of good things are going to happen. Still now, you can feel his influence in India, an Indian community. He's a single guy, God. The influence which he's having on the Indian community and India, I can say, is the greatest hero, practically followed by billion people. Billion people follow him. He is the hero of billion people. Still now, after 5,000 years, still his influence can be felt in every village of India. In every village, you can feel his influence. Be very clear. The influence created by him, or the impact created by his birth. The rishis, they know the impact which happened because of that incident of his birth, what happened in the space and time. They know the impact. That is the reason they add big words. They write big words so that you will be able to understand the importance of that incident. Those things should be understood and accepted as an instrument towards the truth. You can't verify. And if you try to verify, you are in trouble. You are in trouble. That is why I always tell people, when some theory is proposed in the East, never it was questioned immediately whether it is fact or not. They questioned it, the utility of that hypothesis, the utility of that theory. What is going to do, what we are going to do, what the theory is going to contribute to us. They were never violent to pull the other man down. They just give enough space. They give chance for every being. They just see what can be done with this theory. Can the theory really help us? That's the reason so many people have taken quantum jump. So much of enlightenment, so much of spirituality, so much of conscious growth happened in that spiritual incubator called India. Now let me tell you another one small beautiful story. Then we will enter into the technique itself. Because it is all about devotion. I wanted all of you to understand the importance of devotion. One more thing, we always think devotion means foolish people, immature guys. We always think by being logical, here they call cool, by being very steady or cool, they think they are very intelligent. Let me tell you one truth clearly. To doubt, you don't need intelligence. Any fool will doubt. Only fools doubt. Let me tell you, to doubt you don't need intelligence. It is a very simple thing. It's not a big thing. Any fool will start only with the doubt. Only to trust you need intelligence. You need integrity. You need courage. Only to trust. You need to take the risk only when you trust. To doubt, you don't need to take the risk. Doubting is a simple thing. Any fool will do that only. Because there is no risk involved. Go on analyzing, doubting. Nothing needs to be done. Your logic is trained to doubt. So doubting is not great thing. Be very clear. Never think you are a great big guy if you are constantly doubting something. People come to me and they stand they think that they are great guys or big guys because they can doubt me. I tell them, fool, any fool can doubt me. It's not a big thing. I'm not speaking only about me, about anything. To doubt, you don't need intelligence. All you need is little ego, which we have enough. Nothing much is necessary. All you need is little foolishness and little ego, which we have enough. To trust, to have devotion, to feel connected only you need intelligence. You need to take the risk. You need to be courageous. Only then you can trust. You can take a jump. Otherwise it is impossible. I tell people, never think people with devotion are not courageous. We always have an idea. People with intellect, we think they are courageous people. People who can doubt, they are courageous. Many people come to me and they think that they are very courageous and say, Swamiji, I doubt so many things which you say. I tell them, to doubt you don't need courage. Don't think you are courageous. You are fool. You are coward. That is why before taking every step you are analyzing, logically questioning, doubting. Be very clear. Let doubt not be associated with courage. It is a pure cowardness. Cowards doubt. Blessed are those who can take the risk of jumping, who are courageous enough to trust. Only to trust you need courage. Because when you trust, you are taking jump. It's a big risk. Ordinarily, you can play a safe game in doubting. In doubting, you can play a very safe game. Nothing risk. You don't take any risk. You are very so-so. Just stand aside, be a watcher, and play the game, safe game, and you know to what extent you can go and go back. It's not a big thing. I always tell people, when your intellect has reached its peak, it becomes intelligence. When your emotion has reached its peak, it becomes devotion and trust. When your being, it reaches its peak, it becomes enlightenment. Through tapas and through the purification process, if your intellect reaches the peak, it will become intelligence. If your emotion reaches its peak, it becomes trust and devotion. If your being reaches its peak, it becomes enlightenment. To doubt, you don't need intelligence. You need foolishness, which we have enough. Only to trust, you need courage. Let it be very clear. Trust should be associated with courage, not doubting. People think just because they can doubt the spiritual system, or they can doubt some tradition, they can doubt some spiritual guru, they can doubt some book, they think that they are courageous. Never think you are courageous if you can doubt some of the spiritual books, some of the spiritual gurus, some of these spiritual techniques. Especially the modern day youth, they come to me and tell me, Swamiji, I am a very courageous person, I don't care for my mother's beliefs. She believes in that God, but I am very courageous, I don't care about all those things. I doubt everything. Be very clear. Let your courage not associated, let you don't feel you are intelligent or courageous because you doubt. To doubt, you don't need anything. You don't need courage. Only to trust and take a quantum jump, you need courage. Only to have devotion, you need courage. Only to have trust, you need courage. Beautiful incident. Let me try to describe an incident in the life of a great devotee called Sundara. He lived in South India, in Tamil Nadu. He's a very handsome guy. First, he wants to marry a particular girl. He wants to impress her. He tried his best, but she was not turning towards him. She was not at all bothered by him. Somehow he was not able to get the attention of her. So he straight away went to Shiva. And he's a great devotee of Shiva. He says, Master, please do something. I wanted to have her attention. That is the beauty of Shiva. Such a beautiful energy. Is a life affirming. Is life positive. Is not life negative. He says, all right, don't worry, I'll do something. It's such a beautiful energy, such a beautiful being. He says, I'll do something, don't worry. Then he goes in the dream of that girl, and he says, this guy is a nice guy, and he's a handsome guy, and he's a really honest fellow, and he tells all sorts of things, and tells her, please marry him, really you'll have a good life. He inspires her, finishes everything, comes back, and then he comes to this guy again, and he says, see, I told all lies about you. I know you are not honest. I know you won't keep her. I know what all you will do. But even then, I lied. Please take care of my words. And please just at least try to act so that she doesn't feel I told all lies about you. And he's trying his best, and he convinces this guy, please act a little bit smart and don't do anything immediately. Finally, this guy also says, all right, I'll try my best to act according to you. Anyway, the marriage happens. As usual, within 6 months, everything is gone. Honeymoon is over. That is why it is called honeymoon, not honey sun. How long a moon will stay? What is the life of the moon? 16 days. And this emotion also will stay only for 16 days. That is why it is called honeymoon. Anyhow, honeymoon is over. Now this fellow has naturally started seeing the next door. He has started seeing the next door. Now he feels bored. He says, enough. It's a big problem. Actually, one more story about this marriage. One couple who were in love for more than 2 years, they decided to get married. They were driving towards the church. On the way, a big accident, both of them died. Reached the heaven. They asked Saint Peter, can we marry? Saint Peter said, I have to talk to God. God asked, marriage in heaven? God, we never heard about it. All right, tell them to wait for 5 years. After 5 years, if they want to get married, let us think about it. After 5 years, they came. They want to get married. God says, oh God. All right, wait for 5 more years. Again, after the 5 years, they came back. They are very clear that they want to get married. Finally, God said, all right. He himself arranged a big party. When God gives party, you know how it will be. And a big marriage, big celebration. Everything happened, over. Somehow within 6 months, they realized the mistake which they have done. And they think they can't live together anymore. They come back to God and say, God, we feel we have done a mistake and we want to go for divorce. God says, divorce? I told you again and again, it took 10 years for me to find a priest in the heaven. I don't know how long it will take to find a lawyer in heaven. It took 10 years for me to find a priest. I don't know how long it will take to find a lawyer. Anyhow, now Shiva is in the same problem. This guy, after 6 months, goes to him again and he says, no, I don't want to live with her anymore. I wanted to see the next person. Shiva is terribly annoyed. Says, what nonsense you are doing? I told you again and again. Finally he says, all right, but I will not allow you to stay in this same town because I have given too many big words about you to her. At least go out so that I can save my face. And anyway, this fellow starts wandering. Means in the name of going to the different Shiva temples, he starts his journey. So-called spiritual journey. Not in search of Shiva. He goes to, but this girl is so intelligent, he knows about this fellow. And she takes a promise. You should not marry anybody. And this fellow, because he is not able to do anything unless he gives the promise, she will not let him go. He gave the promise and went away. He thought, after all, what is there? One word. He went away. He came to Chennai, the present Chennai. And still the place where this incident happened, still the place is there. It's just beautiful, sweet memories where all these great leelas happened. where God walked as an ambassador for a human being just because he is a devotee, just because he feels connected to him. The utmost respect paid to the devotion. Whether it is happened or not, who cares? But even the concept that so much of devotion is, so much of respect is paid to the devotion of the devotee is such a wonderful thing. Just to understand that truth, you can cherish all these stories. It can transform your being. It can just make your heart so beautiful and so light. Even if it is story, it's okay. It is such a beautiful story. We can cherish them. The next story, the same guy, in Chennai again he fell in love with another one girl. Now, this girl is also not ready to give her attention to him. Somehow he is not fortunate fellow. He doesn't know the technique or knack. And he doesn't know the technique. He is not able to get her attention. Again this fellow goes to Shiva. Oh God, Shiva, please do something. I really feel funny. And the Shiva goes second time. And you will be surprised. He goes second time. Second time he says, all right, I'll do something. Wait. He goes directly. This time not even in dream. In the waking state itself he goes. The story says, he walked without the chappal, without the sandals, because an ambassador cannot go with upper cloth and sandal. Sandal and upper cloth is not allowed for ambassador. Ambassador means you are a servant. So when Shiva starts walking, the Sundara says, hey, now you are my servant. Drop the sandal and the upper cloth. And Shiva leaves the sandal and the upper cloth. The upper cloth and the sandal cannot be used by servants in India. The servant class people can't use the Angavastra, they call upper cloth, and the chappal. Both they should not use. And he leaves both of them in one place outside the temple and starts walking in the street without chappal. He says, Sundara says, you should go without chappal and upper cloth. Only then she will believe you are my servant. Shiva says, yes, I will do. And with the Trishula and Trinetra, leaving the chappal and the upper cloth, as a servant, he is going to that girl's house. The girl was shocked to see the Lord of the universe, Shiva himself, is coming to her house without the upper cloth and chappal. And she suddenly realizes, yes, oh God, oh Lord, whole world serves you. Why do you become servant of somebody? What happened to your upper cloth and the sandal? You are coming as a servant. What happened to you? Whole world is servant to you. And he says, I am the servant of my devotees. So I have come to represent one of my devotee as his servant. And she says, before even you tell me, now I tell you whatever you want I will do. Please first wear your upper cloth and the chappals. I can't see, I can't bear you without your upper cloth and the chappal, you serving somebody. Now I accept whatever purpose you came, I will do without asking. Please wear your chappal and upper cloth. Then Shiva says, oh, I am very happy now. I have now done my job. Please marry that guy. That's why I came. I have come here to give you the information, or I come here as ambassador to represent him. I want you to marry him. She says, just for the sake of your upper cloth and the Chappal, I will marry him. Please wear your dress. I can't see you as a servant for somebody. And the story says, both of them got married. Again after 6 months, this fellow, he goes to Shiva and says, now I feel better, the first one is, I feel much better with the first one. I wanted to go back. Actually, I have seen many couples, after divorce, 2-3 years they feel connected. After the divorce of 2-3 years, they again feel like living together. Anyhow, Shiva says, don't talk to me, don't tell me anymore. Enough now, I can't do anything. Don't bring anything to me now. Either you live or get lost. I can't do anything. Then he says, no, how can you say to me, I am your devotee, how can you say to get lost, you have to do something. And it is a very sweet, beautiful conversation. I can't translate the whole thing, but I can at least give the story. And he says, no, you have to do something for me. I am not able to forget her. I wanted to go back and live with her. And by now, the second one came to know that this fellow is already married. This fellow is already married. And now she is creating trouble. She says, you can't leave this city. You can't leave this town to go back to her. And she is very adamant and nagging. And this fellow is telling, you have to do something. And the story takes a totally different turn. Finally, she won the game. She said, tomorrow morning, you have to promise that you will not leave this city. Not only simple promise, because she knows already he promised once to that girl and did not keep that promise. Now she says, come and promise in front of Shiva. In front of Shiva, if you promise, if you don't keep the promise, Shiva will punish you. Come to him. He only made this whole drama. Come and promise in front of him. Now nothing can be done. What to do? Anyhow, because of the nagging, he accepted. But this fellow tried to play a little intelligent game. He told Shiva, oh God, please do something. Tomorrow I am coming there to your temple to promise in front of you. Only one small request, don't be in the temple. You have done so much for me. Just do this last only one thing. Don't be in the temple. Go and sit near a tree. There is a tree near the temple. Go and be under the tree. Just go and be under the tree. So that when I promise, I will promise in front of the temple. That promise will not have any power. Even if I go beyond the promise, I will not be punished. Now Shiva says, fellow, I have done so much for you. And after all, she is also my devotee. And I have to be a little truthful to her also. Anyhow, he says, all right. I will not be in the temple. I will go away to the nearby, it is called Bunny tree. In Tamil they call Bunny. I don't know the English name. So one tree. He says, I will go and stay near the tree. Don't worry. And he says and disappears. Then he goes to that girl and says, see, this fellow is very intelligent. This fellow told me to go and be near the tree. Anyway, after all, he is my devotee. So I have accepted to go and be near the tree. You do one thing. You are also my devotee. I cannot cheat you. You don't take the promise from that fellow in front of temple. Bring him to the tree and take the promise. Bring him to the tree and tell him to promise in front of the tree. And she says, all right. And finally, next day morning, she brought him to the temple. This fellow says, yes, let me promise in front of the temple. She says, no, I don't want you to promise in front of temple? Because if you go beyond that promise, you will be punished. Better come near the tree and promise. Better come near the tree. Even if you do some mistake, I don't want you to be punished. After all, you are my husband. And this fellow says, no, I will promise only in front of temple. She says, no, you have to promise only in front of the tree. Finally, you know who will win. Naturally, only woman wins. And this fellow goes to near the tree and promises in front of the tree, I will not leave this town. And promise is taken. Anyhow, now this fellow knows he is bound. Because Shiva was sitting there, everything is done. The story says, after 6 months, this guy got a little temptation. Again, he was not able to control himself. Then he left that city. He lost his eyes as a punishment of going beyond not keeping the promise, going beyond the promise given to Shiva. Because he did not keep the promise, he lost the eyes. And then again he goes back to Shiva and says, what happened? See, I am your devotee. What happened to me? See, do something. Then finally the story ends saying that Shiva himself calls both of them, both the women, and does some pacification work, some bridging, patching work, and he blesses this devotee with eyes and with both the women, and he helps both of them to live happily with him. Finally gives him the enlightenment or ultimate liberation. The sweetness or the beauty of this type of stories, it creates so much of life, it creates so much of devotion, it creates so much of joy in your being when we just relax for a few minutes from our logic, which is constantly nagging us, which is constantly torturing us, and relax your being to this kind of few stories. These few things can create devotion, which can straight away help you to know the knower. Now let us go into the second part of the sutra. With utmost devotion, center on the two junctions of breath, know the knower. He says, know the knower. Shiva is now turning the devotion towards yourself. Devotion towards the Rama, Krishna, Shiva, Devi, all these things are a lot more easy. But turning that same devotion towards yourself is a real difficult thing, because you are constantly condemning yourself. You are constantly condemning yourself. You do not accept yourself. Here Shiva says, turn the devotion towards yourself. Shiva's job is very easy because he is speaking to Devi, who is already devoted. So straight away he says, turn the devotion towards yourself. But I am speaking to you all. First thing I have to do is I have to create devotion. That's what I was trying to do. Create the importance of create an idea about the importance of devotion. Now we'll have to move to the second step. Turn the same devotion or attention or energy towards yourself. Let you be completely devoted to your being, which can be felt in the center of two junctions of breath. As I was telling you yesterday, in the early sutras, between the two breath, between the junction of two breath, always you experience yourself. Yourself without any identity. As on now, you have two identity. Identity which you project about yourself to the world, and the identity which you have about yourself within yourself. You meet your ultimate self, which is not these two, which is beyond these two, in the center of breath. Whenever incoming breath is taking turn as outgoing breath, or the outgoing breath taking turn as incoming breath, in that both junctions, you touch your pure inner space, which is beyond both identities which you are carrying in your life. You carry two identities. One is ego, superiority complex, which you are constantly showing to the outer world. You always show more than what you think you are. And the second thing, inferiority, which you are carrying within yourself. You always think you are some way insufficient, imperfect. The idea or the identity which you carry about yourself is one. The identity which you project to the world is second. You go beyond these two identity and experience yourself every moment between every incoming and outgoing breath. Every single moment, center of the two junctions of breath, you experience that neutral space where you are beyond identity, beyond your mind. He says, be devoted to that space. Now, we all know how to be devoted to Shiva. Sit in front of Shiva's statue and just be completely offer yourself, surrender, relax. Or sitting in front of Rama, you know how to be devoted. But now he is saying, with that same utmost devotion, sit in front of your space, your own self. Relax at yourself. He is asking you to accept yourself and put your attention between two breaths in the neutral space. It is just a wonderful technique to experience the neutral space. He says, through this know the knower. Through this experience, the being who is constantly experiencing everything. He says, through this you will achieve the ultimate enlightenment. First thing, you need to create the tremendous devotion towards Guru or God and turn that devotion towards yourself. I always tell people, when you are expressing your devotion towards the enlightened masters, invariably they always turn the devotion towards yourself. The other day, one of our devotees was telling me, Swamiji, when I started trusting you, suddenly I realized Now I am able to trust myself. In India, last December, we all had fire walking ceremony, walking on the fire. It is just to express the power of devotion and the trust. Before the ceremony, everybody had the tremendous trust over me because I am the first one to walk. I walked first and then everybody followed me. After the ceremony, one of our devotees, she was sharing, Swamiji, before the fire walking, I trusted you. After the fire walking, now I am able to trust myself. There are so many people here who walked on the fire. There are so many sitting here who did that fire walking. People were shocked. Please be very clear. It's a long distance, at least 21 feet, and live charcoal, and you can't escape. You can't escape. Long 21 feet burning. 8 hours earlier itself we burned that so that it will be a live charcoal. Strong wood and live charcoal. The bed is prepared in a very traditional way. 21 feet length, at least 21 feet length. And you walk on that fire barefoot. That's important. Don't think with shoes or socks, barefoot. Even socks is not allowed. She told me, Swamiji, before the fire walking, I trusted you. And now I am able to trust myself. Real master does this only. He turns the devotion towards you. When you are devoted to him, he just turns the whole energy to yourself. Shiva is turning the whole devotion towards yourself, which is constantly available to you in every moment in the center of 2 junctions of breath. The center of 2 junctions of breath, every moment you experience the space without identity, but you are afraid to be without identity. That is why you don't relax in that space. You just jump and catch the other breath. Between the incoming breath and the outgoing breath, you have that neutral space where there is no breath and no mind. You are self without identity. You are afraid to be without identity. That's why you just take a fast forward jump. You don't relax in that space. You are not happy with that space. You are not comfortable with that space because identity means life for you. Especially for the Western mind, they can't think themselves without having an identity. They can give up anything but not the identity. That is the basic thing. But I tell you, when you relax from the identity which you are showing to the outer world and which you are showing to yourself, you will experience the ultimate self, the enlightenment, which is yourself, which is beyond your identities. Both identities, identity which you are showing to the outer world, behind which constantly you are running, to keep which constantly you are dying, the identity which you are showing to yourself, on which you are constantly working, which constantly nags you, both are pure lies, no, impure lies. Be very clear, both are lies. You are constantly suffering with lies. You are constantly wasting your life with lies. You are constantly struggling with lies. Now Shiva is putting you in the space where truth expresses itself, beyond the lies. He is leading you from the fact to the truth. He is giving you the ultimate technique with utmost devotion. Center on the two junctions of breath. Know the knower. Let us enter into the meditation technique, ultimate technique by Shiva to experience, to know the knower. It is time to start the meditation. Please understand the technique. With utmost devotion, means with a deep devotion, just be aware of the gap between incoming breath and outgoing breath. That's all is the technique. Because between every incoming breath and outgoing breath, your self shines by itself. The truth reveals by itself. You are supposed to sit with utmost devotion. How usually you sit in front of your God or Guru? Big problem is, we don't know even that. If you know that, then you can turn that into this. We never sat with devotion. We have sat with a greed to get something, or the fear of losing something. You sit in the office to get the money, or the fear of losing money, losing some comfort. We always sat only with the fear or greed. Even in the lectures, most of the time we sit with the greed to learn more knowledge, to have more knowledge, to know things, be very clear. That's why sitting with utmost devotion is not known to us. Now at least let us try. Upanishad says, sitting with utmost devotion itself is a technique. That is why the word Upanishad means just sitting, nothing else. Upanishad means sitting near, that's all. The literal translation of the word Upanishad means sitting, nothing else. So, now you are supposed to sit with utmost devotion. You can do one thing. You must be having devotion towards something. Maybe to some God or some Guru, or maybe your own mother, rarely your wife or your husband, something. To somebody you may feel little connected. Somewhere you must feel little devotion. There is no doubt about it. For few minutes, you can remember how you feel connected to that person, how you feel connected to that Guru, or how you feel connected to that God or anything. With that same mood, just sit watching the breath, watching the gap between the breath. Watching the gap between the breath. First few minutes will take to feel connected. Mostly we feel connected to our mother, because mother is such a beautiful being, showered so much on us. You may ideologically feel connected to her, or you may not feel connected to her now after you grow up because of your own ideas. But you can't say that she has not done anything to you. You can't give up your love or gratitude for her. Today you may have ideological connection with her, or your ideology may be different from her. That is different. But you can't deny her great contribution in your being. So maybe you can feel connected to your mother. If you had some guru already, or if you experience some love, some connection with some master, some guru, then feel connected to him. Or if you have experienced some devotion or connection to some God, feel connected to that God. Anything. First few minutes we will take. Remember the person or God who creates deep devotion in you. If you say nothing creates devotion in me, Swamiji, then I can't do anything, I don't know. There will be something which creates, maybe your father or mother or some friend or some teacher who inspired you. Somebody will be there, or some leader would have inspired you some way. First, take few minutes. We will take few minutes. Feel connected to them. So it will be two-step. First, creating the devotion means feeling connected, opening up your heart to some being, to something. Then concentrating or turning that same connection or attention towards the gap between the breath. We will do this as a two-step. First step, you will sit and remember the person who contributed something to your life. You can remember even 2-3 persons, no problem. Sometimes you may have 2-3 persons in the list, beautiful mother and wonderful guru or to some God, beautiful. You can remember even 4-5. Whoever you feel connected or with whoever you feel utmost devotion, remember them and remember their beautiful contribution to your life and feel connected to them. This is creating the utmost devotion. Next, we will turn that awareness towards the center on the two junctions of breath. By that, let you know the knower. Please close your eyes. Sit straight. Please close your eyes. Remember all the people who create a deep devotional feeling in you, who reside in your heart, who are inspiration sources for you, to whom you turn whenever you feel you are dry, you want to rejuvenate yourself, who adds little juice in your life. Now turn towards them and feel connected deeply to them. Deeply feel connected. Let your whole being be filled by that person or by that being. concentrated. Let your whole being be filled with utmost devotion to that person or to that being. Let your whole being melt with devotion. With the same utmost devotion, be aware of the center and the two junctions of breath. Let you be aware of the gap between incoming and outgoing breath. Let you be aware of the neutral space between incoming and outgoing breath. With utmost devotion, be aware of the gap between incoming breath and outgoing breath. Center on the two junctions of breath. Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Relax. You can open your eyes. This great truth and the techniques let you know the knower. Let them help you to experience and let you become one with and radiate eternal bliss. Nithyananda. Thank you.
Atman, mind, body. The moment you get the peer pressure, you start comparing yourself with others. Means you are in the mind level. You identify yourself with your mind. The moment you identify yourself with this mind, you start comparing yourself with other minds, with other bodies. So your pressure, for example, if you perform 10 hours per day, they perform 20 hours per day, you get the pressure. You get the pressure. The moment you drop, you escape, you reach the source of energy and you start performing 24 hours plus something. 24 hours plus something. And you create the pressure to them which they can never come. They can never keep up. Simple key, drop. But as long as you keep the pressure, you will be only in the mind. Because the mind is created by these pressures. By these 7 items, what? That fantasies and imagination, fear, and these are all the things which creates mind. See, it is just a boundaryless whole planet Earth. The whole planet Earth is there, which creates your house. 4 walls. 4 walls. The 4 walls are these 6 problems, 7 problems. Fantasy becomes 1 wall for your being. Fear becomes the other wall. Worrying becomes the 3rd wall. Then the attention need from others, recognition, name and fame becomes the 4th wall. The comparison becomes the 5th wall. Ego becomes to prove yourself as something superior, becomes the 6th wall. And deep discontentment, 7th wall, over. That is what creates your boundary. If you break these walls, the whole world is yours. You are the owner of the whole world. You are Atman. When you create these boundaries, 7 walls, what happens? You are already in cage. In cage. So just erase these walls. You will express such a tremendous energy. The moment you put this cage, you are no more Atma. You are just become mind.
The mind is a calculator for
Whole thing. Mind does the whole game. Actually, one side mind gives you the inspiration, peer pressure. Other side it drains you. Simply, the peer pressure drains you. And the mind just gives desires and takes away the energy to enjoy. If you drop the desire, you will have the energy to enjoy. But life is paradox. It's just paradox. So, understand, just be a little more intelligent. This question shows the mentality of Devi. If we are supposed to ask, we would have asked, what is this universe? Never, what is this wonder-filled universe? She is asking, what is this wonder-filled universe? Means what? She is living with a childlike innocence. For children, for kids, universe is wonder-filled. Because they don't have logic. They don't think this is the same chair which was there, which was here yesterday. They don't think this is the same room in which they sat yesterday. They don't think this is the same sun which they saw yesterday. They know the truth. Sun is new. This room is new. This chair is new. I am also new. You are also new. Continuously you are changing. Continuously you are getting updated. Continuously you are moving. Continuously the existence is changing. If you trust, existence changes and you also change. You can never get settled with your ego, which is rigid mechanism. Only a person who is egoless can trust the universe is changing and you are changing. The person who is established in ego can never understand the universe is changing and you are changing. The man who sells his time will never be able to understand the universe is changing because he will be caught in a routine. Not being caught in a routine is a basic discipline for enlightenment. If you are in a routine, you become so unaware, you stop believing, you stop realizing that existence is changing, your life is changing, and you are also changing. I have seen some government servants working for 30 years in the same office, will not even move their table from one place to other place. And they forget that their table can be moved. And they really forget their table can be moved. Even in your house, don't live with the same kind of furniture arrangement. Once in 2-3 months, change it. Once in 2-3 months, create a little bit of chaos. No, you will feel that you are living in a new house. Otherwise, you will become dead. Otherwise, you will become so dead. I have seen people, they will be having 10 rooms. Because of their habit, they wouldn't have gone to the other 8 rooms even for 3-4 months in their own house. You wouldn't have traveled to the end of your extreme of end of your garden for last 2 years. Remember, in your own house, you wouldn't have gone to the corner of your compound wall. Have you been any time? At least for last 2-3 years you wouldn't have gone. You have a track. From car you get down, the track, go to your kitchen or to the bedroom, come back, go to the car. You will live on track. Mind feels comfortable if it has got a definite system. If it has got a definite system. If I would have created a definite system, I'll have thousands and thousands of idiotic disciples. People ask me, Swamiji, why this worship and ritual, all these things, they became so popular, they became very popular, even though they are more difficult, more complicated. They became so popular. But this meditation, just understand this one thing. If I tell somebody, every Purnima, go to Arunachala, do the Giri Pradakshina for 12 months. Oh, you are Arunachala himself, Swami, surely I will do. They go around, they don't miss even a single month. If they miss 1 month, they themselves start again from next month, and unless they finish 12 months, they don't feel satisfied. It takes 4 hours hitting each other and walking, so much of difficulty. Tell them, just sit half an hour and do Mahamantra. Sit half an hour and do Mahamantra. What they say?
No time.
Very difficult, Swamiji, no time. The rituals so complicated, so difficult, but they take it and do it. Anything definite can spread. In that they are definite. Even after coming back, nothing would have changed in them. Except a little bit of leg pain. Nothing else would have happened to them. But in Mahamantra, they are not definite. They are not sure. Some personality change may happen. They are not sure of the outcome. It's a risk. Going into meditation is risk. Going around the hillock, they know they will have only little more leg pain, nothing else. They know they are in the safe place. But here, there is a risk. There is a risk. That is why people go to see the Swami in the temples. The temple Swamis became very popular because they don't speak. Because they don't change your life. They don't ask you to do something. You can do everything, all possible nonsense. Enter into temple, pay 25 rupees and tell your name, your address, your website address and your email ID. And God will prasada siddhi rastu. In the end, Ashtaishwarya prasada siddhi rastu. You will have the garland and prasad and you will feel happy. But here, I will ask you, what are you doing? What's your life? There comes the trouble. Here if you come again and again, either you will be forced to change your life trend because of this atmosphere, or without even your knowledge, you may be inspired by me. You may be inspired by me. Without even your awareness, you may be inspired by me. So there is a danger. Either consciously you have to change, or unconsciously you may start changing. Many people come and tell me, Swamiji, nowadays we started speaking like you. Nalladu. We started laughing like you. We started behaving like you. Many people come and tell me, many of your behaviors are coming in me. We start speaking like you. We start using your slang. We start behaving like you. We start acting like you. That's a big danger. I am such a solid force, I may penetrate you. So anything definite is safe. The most definite thing on the planet Earth is your tomb. Graveyard. You are definite about everything in the graveyard. The more and more you start living with definition and security, the more and more you are dying. The more you die, more you live with definitions. You live with the definite realities, definite things, only when you die. That is why, if you live in a definite track in your house will have the vibration of a graveyard. Once in a while, dance in your main hall. Your ether will be purified, the ether akasha, the chitakasha. The space in the house will be purified. Once in a while, play some kirtan. Do a little bit dance. That place will be associated with that memories. I assure you, your bedroom is always associated with a nagging attitude. You enter into your bedroom, you will feel that sickness. You will feel that sickness. Because that is associated with that thoughts. Once in a while, shuffle the whole house. Change it. Have a small outhouse. Go and stay there. Once in a while, change. Shuffle the house. Put this furniture like this. Put that furniture like this. Don't have a clear definite. Just move this idol to that idol to this. So that your mind will not get stuck with a single attitude. And if you fight with somebody sitting on a particular sofa, next time when you sit consciously or unconsciously, the same mood will happen in you. You do not know. The same mood will happen in you. Have you seen when you go in a car, driver will be driving, you will be sitting. Suddenly you will say, you will be sitting and thinking something. Suddenly you will say, you will start thinking something else. Suddenly you will behave. I shouldn't think this. Let me think something else. Let me think of something else. Then you will be suddenly shocked. The driver is seeing you. You will be just sitting. Suddenly you will say, I should not think this. What is happening in you? You see something on the road which connects, which creates, which awakens some memory which you do not want to cherish. Unconsciously that memory is awakened. For example, you would have seen some furniture hoarding, advertisement of a particular furniture. The same furniture you would have seen in your enemy's house. Immediately the mind unconsciously associates that and the memory goes to your enemy. The moment you start feeling disturbed by him, you think, I shouldn't think this. Then you try to change your thought pattern. If you live with the same things, you will create a track of memory. You will have very less access to your own being. Listen here, your mind and your house is one and the same. Your being and your house is one and the same. If you don't if you don't walk throughout your house, if you don't live with your whole house, be very clear, you are not living with your whole memory. That very clearly proves you are not living with your whole memory. People ask me, how can you have access to so much of information, Swamiji? Mind-boggling. So much of information coming out with so much of quotation from Valdemar to Einstein, Buddha to Gita, Gurdjieff to Gurudwars. So much of information. How could it? First of all, how can you store? Second thing, how are you able to access it? Even if we store, we are not able to access it. Only when some patient comes with a headache, you remember all the headache medicines. Sometimes you forget and remember the stomach pain medicine. How are we able to access? We are not able to access the memories which is there. How are you able to remember? Yesterday suddenly the fox story came. Surely I have also not read that story after the first standard. After the first standard, I have also not read that story. From where? Suddenly the story appears. Clear access to the memories which is created at the age of 4 and 5. How is this possible? How is this possible? How can this happen? Because I don't live on a particular track. I have no emotional attachment to a particular memory. A small story has happened. One guy used to read only philosophy books. He goes to a library. Regularly he will go to library. But straight he will go to philosophy books. That is the only interest. He will read. After 3 years, suddenly he wanted to read some fictitious novels. He goes and asks the librarian, I wanted to read some fiction. Librarian says, just next cupboard is fiction. This guy was shocked to understand in that last 3 years, he has not even looked into it. You also are doing the same thing in so many places. Suddenly you see in the corner of your street one big coconut tree is there. It is not that the coconut tree is teleported overnight. Suddenly you see and you think, I have never seen this. How many times you have experienced this? Many times. And even in your own body, suddenly you see a mark sometime. Why to talk about the street? Suddenly in front of a mirror you see there is a black mark which is there inside, which is there in your body. Because the guy is associated emotionally to that portion, to that part of the library. He forgot some other portions also exist. Some other part also exists. You reduce yourself when you choose. You abuse yourself when you choose. You abuse yourself when you choose. You abuse your being when you choose part of your being and reject the other part of your being. You reduce yourself to a man, to a level of man, if you choose some part of your being. Just like this guy, the guy who is emotionally attached to philosophy will not have access to other books, even if they are there in the same library, next row. Same way, if you are emotionally attached to some memories, you will not have easy access to all other memories of your mind, your chitta. If you are emotionally attached to particular memory, you will not have access to all other memories which is there in your system. You are stuck. You are stuck with a Fevicol on that cupboard. You will not be able to move to the other cupboards. You don't have a free access. It's like you have a 10 megabyte memory in your laptop. If you keep only the prose or the words, you can keep enormous memory. But if you start storing photographs, the memory will be short. Your emotional memories are photographs. Whenever you are emotionally attached to some memory, the strong, clear, visualized picture will be stored in your memory. Anything which is stored in your system with a full, clear visualization occupies more memory space. So naturally, you will not have the memory. You will have the lack of memory. So much of space is occupied just by one photograph. you want solution under your conditions, you are nothing more than Arjuna. You will have only more and more confusion. Arjuna Vishada Yoga. That's why they call Arjuna's confusion. There are only two kinds of seekers, Arjuna type and Devi type, that's all. No other type. Only two types of seekers, Arjuna type and Devi type. People come and tell me their problem and they don't let my intelligence work on their problem. They themselves give the solution and they just want my support. They just tell me, give me your Shakti, not your solutions. They come and tell me, I have a problem with my husband, Swamiji. And the next sentence they themselves make, please see that he comes and stays with me, he listens to my words, he obeys me. They never even let me advise them. Why don't you? You see, if they just opened up the problem and say, I have some problem with my husband, I would have advised them. I would have really seen the problem, looked into the problem, and I would have given something, total solution or dissolving the problem. Dissolving the problem would have happened. But generally, what they do not want to dissolve the problem. They just want only the support. They want me to act as they want. They want me to give the energy for what they want. That's all, nothing else. If they are open and surrender, I just look into the problem. Sometimes we also do mistakes. So, some right advice or idea should have, or right intelligence should have happened to you. There is every possibility you will transform. But they do not want all those things. They want ready-made. Ready-made replies. People are actually afraid. I may directly point that the problem is in your side only. That is why before I start speaking, they give me the solution. Don't speak much, Swamiji. Listen here, this is my problem. I have no other way I have come, that is okay. But don't talk much. This is what I want. Tell only this much. Tell only this much. This is what I call intellect. Putting the question along with a small bracket. Along with a small bracket. I want only this type of solution. If you can, give me, otherwise keep quiet. Now exactly that is what you mean. I am clearly verbalizing it. You are not verbalizing it out of politeness. I am verbalizing it. When Arjuna asked Krishna, putting all his questions and asking, oh Krishna, answer my questions. It means what? Arjuna knows if Krishna gives answers, his problems will be solved. He never understood his problem is much deeper than question answer session. No problem can be solved by question answer session. It can be solved only by experience. But Arjuna thinks all his problems are just intellectual. So it will be solved by answers. That is why he gives the suggestion to Krishna. After putting the problem, he makes a small bracket. Answer my questions. Means what? He says, I know the solution, you just do as I say. You just act as I say. I will take care. But here Devi says, let my doubts be cleared. I can't say, answer my questions. Or, don't answer my questions. I do not know what you will do. That is up to you. This is the problem I have. I am surrendering it. Please take care. Devi trusts Shiva has got Shakti and Buddhi. But usually we only think, we trust God has got Shakti, but never we think God has got Buddhi also. As long as you want God to act as you want, what it means? I know you have Shakti, but do as I say. Don't do on your own. What do you mean when you ask God, oh God, give me this, give me that? When you ask God, give me 1 crore rupees so that I will have big car, big house. You say, you know God has got power, that is why you pray, otherwise you will not pray. You know that He has got Shakti. You are ready to believe He has got Shakti, but you are not ready to believe He has got Buddhi. That is why you go on pestering Him. Give, give, give. Why do you continuously ask? Because you believe He has got Shakti, but not Buddhi. So Arjuna also is not ready to believe Krishna has got Buddhi. That is why he says, please answer my questions. The moment you say the word answer my questions, you show very clearly your arrogance, your ignorance. Ignorance can never be healed. Innocence can be healed. The man who is innocent, he can achieve. Ignorance is a cunning game. In ignorance, you think you know the solution. You only want the person to act as you want. Beautiful story. There is a beautiful story in Mahabharata. Before the war starts, Duryodhana and Dharmaraja, both of them are going to the Krishna's palace to seek help from Krishna, because both are relatives of Krishna. Both of them want Krishna's help. One representative of Pandavas and one representative of Kauravas. Both these guys are going. Krishna was sleeping. The Pandavas representative, he goes and sits at the feet of Krishna. The Kauravas representative, he goes and sits near the head of Krishna. The moment Krishna opens his eyes, he sees the person who is sitting at the feet. He talks to them, how are you? When did you come? What for you came? The guy says, I have come to have your help. He says, surely I will do, don't worry. Then he turns and sees the other guy. He is also waiting. He also asked, I want your help. Then he says, surely I will do, don't worry. Now he asked, I will be in one side, my powers, my force, my army, my ministers, my country, my whole thing will be in the other side. I will be in one side and my army will be in the other side. My powers will be in the other side. Which one you want? The Kauravas representative thought, let us have Shakti. Let us have Shakti. Pandavas representative, he thought, let us have Buddhi. Let us have Buddhi. Who won the war, you know. The man who chose the Buddhi, man who trusted God has got Buddhi, won the war, won the game. If you trust he has got only Shakti, you will never win the life. The moment you trust he has got Buddhi also, you surrender. Only then things can start happening. As long as you think yes, only Shakti but not Buddhi, you will never achieve in the life. You will not achieve anything in the life. When you start believing he has got Shakti, religion starts. When you start believing he has got Buddhi, spirituality starts. When you start believing he has got Shakti, religion starts. You start doing puja. You start pampering him. You start doing all possible things. Why? So that you can have. You just continuously bribe him. So that you can have what you want. All your pujas done with sangalpa is nothing but bribing. Why do you go and tell your name in front of God? He doesn't know your name. Doesn't know your name. You go to temple and you tell your, not only your name, your father's name, your forefather's name, your gotra. And not only that, in that sankalpa they describe Bharadavarshe, Bharadakande. Means what? They describe, even geographically they say where we are. Even we know where we are. God doesn't know where he is or where we are. We describe everything in a detailed way. Why? Please don't give the boons to somebody else. I am doing puja. Send the courier properly to my address. Courier should not reach somebody else's address. Note down the address properly. Be very clear. Listen here. You give a clear pin code address. STD, phone number, email, website address, everything. Why? You do not want the courier parcel to reach to somebody else. You are afraid that your parcel will, that the boons which is supposed to come to you will reach somewhere else. All your pujas, all your bribing techniques proves very clearly your arrogance, which again and again says God has got Shakti, not Buddhi. I went to Arunachala temple this time. Before doing the Abhishekam, on my Janma Nakshatra day we went. Before doing the Abhishekam, the priest, because he knows my name, he started doing the Sankalpa. Say Nithyananda Swami or something. I said, stop. And he was very proud that he has made Sankalpa without asking me the name. Because that is a Janma Nakshatra, he knows the Nakshatra of that day, Chitra Nakshatra. So he knows the Nakshatra. So he thought, if I just make, he will be very happy that already he knows all the detail. But I told him, stop. He was just shocked. Yes, why Swami? We don't make Sankalpas in our name. We make only in the name of Guru Parampara. If you want any name, use the name of Ramakrishna and Sharada Devi. Always, if you come with me to any temples, you can see. Anywhere, Sankalpa means title Ramakrishna, Sharada Devi. That's all. Why do you give your detailed address, Gotra, Nakshatra, everything? Because you think he has got Shakti, not Buddhi. That is why you want your whole name, your father's name, your forefather's name. But now they are coming out with a detailed research. Pregnancy is totally independent, they say. Now they are coming with a lot of researches. And Tantra declares this thousands of years ago. Pregnancy is totally independent. Totally independent. Of course, it is just shaking the root of medical world. Anyhow, once we enter into the Tantra, I'll explain. Only then you will be able to understand. But we go on repeating in front of him father's name, forefather's name, and his father's name, and the Gotra, Kula, Nakshatra, everything. It shows very clearly you believe he has got Shakti, but you don't believe he has got Buddhi. and this temple respect. That's also one more big problem. And people believe if the garland which is offered on the KAILASA, if it is offered on your head, only then you get the power. The water which was in the KAILASA, if it is sprinkled on your head, only then you get blessing. Otherwise, God doesn't know that you have come and gone. And there is one more thing, habit. They go to the Sandeswara temple and they register their name that I have come, please note down. And tell Shiva afterwards that I have come and gone. Because it is too crowded, he might not have noticed me. So please remind him that I came and went. Please see that he takes care of me. I have seen few people, they will come and have the healing, and then later on they will go and tell Pranayappan, please remind Swamiji about this problem. And they are not ready to believe that I will solve the problem. They would have told me, I would have given them the assurance or some word, I will take care, don't worry, later on I will see, I will tell you when to do. But they are not ready to relax. What they will do? They will go to Pranayappan and tell, Pranayappan, please remind Swamiji. See, actually, if you have not told me and asking Pranayappan is nothing wrong. But I have seen many people, after me assuring them also, they will go and tell Pranayappan, please remind Swamiji. Please remind Swamiji. That is what going to Sandeswara and telling, please remind Shiva. Please remind Shiva. You don't believe that God will take care. You wanted some more support. You believe he has got Shakti, but you don't believe he has got Buddhi. When you believe he has got Shakti, the religion starts. When you believe he has got Buddhi, the spirituality starts. Tantra is for the people who are spiritual, not for the people who are religious. That is why then he starts with a beautiful word. Let my doubts be cleared. This shows a deep surrenderfulness of Devi. Deep, passive waiting without knowing what is going to happen is what is passive surrender. That is what I call passive surrender. Total surrender. A deep waiting. Actually, the moment you decide I will wait forever, simply things starts happening. सदाशिवसमारम्भाम् शङ्कराचार्यमध्यमाम् अस्मदाचार्यपर्यन्तम् वन्दे गुरुपरम्पराम्. Welcome you all with my love and respects. Let me introduce the great book, Shiva Sutras, before entering into the Sutras itself. In India, for thousands of years, big
research and development was happening in the inner field, in the inner science, in the consciousness. Every society, every culture was putting their excessive energy in some field. Some countries have put their excessive energy in politics. Some countries have put their excessive energy in the field of technology. Some countries have put their excessive energy in creating weapons, controlling others. India has diverted its excessive energy to do the research and development in the inner consciousness, to create the best consciousness, to create beautiful inner space. You can say this one statement I can make very confident. No other country, no other culture has done so much of research and development in the field of inner consciousness, in the inner field. So much of research and development happened in India. For last 10,000 years, the research and development happened. More than 1 million inner scientists were involved. In India, we have more than 1 million sadhus and sannyasis. More than 1 million inner scientists were involved in the research and development. More than 1 million inner science laboratories were used. In India, the temples and ashrams in which everyday congregation happens is more than 1 million. Understand? I am not speaking about the temples and ashrams which are not used by people every day. I am speaking about the temples and ashrams which are used by people every day. Their congregation happens every day. More than 1 million inner science laboratories, 1 million inner scientists, 10,000 years of research and development. More than 1 billion people are following this lifestyle directly or indirectly, knowingly or unknowingly. People who have read the spiritual literatures, who are exposed to the spiritual culture, they are following this lifestyle knowingly. People who are not exposed to the intellectual understanding and the spiritual culture, they are also following the same lifestyle without knowing the reason. In India, whether you know about spirituality or you don't know about spirituality, you are already living spiritual life. Let it be very clear. Whether you know or not, whether you believe it or not, usually human beings remember only their faults. They have discovered their mistakes. You may quote some mistakes and faults and say, no, I don't think we are living a spiritual life. Let you understand this one example. You will see black patches in the moon only on Purnima day. Means by its own intelligence it shows the black patches. You won't see that in the new moon day, in the Amavasya day. So moons shining, the rays of the moons only showing the black patches in the moon, same way. Even if we say that we have some problems, negative things, that even to understand that you need intelligence. Your understanding or your thinking that we are not living a spiritual life itself shows you are already in the path. You have started your journey. You may have your own logical answers, whether you understand or not. If you are born and brought up in India, in your blood, spirituality is there. It is there in your blood. Knowingly or unknowingly, more than 1 billion people follow this technology created by these great ancient rishis. This book, Shiva Sutras, is the essence of this great research and development, which is done by the 1 million scientists, inner scientists, using more than 1 million inner science laboratories and spending 10,000 years of research and development. This book is the essence of their discoveries, what they discovered, what they experienced. The whole essence is offered to us through this book. I can say this book is the unabridged dictionary, unabridged encyclopedia for all the philosophies, all the spiritual theories. This book is attributed to Shiva. We do not know whether Shiva really existed in the planet Earth with a physical human body. We do not know who wrote. We do not know whether factually it is right or not. Factually we do not know whether Shiva wrote this book or not. People ask me, if we don't know whether Shiva wrote it or not, how can we trust this book? How can we follow this book? I replied, I do not know whether Shiva directly wrote this book or not, but one thing is sure, whoever has written this book surely would have reached the consciousness in which Shiva lives. Because the book gives straight away techniques to experience the consciousness, techniques to experience the inner space. Whoever written this book surely would have experienced the Shiva consciousness in them, the space of Shiva in them. Let me be very clear. In our ancient tradition, we had the habit of not mentioning the personal name because this kind of great scriptures can happen only in a beings where the personality or individuality disappears, who has lost any connection with their name, form, and all these identities. So whoever has experienced that state, they are Shiva. They are indeed Shiva himself. So the very quality of this verse is enough to prove the quality of the person from whom these words have come out. The quality of these sutras is more than enough to prove whoever has written this book is in the space of Shiva. He experiences the space of Shiva. Here, this book gives 112 meditation techniques, 112 sutras. One beautiful thing about this book, no introduction. This book doesn't have any introduction. Straight away, he starts giving techniques. He is not wasting words Shiva is straight. He is not giving any theories. He is not giving any philosophies. He is not giving any words. Straight away is delivering the truth. Straight away is offering the techniques. He is not concerned about your intellectual understanding or knowledge. He straight away wants to share the experience. Straight away is giving the techniques to reproduce the experience which happened in him. Scientist is a person who creates formulas to reproduce the understanding which happened in him. Master, spiritual master is a person who creates formulas to reproduce the experience which happened in him. Here Shiva has created a formula, or he created formulas, many different formulas, to reproduce the same experience which happened in him. He is giving 112 techniques. He is not using even one word extra. He is not wasting even a single word. He is not wasting even a single word. It's almost like somebody asked him to pay for every word. He is not adding even a single word. Almost like telegram. Small story. Obituary department of a newspaper received a phone call. Lady was on the other side. She asked, "Sir, how much you will charge to put a obituary news?" $5 per word, madam. Clerk replied very politely. She said, "Oh, all right. Do you have paper?" "Yes, madam." "Do you have pencil?" "Yes, madam." "And please note down, take the message, Cohen dead." This guy got a shock. Clerk replied, "Sorry, madam, you should give at least 7 words. I should have told you this." She said, "Oh, 7 words. All right, let me think a minute." Then again she comes back and says, "All right, Cohen is dead. Old car is there for sale." She is not ready to waste even a single word. Of course, wasting words not only is going to create confusion, there is every possibility you may lose the truth, you may miss the truth in the unnecessary words. You can never understand the truth by reading philosophy books. See, philosophy is nothing but adding more and more words to your head, but it gives you a feeling of strength because you can play with words. You become master of words. Words gives you power. Words gives you ego. It gives you enough of energy to play with people. But it does not give you, it never gives you experience. Shiva is not bothered about the words. Shiva is not bothered about the theories, philosophies. He straight away works on you, giving you the experience. The Shiva Sutras gives you the technique to work on you. Straight away is entering into the subject. No introduction. I have not read any other spiritual literature except Shiva Sutras, which does not have introduction. In the Gita, the whole first chapter is introduction. Krishna starts speaking only in the second chapter. Whole first chapter is only introduction. They want to prepare you. Here, Shiva is not at all bothered. He is not bothered to prepare you. He is not bothered to give you any instruction, to give intellectual knowledge. You need to prepare the other person. To give experience, you don't need to prepare the other person. Just the experience will make him understand everything. Experience is so powerful. You don't need to give an intellectual introduction. The experience itself will enlighten you. You do not need any words. You do not need any other support.
सदाशिवसमारम्भां शङ्कराचार्यमध्यमाम् अस्मदाचार्यपर्यन्तं वन्दे गुरुपरम्पराम्. I welcome you all with my love and respects. Nice to be here once more in Oklahoma. Today, we are entering into the 46th aphorism, 46th meditation technique by Shiva. We are continuing the Shiva Sutras. Before entering into the sutra, just an introduction to the sutra. It's a very powerful technique to awaken the Kundalini Shakti. Traditionally, the word Kundalini Shakti is used to mean an extraordinary potential energy which is hidden in every human body. Understand? Animals may have body, but they do not have Kundalini Shakti. The only difference between you and the animal is this potential energy. Maybe if I have to use more words, Kundalini Shakti is something like a possibility for becoming enlightened. The possibility to become enlightened. The possibility to become a different human being. Different conscious being is there only in human beings. Animals may have same body, may look like intelligent, but they do not have the possibility, the potentiality to become enlightened, to be a different human beings, to be a different conscious beings. The Kundalini Shakti is a energy which resides in every one of you. If it can be awakened, it will take you to a different plane of consciousness, different plane of existence. Understand? All the enlightened masters on the planet Earth are again and again saying, the life is ecstasy, life is joy, life is bliss, life is just shining. And there is a beautiful saying by a great master, whatever happens is auspicious. Mangala, Shivam. In Sanskrit, the word Shivam means auspiciousness. They say whatever is happening is auspicious. But for us, it doesn't look like that. If you watch CNN for a few minutes, you will understand. No, whatever is happening is not auspicious. But again and again, enlightened masters are saying, whatever is happening is auspicious. Mangala, Shivam. Why? Why they are saying again and again? People ask me, what is this, Swamiji? If they see CNN for 10 minutes, they will understand. Whatever is happening is not auspicious. If they listen to the news, they will understand. But even after listening to the news every day, seeing everything, I do feel whatever is happening is auspicious. What to do? Very difficult. A logical man cannot understand, cannot relate with what I am saying. But heart of heart, I feel very strongly whatever is happening is auspicious. Shiva. The word Shiva means in Sanskrit causeless auspiciousness. Whatever happens in your life, even if the best thing happens, you can always think, it could have been little better. It could have been little better. Or whatever worst thing happens, you can always say, oh, at least this much I am saved. It is up to you to feel whether things are auspicious or inauspicious. In the planet Earth, only two kinds of human beings are there. People who feel everything is inauspicious. We need some correction. We need some alteration. We need some further development. We need to remodel. There are some people who feel everything happening is auspicious. Person who feels whatever is happening is inauspicious is a materialistic. He believes in matter, correction, doing, remodeling, changing, altering. Person who believes whatever is happening is auspicious is a spiritualist. Believes in the intelligence of the cosmos, the whole. He is very clear, the whole is much more intelligent than part, me. If you think the whole is not more intelligent than you, you are materialistic, egoistic. If you think the whole is much more intelligent than me, you are spiritualist. Over. The whole world can be classified just with these two categories. If you feel whatever is happening is auspicious, you are a spiritual person. A small story. After a powerful sermon on the charity, the priest sends his hat for a rounds, for a collection. The hat goes round, comes back as empty as it was sent. He took his hat and said, oh God, at least the hat came back. Understand? He is intelligent. He is really intelligent. He is able to think whatever is happening is auspicious. Whatever is happening is best. You can either think whatever is happening is inauspicious, or you can realize whatever is happening is auspicious. Why? Enlightened beings are constantly feeling whatever is happening is auspicious. It is just because of the Kundalini Shakti. Once this Kundalini energy awakens in you, you will feel so much of energy in your body, you will not be able to complain about anybody. Understand? You will complain about anything or any person or any incident only when you are in low mood. Means your usual mood. you will not be able to complain, criticize, or feel disappointed about any person or anybody if your body is overflowing, bubbling with energy. You feeling whatever is happening is auspicious or inauspicious is directly connected to your energy level. At some time, if you get the glimpse of that high energy by some method, sometimes people get into that high energy without even knowing. Maybe if they go to some high energy places, or if they are really relaxed, they get into that high mood. Suddenly those few moments or few hours, you feel you are so fulfilled, nothing is wrong in the planet Earth. You will feel everything is going the best way. If you had this glimpse, these moments in your life even once, you can be called as a spiritual seeker. Sometime, even while seeing the sunset, suddenly you feel the whole thing is settled in you. And you think, God, everything is beautiful. Things are happening. It's okay. Suddenly, some mood, you are silent, you are relaxed, you are filled with energy, and you see whatever is happening is auspicious. There is only two planes of existence. One, ends. They cannot make a statement without that but there ends. If you are using that word but or this, then you are a human being. There is another one kind of existence. Whatever happens, he is not bothered at all. In Gita, Krishna says, samaschitta. It does not mean he is not compassionate. Understand? A person who is balanced does not mean he is not compassionate or he doesn't suffer seeing the others struggle, others suffering. He tries only to remove others' suffering instead of he suffering with them. People ask me, Swamiji, if you are not disturbed by others' suffering, how can the world run? I tell you, no, you are understanding very wrongly. You are not supposed to start suffering by seeing others suffering. You are supposed to remove their suffering. If you also start suffering, what will happen? If you also start suffering, what will happen? Nothing will happen. You will add more suffering, that's all. Earlier we had 20 people suffering on the planet Earth, now 21 people are suffering, that's all. That is not the thing we need. One person came to me and asked, Swamiji, I have wealth, I feel the suffering of poverty, shall I share all my wealth and distribute to all the poor people? I told, if you do that, now we may have 20 poor people. After you do that, we will have 21 poor people. That's all. That is not the way. Understand? Do not try to bring you down to that poverty. Try to bring them up to that richness. There's a two different thing. Feeling imbalanced, getting disturbed is not directly going to help. It is not directly going to help. First thing, you need to feel completely overflowing. Whatever is happening is auspicious. In the auspicious energy, let there be one more auspicious wave to bring the people up. Can be the idea or can be the understanding. The person whose Kundalini is not awakened, whose Kundalini Shakti is not become alive, in Sanskrit we call Kundalini Jagrata, the higher consciousness awakening. If it has not happened in you, whatever is happening inside and outside you will be inauspicious. If that awakening happens, whatever is happening inside and outside you will be auspicious. I have seen human beings smiling at their death, at the point of death, at the moment of death. I have seen personally. For them, whatever is happening is auspicious. Sometimes people come and ask me, Swamiji, how to elongate the life, how to develop the body with which I can live for long years. I tell them, never do that mistake. Really, before developing the mind, do not develop the body to live long. Many times, people who developed only the body to live long, in the old age suffer without knowing what to do. Their body is not ready to die. They are sitting here feeling bored, lonely, and they don't know what to do. So much of suffering and pain, and not physical suffering or pain, the mental suffering and pain. They don't know what to do. There's a one-liner. There are a lot of studies and surveys say married people who are living with their spouse live long, but they want to die quickly. What to do? But what to do? Even though they want to die quickly, they can't. So don't get into that mess that you want to die, but you are not able to die. That is the worst thing. I always tell people, prepare your mind to live long before preparing your body. Add life to your years before adding years to your life. If you add life to your years, you know how long to live, and you know when to say bye. You can live and live peacefully and beautifully. But if you have just prepared only your body, I know the yogis, people who have worked only on the body, did not work on the mind, living such a dead life, waiting to die. I myself have seen some swamis in the young age, when they don't have anything else to do from morning till evening, they will be doing yoga, physical exercise, only physical exercise, no meditation, only physical exercise. And when you can bend your body in different postures and do a public show, it gives ego boosting. And people also watch like a circus. It becomes like a show. And people are so happy just with that ego boosting. I have seen them living a miserable life, end of their life. They want to die, but body is not ready to die. It's very strong. And it is going to live for next 20 more years. And just by remembering the 20 more years I am not going to die, they are depressed. What to do for next 20 more years? And how long you can be doing the same show? No. Any circus, not more than few days. Any circus, people will feel entertained only for few days. After that, buzz. It will be such a loneliness, such big boredom. People can't live. Understand? Sometime, even long life can become inauspicious. Sometime, even death can become auspicious. If your Kundalini is awakened, your higher potential energy is awakened, even your death will be auspicious. You will face it beautifully. Great master who lived in USA, in North America, Paramashivam Yogananda. He came to USA in 1960s and settled here. He is the first Indian enlightened master to make West as his home. And in his case, he just very clearly decided, and till the end, till the last moment, he was doing his routine, giving discourse, attending programs, and just declared to his disciples, it's time, relax, he relaxed. just relaxed. His body did not deteriorate for more than 20 days. There's a beautiful write-up about that in his autobiography. Of course, as an appendix, in his autobiography he can't write about his death, but as an appendix, they added a beautiful write-up about his death. If you find time, try to go through such beautiful experience. Even his death was auspicious for him.
Next question, or next doubt. What constitutes seed? This one line is enough. I can finish. I can speak till Shivaratri. I can speak till Shivaratri. Because this is the ultimate doubt. This is the ultimate doubt. She asks, Devi asks, what constitutes seed? All of you know you are Atman. Atman is your true nature. You are the ultimate energy. Whether you believe it or not, accept it or not, realize it or not, you are God. All of you know that. You have memorized it. Because again and again I repeat. But you know one more thing. You suffer. You have body, you have mind, you suffer. How and why, when the Atman becomes body mind? Atman became body mind. How, when, why the Atman became body mind? How? When? Come out with answers. When you choose, why did you choose? Why did memories and desires come? Because they say Atman itself is energy and enjoyment, bliss. Why did that get some other desire?
That is a doubt existence already.
How? That's what I'm asking you. How?
Because of not experiencing.
Atman is experiencing. How? You see, how you became this person. But why choice? What choice?
Because of your karma.
How the karma started? How the previous birth started? How the Purujanma Vasana started? How the desire started? How the Maya started? How the ignorance started?
Why did life start then, Swami?
But you are enlightened already. You were enlightened.
It's only a drama.
Swami, it goes back to when life started.
Why drama started?
He wanted
Who wanted?
God, Maya.
And you and Shiva is one and the same. Then how?
Swami, if he knew that,
How the illusion started? How the ignorance started?
Shiva is only playing there like this.
Why Shiva is playing?
He won't amuse himself.
Swamiji, that is the
He wants to amuse himself. So if you are Atman, you have all possible amusements. Why do you want some more amusements? Means you are bored. Then how can you say you are Atman? How can you say you are bliss? Then again the state which you are going to reach, you need some more amusement. Better carry some of your amusement things.
Swamiji, it goes back to why is there even physical life then?
That is what? Why? That's what I am asking.
To understand the Atman.
Why should you understand? You are Atman. Why should you understand Atman?
Experienced Atman.
You were Atman earlier. Why should you experience?
Consciousness enters you.
Why consciousness enters into you? Consciousness is supposed to be all pervading, omnipotent, omniscient, omnipresent.
It goes back to why there is individual consciousness and super consciousness.
That is what? Why there is individual consciousness and super consciousness? Huh? Huh?
No, it's not to you, Swami. If we know the answer, why we are sitting here, sir?
Why I wanted to become. Question is why I wanted to become. And I was enjoying the bliss.
If it were to be no, there would have been no difference here.
Energy needs action.
Energy needs action. New theory. Please don't create new philosophies. The next generation will start cursing you because they have to read one more philosophy. What you forgot? You scrambled there also. How will you forget if you are Atman? How will you forget if you are Atman? So you are basically Atman. But now you have suffering of body and mind. How you became body-mind?
How can we enjoy that? How can
Background I am just telling. As such, Atman has not become body, Atman has Atman.
Then why do you have suffering of body-mind?
Body, mind, undergoes the suffering, not Atman.
Okay, why do you suffer if you are supposed to be Atman?
I am not suffering. It's not I suffering.
Hmm.
It's my body, mind.
Alright, if you suffer, do you feel the suffering or not?
Yes, yes.
Do you feel it or not? Then how can you say I am not suffering?
Right now I am not as I am. Right now I am associated with the body, mind.
And that is what, how did you get associated?
you broke the link?
How did you break the link? How did you break the link? How the desires erupted?
Choice. God's will. And we forgot to go back.
First of all, if you are Atman, how will you have other choice? How will you be able to choose something other than Atman? Because in Atman only one thing exists, that is Atman.
Just a super conscious play.
Superconscious play means what?
God is
Superconscious is playing with whom?
with itself. Probably that's
Huh?
with itself.
With itself. How will you play with yourself?
See, you have the capacity, the energy and consciousness is there, which creates so much variety.
So you say energy and consciousness is two different things.
No, they are together. I mean, you can't have separately. They are together, and they create when they are together. And I think
How can they be together and not separate? The togetherness means there must be two.
Swami is like two sides of the same coin, Swami. Heads and tails is there.
But in kind there is a two side. In Atman there is no two side. It's only one, not even a side.
We
One.
are seeing it as two, for want of better word. Consciousness, energy are there, existing. Just existing like that is not great fun. It creates itself.
So you need some fun.
What will it do just lying like that, Swami?
Oh, you think that Atman means just lying like that?
Consciousness is there. Consciousness is there. What I'm saying is we're talking about right from the beginning, we're saying. We're not talking about
No,
now.
no, I am talking about the Big Bang black hole.
Okay.
Hmm.
It has to express itself, isn't it? Because it's so
It has to
full.
express means it is not fulfilled when it is there as it is. Am I right?
No, Swami, it is so full, it has to express itself. Otherwise, what? It is
When it
just
is
full.
so full, where else it will express? Where is the place for to express it?
Only you have to even answer. Why is universe created? Then
That is what I am asking.
In itself, Swami,
Huh?
it has to express itself in itself, Swami, in different dimensions. to
If
enjoy
there is a different
self.
dimension means, then it means the lower dimension, higher dimension.
Level, Swami.
So there is higher level and lower level.
There is
Are two different levels.
No, Swami, there is that Atma. Let's say
Mhm.
it's the everything.
Like
It's the
those-
whole thing.
That is why you are showing. What size the Atma?
It's filled with potentiality, Swami, which is not yet expressed.
Okay.
In that same space, whatever, in its own space, it expresses itself in all variety and beauty,
See,
Swami.
how can, if it can express in some more variety and some more beauty, how
We didn't
can
say
that be
more,
called as
Swami.
Atman?
We didn't say more.
Hmm.
It is not even expressing.
Even if it is expressing in a different variety and different beauty, how can that be called as Atman? Because Atman is an ultimate fulfillment. Which has nothing more, nothing else to happen. An ultimate fulfillment. That's what is Atman.
We have not experienced Atma. We have only the
You can't even
knowledge.
try it.
The Atma thing, body and mind. I am the body and mind. Combined mind. We have only got the knowledge now that I am the Atma, I am not the body and mind. But still we have not experienced that Atma as alone, without the body and mind. Still that experience has not yet come by you. I don't experience it. As alone without the body and mind.
So you know that now you are suffering with as body mind.
Yeah, suffering is
And you are supposed to be Atman. Hmm? So how did you become body mind?
to understand the Atma, I need something.
If you are Atman, you are self-understanding. Atma Deepo, Swayam Jyoti, Swayam Prakasa, Sutta Chaitanya.
But I was ignorant of it till the age of 54. Only now I understood I am the Atma.
You see, it means till the 54, you started thinking you are body mind. Now you know, even before the age of 54, you are only Atman. Hmm? How did that Atman become body mind?
Swamiji, theoretical understanding.
Listen here.
In science,
Mhm.
energy is in a very high state,
Mhm.
and dissipation of energy takes place
Mhm.
by any means.
Mhm.
Then the crystallization takes place.
Mhm.
Like you can take a
That energy has got some place where it can dissipate
and dissipate.
or crystallize. But Atman has no gap,
It's a full energy,
full.
full energy.
Then where it will dissipate or where it will crystallize.
Or maybe it falls down in a potential level itself.
And if it is a potential level and the actual level, then there are two levels. There must be two Atman.
Same Atman, Swamiji, because it's not.
Same Atman. How can that have two
It
levels?
has got.
Then it is not Atman. Atman is supposed to be in the same.
But it has got
Eternal.
intelligence also.
No, intelligence, omnipotent, omnipresent, omniscient, everything should be permanent.
What is calling it dissipate energy? That is what is not known.
That is what I am asking. What constitutes a seed?
The dynamics, it changes.
If there is a dynamic change, how can that be called as ultimate?
Swamiji, it's like the chicken or egg question. Will the chicken come first or the egg come first? No, Swamiji.
Egg only. From egg, never chicken comes. Oh, chicken only comes. From egg actually. No, you see, listen here. Actually, from chicken never egg comes. From hen only egg comes. I just missed the word. From hen only egg comes. Chicken, from egg, chicken comes. From chicken never egg comes. From hen only egg comes.
Swamiji, the question what constitutes seeds is ours. You have to give reply, not ask question. Unnecessarily asking the question, Swamiji. You cannot ask that question. It's a doubt.
All right. Anybody else has got any answer?
Did Shiva do all this to her before giving an answer, Swami?
No, but she was already Devi. But I have to make you all Devi.
After becoming Devi, she asked this question, then what do we know, Swami? This is too much.
No, after because she was Devi, she asked this question. But you guys try to give answers because you think you are Shiva. If you really felt that you are Devi, the moment I put this question, you would have said, no, we don't know, please answer. You should be very clear that you don't know.
We don't know.
You tried.
No, Swami, because you asked. We don't know.
Even if I ask, you see, for example, a small thing. Now I ask you, in office, who are all sitting. You don't know. No. You don't know. But going and finding out is different. You should sit here and answer.
I don't know.
That is what you have told. Actually, I just wanted you to understand. This is the ultimate question which cannot be answered. This is the doubt which cannot be answered. Only experience can be given as a reply. This is the story. Now, we have many things to learn from this story. Who is Vishnu? Husband of Lakshmi. Wealth. Representative of wealth. And who is Brahma? Husband of Saraswati. Representative of knowledge, intellect. You should understand a basic truth. Neither by intellect nor by wealth you can achieve bliss. You can achieve God. Neither by intellect nor by wealth you can achieve God. You can't reach the ultimate neither through wealth nor through intellect. Second truth. If you try to achieve the bliss through wealth, at some point you will end up in success of depression and you will have a little bit of intelligence. There is a chance you may be saved. If you try to achieve the bliss through wealth, at some point after 50, once you get everything, whatever you want to have, you will face the success of depression. And there is a possibility for you to turn towards the God. There is a possibility for you to surrender. But if you work in the path of intellect, you will never be saved. If you go through the wealth, there is a chance of you falling into the success of depression. And you may turn, you may understand, I can't, I am done, enough. But when you go through the intellect, when you go through knowledge, not only you will not achieve, you will try to get some false witnesses to show, to prove you have achieved. The rituals are the false witnesses brought by the people who worked in the line of knowledge but who has not achieved the ultimate truth. Rituals are the Thalambus. They have not achieved, but they wanted to show to the society they have achieved. The false witnesses, the wrong techniques and wrong rituals. You see, when rightly done, ritual itself will become meditation. Every puja starts with dhyana. When wrongly done, meditation itself will become ritual. The wrong techniques, the wrong rituals are the Thalambus brought by the people who tried to achieve through the path of knowledge, intellect and did not achieve. The wrong philosophies are the Thalambus brought by the people who tried to achieve but did not achieve through the path of intellect. All these Shat Darshanas are the Thalambus brought down by different people. People who work through the intellect, not only they don't achieve, they do not want to agree, they have not achieved. They have not achieved. The third lesson, flying high is Rajas, going down is Tamas. neither tamas nor rajas can lead you to bliss, can lead you to God. Going up is rajas, going down is tamas. Neither tamas nor rajas can lead you to God. Brahma is the representative of logic, nyaya, a complete utter anyaya. Nyaya is the total anyaya. If you are the people who are caught in the Manipura, they gave nyaya as the solution, logic as the solution. They say, if you are a great dargi, if you can conquer anybody, you know the solution. Conquering is the solution. That is why goes on changing time to time, and place to place, and darga has no end. Darga has no darga. Darga is the nyaya. Dark, the logic, debates has no end. Actually, let me narrate what is nyaya. Only then you will understand. I should give a simple basic introduction about all the philosophy. Only then you will understand how great Shiva is, how honest Shiva is. Unless I remove all the other things, all the other bushes, I will not be able to plant this kalpa vriksha in your heart. So now I am removing all the other bushes which exist in your mind in the name of Shastras, so that I can plant this tantra in your heart. I am trying to show how Shiva has done a wonderful job by delivering this great tantra, which is the gist of the essence of the whole spiritual philosophies. This is the book of books, unabridged dictionary of world philosophies and spirituality. Sutra of Sutras. What is Nyaya, The people of Nyaya, how somebody is declared as a Pandit in Nyaya, you will sit and start speaking. You will decide what question the other guy should ask. You will make him ask the question which you wanted. That is the way you will design your lecture. That is the way you should design your lecture. And the moment he puts the question, again you will answer. And in your answer itself, you will give it in such a way, you should know what question he will ask. And again you will answer such a way, from that answer only you must be able to ask the next question. If you can manage the opposite person in the same way, 7 questions if you can make him ask as you wanted, you are a Darga Pandit. You are a Nyaya Pandit. Understand this, you should start speaking, you should speak in such a way, the guy should ask only the question which you wanted him to ask. And you will answer to that question in such a way, the next question also will be decided by you. Same way, you must be able to decide next 7 questions. What he is going to ask. You should write down all the 7 questions and give it in a leaf before the argument starts. And you should know how to direct the whole argument. Just same way, you should ask the 7 questions. Before the argument starts, you should write all the 7 questions and keep it here, separately. And start. An argument should go only with the 7 questions, one by one. Then you are a Darga Pandit. You are a Nyaya Pandit.
But why 7?
Let me now come to that. 7 questions you must be able to guide him. How? Let me tell you. Now there is a beautiful book has come out. There is a beautiful book, Movies of Bollywood and Movies of Hollywood. 2 books. Because of the Movies of Hollywood book has come, the Movies of Bollywood has come. Any of you have seen that book? A beautiful pictorial book about these movies of Hollywood first came. Then these guys are copied and Movies of Bollywood, one book has come. In that book of that Movies of Hollywood, the introduction is written beautifully. They give a gist of the whole cinema history. In that, they give an amazing, shocking truth. Throughout the world, exist only 7 types of cinema stories. Only 7 types of cinema stories. All cinema stories written ever on the planet Earth, what is written and getting written or yet to be written, can be classified under the 7 category. There is no more stories, cine stories, than the 7 stories. You will be shocked. And not only that, then next they give the gist thread line of that 7 story line. The 7 stories. You will be shocked. The 7 chakra emotions. 7 chakra emotions. Human mind can think only based on the 7 emotion. One small experiment. 21 minutes, just sit and speak out whatever you think. Just go on, speak out whatever you think and record it. After 21 minutes, just transcribe that and see. In 21 minutes, completely, you have had at least once the 7 thoughts related to these emotions. In every 21 minutes, at least once you fall in the 7 emotions, at least one thought will come which is related to the 7 emotions. Every 21 minutes you undergo a complete cycle. 3, 3, 3, 3, 3.
Except when in sleep.
Even no, in sleep you don't have thoughts, that is different. Now, every 21 minutes of waking moments, you get thoughts related to sex, thoughts related to fear, thoughts related to worry, thoughts related to love, attention need, thoughts related to comparison, thoughts related to your ego, superiority, thoughts related to discontentment.
What is
3 minutes and 21 minutes. In every 21 minutes, you undergo this cycle. You will have thoughts related to the 7 emotions. And I was shocked when I read that book, the Movies of Hollywood. The 7 emotions, they say all the stories ever written on the planet Earth come only under the 7 category. And I can be sure they never read 7 chakra philosophy. They never read 7 chakra philosophy. And when it is classified and the main thread of each category is given, it exactly corresponds to each chakra emotion. Now, learn the secret. Any man can think only on the 7 emotions, related to 7 emotions. Now when you start speaking about some particular subject, for example, you start speaking about food, you should speak in such a way all the other 6 planes In other 6 planes, you should answer. In one plane, you should not answer, leave it open. When whatever subject you speak, listen here carefully, whatever subject you speak, in that subject, in the 7 emotion, speak about the 6 emotions, leave one empty. So naturally you can't put any other question except that emotion, that subject. Speak in such a way, Muladhara on food, that you should answer. Swadhisthana on food, you should answer. Manipura on food, you should answer. Anagata on food, you should answer. Anya on food, you should answer. Sahasrara on food, you should answer. Vishuddhi on food, leave it. He cannot ask any other question except that. Even unconsciously, he cannot ask any other question except that. Even though you may not know how your mind works, this is the way your mind works. Tak, 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 7 jump. 7 jump only you are continuously doing. If all 6 jumps are answered, you are cornered in 1 jump. What question you will ask? Only related to that jump. So naturally now I know what question you will ask. When I know the question, simply I know the answer. Simply I know the answer. Basic secret. How to make the other person to ask the question which you wanted him to ask. This is the way your mind works. Whether you know it or not, this is the way your mind works.
7 times Swamiji, always 7 topics.
In anything you will relate with this 7 only. Whether it is this camera, first you will have a thought, desire, let me possess this camera. Then fear, I may not have it. If I take it away, somebody else may catch me. Then worry, how will I maintain? Then attention, how can I use this? How can I have this more? What will it do for me? What will it do for me? Vishuddhi. People have got much bigger cameras, what to do? People have got much bigger facilities, what to do? I will be having only this. Even if I have this, something will be lacking. Some comparison. Then Anya, how can I prove myself through this? You will start fantasizing as if you are hanging this in your back and do it in the Ooty gardens, or as if you are videographing your whole family incidents. So somewhere, how you can prove yourself through this. Then end discontentment. Even if it comes, I cannot be totally contented. Only the limitations. It can do only this much. If there is a small cell phone also attached with this, it will be really great. There is no cell phone attached to this camera. I should see the cell phone attached camera. Only these 7 link of thoughts can happen to you. Anything. With anything, only these 7 link. Again, tadak, 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 with anything. Anything you see, the 7 link only. In the 7 link only somewhere you will touch. Nowhere else. Your thoughts cannot go anywhere else. Now I give you the secrets of your mind. How your mind works. If you can just understand this one secret, you can manage anybody by speaking. I am giving you the basic secrets of logic. Nobody can win you by talking. But the problem is, you will become egoistic. That danger is there. You will become egoistic. That is why there are few keys still retained. There are few keys still retained. Simply understand this one thing. With anything you see, your thoughts will jump only in these 7 layers. Only in these 7 layers. Someone related to someone, layer. When you speak to somebody, if you can black all the 6, leaving only 1, now you know from which level you will be putting that question. He is cornered. He can ask only question from that level. When you answer that question, you should black all the other 6 chakras. For example, you will allow him to ask Vishuddhi question. When you answer black such a way, now you leave only Muladhara. He will answer only, he will put the question of only Muladhara. When you answer the Muladhara, black in such a way, you leave only Manipuraga. He will put only the questions related to Manipuraga. So the same way you can play with him in 7 chakras, in the 7 steps. That is why if you can play with anybody through the 7 questions, if you can manage him to ask 7 continuous questions as you wanted, you have mastered the Darga, you have mastered the Nyaya, you have mastered your Manipuraga.
Quite tremendous intelligence. Continuously doing it real time.
It's not a big job. Actually, it's not a big job. It's just little bit of clarity. Studying the human beings carefully. Just for 10 days, if you continuously talk to human beings with this awareness, with this background, just 10 days, if you speak to anybody, whomsoever you talk to them, just speak with this awareness background. This guy is going to relate only from this 7. Which chakra is hitting? Which chakra is hitting? Answer and black him in all other chakras. When you answer and leave him in only one plane. And one more technique, one more important secret. Normally people never move more than anartha. A middle class man, a working category people, a laborer, or a normal guy never thinks more than anartha. So now you have only 4. You don't even have to bother about other 3. That's for very intelligent guys. Normal common mass lives only below this 4.
So most difficult to handle is the ego guys.
No. That is different, but very limited people are egoistic.
They are the most difficult to handle.
There are other people are unaware only. But you will not come across egoistic people much in your life. If you can play this just for a few days with awareness, the moment guy starts talking, anybody starts talking to you, you know he is attacking with chakra. And you can simply black him. You can corner him. Over. A man who can guide the opposite person who is arguing with him for continuous 7 questions is he is only called as Nyaya Pandit. Nyaya Pandit. The 7 emotional play. 7 play. The play of 7 type of thoughts. Anything, you can be sure of this. I told camera just now. Anything when you see, this is what starts. This is what starts happening. You relate in some one way. Just black in that way and twisting. Black all the other things. Leave only one gap. Naturally we will put only the question related to that opening. That opening. The people who are caught in Manipuraga, they gave Nyaya as a solution. Next, people who are caught in Anahata. Any question?
This technique we can declare it as a Nithyananda Sutra.
Nithyananda?
Sutra.
Can you do one more example?
Tell me anything. I'll connect with that. Anything you tell me, I'll connect with that. Education. The moment you hear the word education, you start thinking, how much I have studied. I could have added a little more education. Desire. And all the responsibilities related to education, fear. You have to study, you have to give up so many things. You cannot simply have education. You need to sacrifice many things. The responsibility, fear. Then immediately next you start worrying how much I have to work. So many things. It's not possible. Worrying. Some worries related to it. Or what I can get from education. What I can get from education. What is there for me? That's what is attention. What I can get from that. What I can get from that? Attention need. The next Vishuddhi, comparison, this and that. Then Anya, ego. How I can prove myself as a great person by that education. Utility. What I can get from is different. How I can prove is different. I can show as a big person by that education. When you are caught in Anya, you are ready even to go for a certificate without education. Because you want only yourself to be proved. So if you just have a doctor certificate without doctor education, you will be ready. But with Anagata, you will not be ready for that. What it can contribute to me? What is the utility for me? You will stand only in that point. But in Anya, you will be ready to go for duplicate certificate also. If it can prove you, that's enough. Nothing more is necessary. In Sahasrara, discontentment. What will I do? How much I can achieve? What is this? Anything. In this 7 only you will start. In this 7 only you will start. If you continue to contemplate, you will undergo all these 7. Here Shiva, the ultimate enlightened master, never answered this question. He never answers this question. Just gives the technique for you to experience. Just he gives a technique for you to experience. Yesterday I had fight with Amma. She was asking me that I told her once that you are my mother in someone's Janma. Now she is demanding, which Janma? I said someone Janma. She asked me, are you enlightened at that Janma or not? I said yes, I was enlightened. Then you say, if you are supposed to be enlightened, you say that once you became enlightened, all your forefathers, mother, father, they are liberated. 7 generations up and 7 generations down. Then why I have not become enlightened? Why I have not been liberated? You have not done your homework properly. And I said, no. That time I was not enlightened. After enlightenment, I came to know I was enlightened even at that time. She says, no, you are giving reasons. Now come out. Give me the clear reason. Clear logical answer. If I was your mother, if you are enlightened that time, then why you didn't liberate me? Why I have to come down once more? I said, no, that time I was not enlightened. Only when I became enlightened now, I know I was enlightened in the past, present and the future. Can you understand this concept?
No, sir.
That is what fight was going on yesterday. The question remains as question. Unless you experience, the question will remain as question. Because for you the past, present and future exists. For me the past, present and future does not exist. It has just fused.
No, but the question is why it didn't exist for me also? But it existed for me only.
Because you think it exists. Because you think it exists, it exists.
It is like a time shaft.
Same.
0 point.
The moment you are relaxed with time shaft, the present moment, you have no past and future. And naturally when there is no past and future, how can you use the word present?
That means she can also be like you.
Yes. The moment you create past and future, present happens. Present, past, present and future. Unless you experience the zone in which the past, present and future does not exist, you will never be able to understand there is a zone called past, present and the future does not exist. For example, can you explain the ASP experience to a person who has not done? how much you try, what will you say finally? We all danced. Only you will give wrong idea. You will only misrepresent me. You will only give a wrong idea. Can you say anything else? This small ordinary experience you say, unless you experience, you can't understand. How can I say such a huge experience? How can I reply this question? This question can never be intellectually replied.
Swami, nearest thing.
You can only give a technique so that you will also experience and start speaking the same way as I am speaking now.
Nearest thing in physics is when you are traveling in the velocity of light, time comes to stand still.
No, time.
Actually, when you reach the intensity of velocity of light, time actually stands still. It freezes. It freezes. Traveling in the speed of light means you reach beyond visualization. All your visualization is light. You visualize only with different lights. High beam light, white, low beam light, black. Only the colors are nothing but the play of lights, frequency of lights. So when you reach the state beyond visualization, means no mind state, you don't have time. That is what I say. Manoatita, Kalaatita. Okay. When you go beyond mind, when you go beyond time. Manoatita, Kalaatita. Anyhow, now understand this question. What constitutes seed? What constitutes seed? Actually, if I explain this one concept, all the Shat Darshanas you will understand in this one question. Shat Darshana. Patanjala, Sankhya, Sankhya and Patanjala, Nyaya and Vaiseshika, Purvamimamsa and Uttaramimamsa. 6 philosophies are there in India, the major philosophies. All the 6 philosophies you will be able to understand if you understand this one question. People have tried to answer this same question from 6 level, 6 chakras again. The 7th guy, the Sahasrara, he gave experience, never answered, never opened the mouth. The 6 guys who are established in 6th level, they try to give 6 different explanations.
This will take care of Western philosophy also.
Yes, no, all Western philosophies are byproducts of this 6, nothing else. Now let me come out. What constitutes seed? What is the Karana for everything? The first level, the people who are caught in the Muladhara, they try to answer. Their answer is what is Karmaganda. Do Homa, Yajna, ritual, you will get. Established in desire, Kama, Muladhara. What is their solution? Pour ghee in the Homa, pay the gods, you will get the benefit, rewards. Karmaganda, Kama, satisfying your desires, Karmaganda. Do this Homa, you will have a heaven there. Do this. The people who are caught in the Muladhara, when they try to answer this question, they put karma as a karana for the whole jagat. Karma as a karana for the whole jagat. That is why it is called Karmaganda. If you have a little bit of this background of these philosophies, you will enjoy this whole session. Because I am bringing the whole gist into a line. People who are oriented on the Muladhara level, caught in the Muladhara, they say karma is ultimate. Do this Homa, you will get that. Do this, you will get that. Karmaganda. Purvamimamsa, that is what is called Purvamimamsa. Karmagandis. They say heaven is ultimate. To reach the heaven, Karana for heaven is Homa, over. Their answer. Then next, Swadhisthana guys. Fear. They gave the answer, Vedanta, Uttaramimamsa. That is why the Kathopanishad is from Vedanta. Swadhisthana meditation is from Vedanta. Kathopanishad is from Vedanta. Swadhisthana meditation is from Vedanta. People who are caught in the Swadhisthana chakra, their answer for this question, what constitutes seed, is fear. Vedantins. That's why they delivered Upanishads, to go beyond the fear. To go beyond the fear. That is why our Vedantic meditation is from, our Swadhisthana meditation is from Vedanta. Next, people who are caught in the Manipuraga. They came out with a philosophy called Nyaya. Tailadhara Patra, Patradhara Taila, logic. Actually, your logic originates from Manipuraga only. From Manipuraga only your logic originates. Your words come out only from Manipuraga. Darka Shastra. They say words are the reason. Words are the karana. That is why Bible says, from sound the whole universe came out. Om iti Brahma, Om ityekaksharam Brahma. Nyaya. For them the ultimate is word. Nyais. The ultimate is word. They say from the word, whole world came out. People who are centered in Manipuraga. They are the worshippers of Brahma. That is why Brahma is always depicted as a person who came out of Navi of Vishnu. From Vishnu's Manipuraga. Vishnu means what exists. Sarvam Vishnumayam Jagat means, Vishnu means what? What is Vishnu. So from the navel of the universe came Brahma. Logic. That is why Brahma is never respected in our philosophy.
Worshipped anywhere.
He is never worshipped. Brahma means what? Logic. Saraswati. Who is Saraswati herself is sitting in his tongue. Logic from Manipuraga. The persons who are established in Manipuraga, they try to give answer for this question. What constitutes the seed? Their answer is logic. Logic is everything. Nyaya. Nyaya is everything. And if you learn little bit of Nyaya, you will have so much of ego. You will have so much of ego. That is why Brahma is always described as the embodiment of ego in our Puranas. Brahma is always described as an embodiment of ego in all Puranas. There is a beautiful story. Once Shiva appeared as a light pillar. Brahma and Vishnu started fighting. You are big or I am big. Shiva appeared as a light pillar, Deepastamba, Arunachala, and told, any of you try to find out either my feet or my head. Then you are the great person. Both of them have decided to search. Vishnu, he became a pig, Varaha, and started the digging the earth. Digging, went on digging. Brahma, he became a Hamsa and started flying, went on flying. After thousands and thousands of years, when Vishnu was totally tired, when he felt, no, enough, I am done, he decided, I think now it is time, I should surrender. He just took out one bell and tied near the feet of Shiva and came out. That bell is still there. All Shiva statue, you can see the bell will be here. In this place. Means what? Only till that place Vishnu is going to travel. Vishnu was able to travel. Not more than that. This guy who flied, he saw in between suddenly one tarambu. Tarambu means what in English you say? One flower. Anyhow, tarambu. One flower. He saw the flower in control of the flower and asked, "Where are you from?" The flower said, "No, some devotee offered me to Shiva. And Shiva, instead of putting me in his hair, he put me in his ears. So I have suddenly fallen. From his ears, still I am coming down. I am traveling. I have not yet reached the ground." Brahma asked, "How long you are traveling?" "Oh, how long? Just 4 age of Brahmas I am traveling." The guy got totally frightened. Chatur Brahma Yuga. One age of Brahma is one Brahma Yuga. Chatur Brahma Yuga. The fellow got totally shaken. Even if I travel Chatur Brahma Yuga, I can reach only the ears, not the jata. So this guy asked the Tarambu, "Will you do a small favor for me?" Tarambu said, What do you want?" "I'll tell Shiva that I have seen his head and you just be the witness." But this guy thought, after all, I am falling. What is there? Let us be a witness. When a disciple tries to help another one disciple against a master, he does the same thing. When you try to help another one disciple against me, when a disciple does a mistake, and if you think, let me not show this to master, let me not tell this to him, let me support him, out of your compassion, if you do the same mistake. What this Tarambu has done, out of compassion. Tarambu has no income. Tarambu has nothing to gain by witnessing the Brahma. But what Tarambu thought, poor guy, he has to suffer after all, I can help him. The moment you think this way towards another one disciple, what happens? You do the same mistake. This guy was feeling a little compassionate. He said, "All right, I will be a witness." Then both of them came down. Brahma said, "I have seen, this is the witness." As if Shiva doesn't know. From his ears only this guy is falling. But he forgets that Shiva knows everything. Shiva knows everything. Because he is falling for a long time, he forgot. He lost touch with Shiva. He didn't remember. Then what happened, Shiva cursed Brahma, "You will not have temples." And he cursed the Talambu, "You will never be used for my worship." When you try to give your compassion to another one disciple against me, you will also have the same trouble. You will also have this same trouble. Even in the name of compassion, don't cross the rules of master. The discipline of master. Words of master.
We say Shiva, God of death, is called as auspicious. He is Lord of destruction. Among our Trinity, in Hinduism we have a Holy Trinity. Person who creates, person who maintains, and person who destroys. Person who destroys is called auspicious. His name is causeless auspiciousness. He is the destroyer, but his name is causeless auspiciousness, Shiva. Shiva means in Sanskrit causeless auspiciousness. And you will be surprised to know some more details. In Sanskrit, the word for destruction, literally if you translate, it is not destruction. It is, the word means samhara. That is the word we use. That word means rejuvenation, creating place for new things happening. Understand? Wrongly we translate the word samhara as a destruction. The exact that Sanskrit word means creating new space for new things to happen. Rejuvenation. Even destruction can be looked from different dimension. Even destruction can be looked from different dimension. Rejuvenating or creating new space for better things to happen. Even the disease which happens to your body just creates a new space so that you can start having new body. You can get ready to live a new life. You can just restart the whole thing. So actually, restarting the whole thing can heal many of your wounds. There are some wounds which can't be healed just by going to sleep and coming back. There are some wounds which can be healed by falling asleep and coming back. You will forget. There are some wounds which can't be healed by falling asleep and coming back. At that point only you decide, let me restart the whole thing. Let me just refresh. Then you allow the body to have some disease so that the rejuvenation process can start. You can drop this body and take a new body and start new life, the new way of thinking, new way of living, new way of expressing. According to the Vedic tradition, no experience goes waste. Every moment when you move from one moment to next moment, you are expanding, you are growing, you are learning. If you look from this angle, even your death is auspicious because you are going to next step, you are going to further. Only if you are not clear about the next step, you will feel the fear of death. It is not even fear of death, it is fear of unknown. Fear of unknown. Mahadeva, Shiva, is considered as Lord of destruction, not just because he destroys, he creates space for rejuvenation. He creates space for new things to happen, creativity. If you see the traditional Vedic temples, behind every deity there will be an arch. There will be two lion faces at the bottom, one big lion face in the top. That arch has got a very important significance. The Lord of creation is one side, past. Lord of maintenance is the other side, future. Understand? Maintenance is not something to do about present. It is always something to do about future. Maintenance has nothing to do with present. You maintain for future. So the Lord of maintenance is Vishnu, is for future. You create wealth, you save wealth for future. For future. That is why the Vishnu, the Lord of wealth, he represents future. And the Lord of destruction, or I can say rejuvenation, he represents present. Future, you can see in that arch, it will be beautiful. From the past and the future, The time shaft will go from the past mouth, get into the present mouth and become past. The future becoming past is present. Understand? Future becoming past is present. Present moment means where the future is slowly becoming past. In that arch you can see beautifully. One side, the past, Brahma, creator. He has done his job. The other side, future, Vishnu, wealth, maintainer. And the top, present moment, rejuvenator, the person who rejuvenates. He is swallowing the future and making it into a past. He is the possibility of rejuvenation. Present moment is the possibility of rejuvenation. If you are in the present moment, you will experience overflowing energy in the body. You will feel whatever is happening is auspicious. If you are caught with Brahma or Vishnu, you will not feel whatever is happening is auspicious. If you are caught in Shiva, if you are centered in the center, present moment, where future is disappearing into present and becoming past. If you see that arch, you will understand. The past, from the past mouth, time is entering into the present's mouth and coming out to the future's mouth. The beautiful description. The future slowly becoming past. If you are in the present moment, in this moment, you will become like Shiva, who is rejuvenator, who is constantly creating space for new things to happen. You will be fearless the moment you are fearless about the things happening. You will feel everything happening around you is causeless auspiciousness. As long as you are caught in future, you will feel insecure, fear. If you are caught in the past, you will feel things are inauspicious. Life is dull, dead. If you are in the present, one more thing, if you are in the present, you will see very clearly the future which is coming in inside you and becoming past leaves so much energy in you. Every moment you are just overflowing with energy. If you are caught by future, you are in fantasies, means castles in the air, no energy. If you are caught in the past, you are just a stone, a rock which can't be moved, dead, no energy. If you are caught in the future, air. If you are caught in the past, dead rock. If you are caught in the present, if you are centered in the present, you will be a flowing river, water. You will be just a flowing river. You will be just a flowing energy. Whoever is in the present moment, just swallowing the future and making it as a past consciously, will be overflowing, bubbling with energy. The Mahadeva, Shiva, who represents the rejuvenation process, are creating space for new things to happen. He is causeless auspiciousness. If you are centered in the present moment, you will be beyond fear, your Kundalini will be awakened, you will be radiating the causeless auspiciousness. The person who achieved that state, who is centered in the present, only he is worshipped. That is why in Vedic temples, behind every deity that arch will be there. Means he is in the present. You also be in the present. You also be like him. That is what is told. Symbolically, that is what is told to you. Be like him. Be in the costless auspiciousness. Be a rejuvenator. In your mind you can see. You can decide whether you want to be a creator, means stuck in the past, Brahma. Whether you want to be in the past, means constantly brooding about the past, thinking that in that way things could have happened, this way it should have happened, I think I should have decided that, I think I should have done that, I think I should have done this. After a few years of marriage, always you think, I think. So getting married is like going to a restaurant and ordering what you want. After a few minutes, when you see what your friends are having, thinking that you should have ordered what they are having. It's the same thing. Always you feel, when you see what others are having, you feel, I should have ordered that. Constantly brooding over about the past, or constantly thinking about the future. Both are not going to make you rich or energetic. If you just stay in the present, so much of energy, you can see very clearly how you are just swallowing the future and making it as a past. You are just there. Through you, the past moves and the future moves and becomes past. And you are there like a hollow bamboo, untouched by time. When you are in the present moment, letting future pass through you and becoming past, untouched by time, you are Kalagala, Lord of death, beyond death. You can't die. You conquer death. Conquering death, a simple technique. Just be in the present, allow the time to flow through you. Allow the time to penetrate you. Allow the time to do its own activity through you. Do not bother. When the future comes inside you, don't be greedy, just don't catch it. Let it pass through you. Let it become past. Let it have its own course. Just be in the present. You will see you are living in eternity. What do I mean by the word eternity? Eternity means past, present, future, all three put together. That is what is called eternity. If you want to touch the eternity, the only way is being in the present moment. You can't touch the time shaft in the past or in the future. You can't, because both do not exist. If you want to touch the time shaft, catch the eternity, the only moment is this moment, present moment. If you touch this moment, you can catch the eternity. You are connected to eternity. When I say eternal bliss, I am not saying you to bother about your future bliss or the past bliss. No. Just be blissful in this moment. You will be eternally blissful, because the past or the future is going to come to you as this moment. If you can manage to be blissful at this moment, you will be eternally blissful. That's all. Letting future to penetrate you and become past is what I call being Shiva. Being in that great auspicious energy. If you have enough energy, only then you can let future or past into your being without getting disturbed by them. Your being centered in the present should be so strong, neither your past nor your future will be able to imbalance you. Neither your past nor your future will be able to pull you out this side or that side. You will be just totally centered, relaxed, completely overflowing. Awakening of the Kundalini, awakening of the potential energy in you will take you to a different plane of consciousness. Here Shiva is giving us the technique, a beautiful technique to achieve the same state of Kala, Shiva. The sutra says, Bhave Shivaha, means let you achieve the state of Shiva. These sutras, these aphorisms were delivered by Shiva 10,000 years ago. In those sutras, he says very clearly, through this method, by awakening the Kundalini, let you achieve the same consciousness of mind. Understand? He is not saying, let you all worship me. No. He is saying, let you be me. Let you be me. Worshipping him should be just an inspiration to become him. Should be just an inspiration to become him. It is only an inspiration to realize his consciousness, his space. Here Shiva is giving a very powerful technique to awaken the Kundalini Shakti. One request, do not try this technique in the home. It's a very powerful technique. It should be done only with the presence of an enlightened being, with the direct guidance of enlightened being, because it can straight away awaken your Kundalini. See, actually, even if you do it in the home, nothing wrong will happen. But you will not have that constant reassurance. Just because of your fear, you will create problem for you and the people who are around you. No spiritual experience can do anything bad to you. Understand? Sometimes people come and tell me, Swamiji, I have over energy, I am afraid. There is no such thing as over energy. Over energy will do only more good, that's all. And never bother about this over energy. This over energy is just a fear. They are afraid. That is why they call all this over energy, all this drama. There's a beautiful story. Once Ramakrishna asked Vivekananda, if you see the ocean of nectar, how will you drink? What will you do? Vivekananda says, I'll sit in one corner like a small bee and drink sip by sip. Ramakrishna says, fool, why? Why don't you just drop yourself into that? Why don't you fall into that ocean? Vivekananda says, no, I may die. Ramakrishna then says beautifully, fool, it's the ocean of nectar, immortality. How will you die in that? It is ocean of nectar. The moment you fall, drop yourself into that, even if little bit goes inside your mouth, you are already immortal. How can you die? You can't die by dropping yourself into the ocean of nectar. Same way, you can't have some negative things by over energy. Over energy can be only more positive and more good. How can that be anyway negative? No. It can only do more good to you, more positive things. But in the initial level, you may not be able to strongly feel this and be reassured. When you get some experience, you will start creating more trouble for you and others, and I will be receiving email. And just for that reason I am telling you, Don't do it in the house, otherwise this will not create any danger. It's a very powerful method of awakening the Kundalini using your whole body and the sound. Shiva is giving different kinds of techniques. Technique for the people who are more centered on their ears, who are musicians, artists, poets. He gives techniques for the people who are more centered on the eyes, painters, photographers. He gives technique for the people who are more centered on the tongue, people who constantly eat or like to cook different kind of food, who are taste oriented. And he gives techniques for people who are touch oriented, who wants constantly the touching pleasure, the lust. For all kinds of people he gives technique. He is not saying no to anybody. That is the beauty of Shiva. The greatness of Shiva, all ghosts, devils, demons, anybody comes, he says, yes, come on. He keeps all of them. He's a big yes to everybody. No to anybody. No. Big yes to all. A big acceptance. That's why in Sanskrit we call Shiva Bolenath. Bole means innocent. Innocent. And this word is used by the kids to tease others also. Hey Bole Baba. They say Bole Baba means innocent guy. Shiva is considered as innocent because he accepts everybody. He doesn't say no to anybody. He welcomes everybody and gives them the technique to transform them. He starts from where you are standing. He is not standing in the 10th floor and saying, jump, jump, come on. And you will try to pull your shoelace and fly. By pulling the laces, nobody flied and reached anywhere. He is not that kind of impractical person. He is a very practical, down-to-earth person. He is directly giving techniques to work from where you are. From where you are. Let us enter into the technique, then see how we can understand and practice it. Beautiful technique. Let me read the translation. Stopping ears by pressing and the rectum by contracting, enter the sound and experience Shiva. Understand, he is teaching a powerful method to bring your whole body to alive. He is asking you to contract the rectum and stop the ears. Means that he is directly asking you to work on the Muladhara chakra, the root center, and awaken all your centers. The root center is at the end of the spinal cord. End of the spinal cord, your base center, base chakra, Muladhara chakra is there. He is straight away giving a technique to awaken. The Kundalini Shakti is also there only. The Kundalini Shakti is in that Muladhara chakra. That is where the Kundalini Shakti is there. He is straight away asking you to awaken that center, to bring the Kundalini Shakti up. Very powerful technique. Before explaining the technique completely, let's understand few things about why he is asking us to contract the rectum and awaken. This is called Ashwini Mudra in Sanskrit. In Sanskrit we call this as Ashwini Mudra. Why he is asking us to do this technique and how it can awaken the Kundalini Shakti. Understand? Your fear is directly connected to your life energy. Whenever you are facing a survival threat, you will see your fear opening up. And the adrenaline release happening in your body. So much of energy, you just fly. Either you fight or flight. Either you face or run away. So much energy will be there in your body. The moment survival threat happens. One more thing, whenever you face that kind of a survival threat or the real fear, you can see you urinate. Because that Muladhara chakra or Swadhisthana chakra, that area completely gets shaken. Completely gets shaken. That is why you urinate. Understand? As long as your civilization is not touched, not penetrated, you will be able to control. At survival threat, all your conditioning and civilization will leave you. That is why you urinate wherever you are. Because the first work of civilization is teaching kids to control their urination and motion process. See, this is the first training we start on the kids. One important thing I want to tell you, in Vedic tradition, till the age of 7, kids are not trained for particular time urinating or going for motion. They are allowed and requested to live just like animals. Till the age of 7, kids are not supposed to be trained to go to urinate or use restroom particular time. They should be allowed to live just with the nature. The moment you teach kids to go to restroom or urinate at particular timings, he starts controlling. The first layer of conditioning starts. The first corruption, pollution on Swadhisthana chakra starts. Understand? If any of you can afford, try to keep till the age of 7 your kids as natural as possible. Sofa of your home can be changed. Swadhisthana of your child can't be changed. After 7, the body of the child is ready. Even if you teach to use the restroom at a particular time, it won't have conditioning. The body is more matured. So without getting conditioned, the child will be able to control and manage its timings. Till the age of 7, if you have kids, try not to control them. Try not to teach your so-called civilization acts. Just try. If they walk on all four, it's okay. Nothing wrong. You don't have to constantly teach them or punish them. You don't have to make them just like you. And you know what has happened to you. No. We all know. Let's be honest. We all know what has happened to us. So why should we make them also like us? No need. See, at the age of 7, the child will be given a thread in the hip. Only then he will be taught to use the restroom or urinate in particular timings. Till the age of 7, till the body feels settled, he should be allowed to live as himself. As long as you hold on to your conditioning, you won't urinate. But at the survival threat or very dangerous moments, your conditioning will disappear. You won't bother about your conditioning or all your prestige, society or anything. You will just fly. At that moment, when you are dropping your conditioning, naturally you are going back to nature and just urinate. You will see, when you urinate, you will see so much of new energy is flooded all over the body. You are ready to escape and save yourself. whenever tremendous energy flooded to your system, you will go beyond the conditionings of society, civilization. If you go beyond the conditioning of the civilization or the society, tremendous energy will be flooded into your system. Vice versa. Here Shiva is using the same base. He is not putting you into fear. He is trying to activate the same energy center to flood energy into your being, to awaken the Kundalini. Through fear, or through greed, or through meditation, your energy can be awakened. Through fear awakening, all of you know, survival instinct. Through greed awakening is lust. When you are filled with lust also, you won't bother about anything. Nothing will touch you. You will neither remember about your past, means guilt, nor remember about your future, fear of punishment. When you are filled with lust, again you are overflowing with energy. You will neither bother about your past nor bother about your future. When you are done with the act, both will attack you, both will take revenge on you. But at that moment itself, both will not have any space. You are disconnected, unclutched from the past and the future for few moments. Overflowing energy. Here, Shiva is neither using fear nor using greed to flood you with energy. He is using meditation. There are three methods through which you can flood your system with energy: fear, greed, meditation. The problem with flooding your system through fear and greed, it will tire your system. Here Shiva is giving us a powerful technique to awaken, flood your system with energy, neither through fear nor through greed. Because by fear or greed, if you flood your system with energy, you can flood, but soon your system will become tired. You can see, after a fear stroke, anxiety attack, you are tired. After a lust stroke, a sexual act, you are tired. Both can drain your energy, can make you insensitive, can make you dull. It can depress your system. But flooding your system through meditation technique, flooding your system with energy through meditation will only raise you to the higher and higher and higher levels. The technique which Shiva is giving now will lead you to the deeper depths, deeper levels of energy, experiencing consciousness by awakening your Kundalini. When you are having fear stroke or filled with lust, both moments you experience the same glimpse of Kundalini, but one glimpse and a wrong path. One glimpse and wrong path. Understand? Even the right decision taken for wrong reason is wrong. Right experience through wrong path is wrong. A small story, very nice story. 3 lunatic people, mad people, wanted to be liberated, wanted to be freed from the asylum. All 3 of them go to doctor and they say, "We are now okay, please free us. We want to go back and continue our life." Doctor says, "Tomorrow morning all of you come, I'll have a test, then we will decide." Next day morning, all 3 came. Doctor took all 3 of them to a swimming pool which was empty swimming pool, and he said, "Jump." First guy jumped and broke the legs. He called second guy, "Jump." Second guy jumped and broke the hands. He called third guy, jump. He said, no, I won't jump. I will not jump. Doctor said, yes, you are right. You can now go. You can go and continue your life. You are freed. Before the patient was leaving, when he was signing the papers and about to leave, doctor asked, why did you decide not to jump? The guy said, oh, I don't know swimming. Understand? Right decision, wrong reason. The decision was right, but wrong reason. Same way, right experience, wrong path is not right thing. Right experience through wrong method is also wrong. Right decision, wrong reason, also wrong. So, you experience same glimpse of Kundalini only when you are attacked by fear and greed. But one glimpse, and second thing, wrong method, which can tire your body, which can exhaust your system, through which the aging process will be quickened. If your system is flooded with energy through meditation, the aging process will not be quickened. And second thing, your mind also will be ready to live long. Not just the body. Not just the body. Your mind also will be ready to live long.
सदाशिवसमारम्भां शङ्कराचार्यमध्यमाम् अस्मदाचार्यपर्यन्तं वन्दे गुरुपरम्पराम्. I welcome you all with my love and respects. Today's subject is you are the source. Again and again, masters may use different words, but again and again they are pointing towards the same idea, same truth. Buddha was asked by a disciple, Bhagavan, you are speaking same thing for last 40 years, why? Buddha said, because you never heard. I have to speak the same thing for 40 years because you never heard. 112 meditation techniques, one truth. Only one truth. But in 112 ways Shiva is expressing, because he is giving techniques and methods for all kinds of human beings and all possible situations in their life. I can't imagine our civilization, the Vedic civilization has reached that peak, that high intelligence 10,000 years ago. See, only when you become affluent, sophisticated, you will have psychological problems. No, really. No, till you become affluent, luxurious, you won't have psychological problems because you don't have energy for all those things. You are not able to fulfill your basic survival problems like a physical need and food and shelter and all those things. You will have psychological problems only when you are really sophisticated. When all your other things are attended, you have too much of energy, too much of time,
and nothing much to do, then you create psychological problems and start finding solutions. This is the truth. If we have so much of solutions recorded 10,000 years ago, means we had these problems. It means they lived such a affluent, luxurious, comfortable, developed life. That's what we need to understand. Of course, one nice thing, they had enlightened beings to solve the problems, not like modern day. In the modern day, we are also affluent, luxurious, and have all the psychological problems. Unfortunately, very less number of enlightened masters, and very little tendency or attitude towards listening to the masters and developing ourselves. Somehow, the so-called psychiatrists and psychotherapists, they have started giving a very wrong idea that they themselves can give a complete solution. They can give a total solution. That is the basic problem. The mainstream has started believing that they can solve all the problems. If they can't solve, then there is no method to solve. That was the belief, that was the idea. Somehow the mainstream is settled with the so-called psychotherapy, psychoanalysts and the psychiatrists' helps. They are settled with that help. They forgot to look further. I always tell people, taking birth in India is such a big blessing because you are not under the hands of psychiatrists. No, if you fall in depression or if you face some problems, you will go only to some guru or a teacher or master. You don't have any other possibility. You will turn to Asta channel and you will see so many variety of teachers, masters, gurus. It is good even if you go to a guru who is not enlightened, then going to a psychiatrist or psychoanalyst. Because if you work with a master or a teacher who is not enlightened, even with him, he can't change the concepts. He may not be able to give you the energy or the initiation to awaken you, but he can't change the concepts. So slowly, the very concepts will lead you to the enlightened master. See, our masters are so intelligent. These guys have created the system which can be carried even by an unenlightened person, but the person who listens, he will get purified when he starts working on it. Whoever works on it, they will get purified. Even if a teacher is not enlightened, if you hear all these words and try to work on them, you will understand the truth that he is enlightened or not. And if you are very clear, you will at least start going towards a different direction, going towards other master, going towards somebody else. The teachings or the truths are so beautiful. And one more thing, somehow these basic rules like not changing the sutras, all have been embedded in our blood, in our consciousness. Even if somebody comes and starts teaching without becoming enlightened, they have their own ethics that they don't go to the level of changing the sutras. Somehow the sutra, these words are same for last 10,000 years. This has been taught from the beginning. If you understand, you tell your understanding. If you don't, at least tell the sutra as it is. No mantra is changed. Understand, our Rig Veda and our Upanishads are the most authentic books which has no interpretation, no alteration, no correction, no development. Those mantras are there as it is. Whenever somebody interprets, comments, it is called only as commentary, bhashya. There will be clear separation. This is original sutra, this is my bhashya, this is my commentary. Got saved because we don't have an organization to hide the original and release only the altered versions. We did not have one organization to represent God. God saved us. Now that is the ultimate good thing happened to the planet Earth. At least one living stream was left without one single organization to represent it. Because whenever one single organization represents, be very clear, corruption is bound to happen. Corrections are bound to happen. Here, thousands of people have studied and kept the original as it is. You can't change the original sutra. This technique is such a scientific, psychological technique. It gives solutions straight away for all the problems which modern day men face. All your sophisticated psychological disorders. In Indian villages, I don't see so many psychological disorders. All kinds of, I'm studying, getting new words, border personality. All these words I never heard. Let me be very honest. I promise that this is the truth. First time I heard the word depression only after coming to this country. No, really. I have not heard that word. Maybe because I don't know English, I didn't study English. But that word I heard only after coming to this country. Never heard of that word. I used to think, what is depression? What is there to get depressed? But when the society becomes sophisticated, affluent, depression is a luxury. You can have only when you have all other things. You can't have it when you don't have basic needs. You should have all basic needs. Only then you can have depression. Only then you will have enough time to create some worry, to think about it, to get depressed. There's a beautiful sutra in a Tamil literature. The book is called Tirumantram, means the sacred words, sacred mantras. In that he says, when you put your energy towards something which you think you can never achieve, you will not have the problems which is created by the stagnant energies. See, whenever you believe that this is your limit and all these other things you can't achieve, and you stop with that, be very clear, you will create all problems which will come by stagnation. Constantly working towards asadhya sadhaka, trying to work which you think you can never do it. Understand? Trying to work towards something which your mind can't believe you will be able to achieve is the way to awaken all your energies, all your possibilities. This technique gives almost solution for all problems. All the psychological problems which you are facing in your relationship or in anything, this technique will completely solve. One more thing, but the purpose of this technique is not just solving your psychological problems. Please understand, meditation is not just replacing some medication or some psychological solutions. It has got more sanctity associated with it. It is too sacred. It is too sacred. One utility of meditation is psychological solutions. It's one side effect. You having physical health or mental health is just one side effect of a meditation. That is not the main effect of meditation, or meditation is not just that. It is far, far more than just physical or mental solutions. This meditation, apart from solving the psychological problems, will straight away take you to the enlightenment. Because the day before yesterday's sutra and yesterday's sutra, so day before yesterday Shiva was teaching us to work on pain and suffering. Yesterday he was teaching us to work on love and joy. When you are in totally love with somebody or some object. Actually, I'll take few minutes to answer yesterday somebody's question. And it is related to today's subject also. See, the pain and suffering, love and joy, today Shiva is dealing with the situation when you get a mood against someone or for someone, how to use that situation and achieve enlightenment. Understand? You will have these situations more time than yesterday and day before yesterday's problems. He is taking us step by step to the deeper and deeper levels of our inner space. Every day he is analyzing different situations and giving us techniques. Today he is taking us further, deeper. How to work on you when a mood against someone or for someone arises in you. Let me just take few minutes to answer some of the questions which I had yesterday, Energy Darshan. During Energy Darshan, people were asking me some of the questions about the technique. I thought if I answer here, put it in record, it will be useful for future. It's a wonderful question. They asked me, when I said that when you are in love with somebody, you experience the other person as God, then when we are not in love with that person, he loses the divinity or what? Understand, nobody loses the divinity. You lose the ability to recognize the divinity. Yesterday I made an important statement. When you are in love with the master, he will not only you will feel he is God, and all miracles which you feel or expect should happen in the presence of God will happen in front of him, in his presence. You will see all those things happening. But when that love is lost, when you don't have that love, you won't see those miracles happening in his presence. You may be the same person and he will be the same person, but those miracles will not be happening. Somebody asked me, why? Then the master loses enlightenment or what? No. He doesn't lose. You lose the ability to recognize or connect with that enlightenment. And people ask me, are you God? I tell them it depends on you. It depends on you. I am constantly available, open. If you want to connect with me as a teacher, you can connect with me and carry the knowledge. If you want to connect with me the level of master, you can have initiation. See, only master can initiate, teacher can't initiate. Teacher can teach, master can initiate. If you connect with me the level of God or divine ultimate energy, you will carry the experience itself, not just initiation. How much your inner space is made available for me, that's all. See, if you relate just intellectually, you will carry the knowledge. If you relate with a little bit of emotion, little bit of love, you will carry the initiation. Means whatever I can't express through words also will go into you. Like the whole software will be sent, transmitted. If you are able to connect with a being deeply, you don't need initiation. The very experience will be transmitted. It depends on the person, to what level he connects, to what level he experiences. I always tell people, bhakti, or the feeling connected to the master, is such an ultimate thing. Never miss it if at all you got it in your life. Never miss it. It is too costly. It is too much to miss it. Do not, even if you miss your things in the outer world, it is okay. If you miss your ideas which you carry in the inner world, that is also okay. In English there is a proverb. If you lose wealth, nothing is lost. If you lose your health, something is lost. If you lose your character, everything is lost. I think even if you lose your character, nothing is lost. Only if you lose the connection with the master, everything is lost. That is such a deep thing, ultimate blessing. Never miss it if at all you got it. If you feel that constant feeling connected has happened in you, do not miss it at any cost. See, throw away any idea which comes in between you and him. Anything can be lost, but not this feeling connection. People come and tell me. Sometimes, even your ideas about morality can create gap. I have seen many people feeling the gap just because of this gold jewelry. Because traditionally, a sannyasi, a swami is not, usually they don't wear this. In those days, because when they wander, it is difficult to maintain. Naturally, you see, it's an unnecessary harassment. And people think, why is he wearing such big gold jewelry? The big problem is, I neither feel connected nor feel hatred. Somebody made it, it was looking really nice, I also enjoy, so I wear, that's all. I wore over. When the work is over, when I get down, first thing will be, I will remove it and put it aside. Very simple things. Your ideas about morality also may stand sometime in between. Anything can be lost, but not the connection with the master. Because if that one thing is kept alive, so many things can happen in you. So many things can happen. The possibility is available. The doors are open. The bridge is not burnt. Still the bridge is alive. If the feeling connected, if that is taken away, whatever you may try, nothing is going to work. I always tell people, by begging $1, $1, you will never become a billionaire. Have you seen anybody becoming billionaire just by begging $1? No. Same way, there is nobody who achieved enlightenment by meditating every day. Begging $1 is like meditating every day 10 minutes. And what will you achieve? If you want to become a billionaire, some billionaire should write a will in your name. That's the only possibility. Because by the time you beg $100 every day, you have to spend for survival. Same way, every day you meditate for half an hour, you have to spend that whole energy for the 24 hours. You can never become a billionaire by begging $1. You can never become enlightened just meditating 10 minutes, 20 minutes every day. Only if a billionaire writes a will, you will become billionaire. Same way, only a master writes will, the enlightenment is achieved. That is why so much of emphasis is put on the master's presence and the Guru Kripa in our traditions. Even though few people exploited those concepts, sitting in the chair, sitting in the seat without becoming enlightened, those concepts can't be rejected because that has helped too many people. Understand? Only one Ramakrishna became enlightened using that Kali Murti, 3 feet Kali Murti. And we spent crores of rupee creating the temple and maintaining the temple. But I always tell people, it is worthy. Your 1000 temple is worthy of one Ramakrishna. If there is a possibility for one Ramakrishna, means build thousands of temples. Nothing wrong. In India, that is why constantly every street will have a temple. Temples are getting erected, getting installed. Because even if one Ramakrishna happens, it's a big blessing. One Ramakrishna is worthy of 200 Kali temples. Nothing wrong. Nothing wrong. Millions of rupees, crores of hours of man-hour, everything is worthy. If one Ramakrishna can be produced, that is why all over the world I am also constantly building temples. People ask me, Swamiji, you teach only meditation, why are you building so many temples all over the world? So much of your energy is spent on temples. Because the so-called modern day gurus do not build temples. Building temple does not make much money. If you put your energy in some other field, you can make a lot of name and fame or money. But building temples does not directly. Business plan will not say yes for temples. People ask me, why do you put so much of energy in building so many temples? I tell them, you don't know the possibility. Somebody may feel connected. Somebody may fall in love with the deity. Somebody may feel connected. The possibility exists. See, when you don't feel connected, it's idol worship. If you feel connected, it's worship through idol, not idol worship. Worship through idol. The possibility exists. That is why constantly I am working on erecting as many temples as possible. Let the people be reminded again and again. Let the possibility be kept alive. Falling in tune with the master or falling in tune with some deity or God is the ultimate thing. Of course, you can work on the technique which you learnt yesterday, even if you fall in love with ordinary human being or a pet or any other object. You can work. Only one danger, when he wanted to practice his absence, he may not cooperate, but be prepared for that. But with an enlightened master, he will be constantly reminding you to work on his absence also. After a certain period, he knows how to clearly say, hey, now it is time, put your energy on you. Sometime you yourself will see, in the initial level when people come, I give so much of attention. After some time I tell them, hey, now it is time, you work on you, sit with you. Even in our meditation techniques, the ultimate meditation technique taught to them is unclutch from my form. I tell them, you will not be able to experience me if you think I am this 6 feet form. No. Cut. No. At one point, one more thing, it's not that you will be disconnected from me. You will be deeply connected to my true self. Understand? There are people who get disconnected and leave. That is different. I am not talking about that. Means they have a hatred. In love you will feel connected. In hatred you will feel disconnected. In devotion you will go beyond the connection and disconnection. You will just feel it, experience it. When I say go beyond the love, I don't say start hating or feel disconnected. No. I say let the love become devotion. You will feel that you and the master are not two different persons. You will just feel the very presence without the suffering of the absence. He will constantly remind you to turn towards you. He will not be binding you. See, whenever you start experiencing or feeling the presence of some person, putting so much of energy to create the feeling and the love and the presence, not only you will be dependent on him, by the time he also will become dependent on you. If somebody can maintain without him being dependent on you and you only dependent on him, he is an enlightened person. Enlightened person will never be dependent on you. So he doesn't have vested interest to keep you under his control, under his slavery. No. When time comes, when he sees that now you can turn towards yourself, when you have achieved the excluding the others, see, he will allow you to experience his presence only till you achieve the absence of others. He will see that your energy which is invested in so many ways, it's all completely centralized. Once he sees that centralizing work is over, immediately the next step itself he will tell you, now enough, start working on my absence. Work on your presence. Work on your presence. In the initial level, for enlightenment, you need master's presence. In the ultimate level, you need your presence. Master is a person, will not bind you. He will straight away direct you towards your presence. When you work on an object or a person who is not enlightened, only thing you need to understand, during the time you want to practice the absence, he may try to bind you. Don't bother to say no at that time. Just have that courage, that's all. But when you are working with the master, you won't have that problem. At the right time, simply will turn his whole energy towards you and tell you to be in his absence, work on yourself. Today Shiva is giving us a technique. When a mood against someone, for someone arises, do not place it on the person in question, but remain centered. This is such a powerful scientific psychological technique. Not only that, the possibility to practice this technique is more, because the situation which is described in this technique will happen in your life again and again. Yesterday and day before yesterday's techniques, those situations will not be happening again and again in your life. Rarely you go through so much of suffering or pain, and very rarely you go through so much of falling in love also. There's so much of suffering and pain you may go through few times in your life. And the same way, falling in love, maybe once. Rarely you may go through in your life. But this, when a mood against someone or for someone arises, this situation will happen in your life again and again. Every day you will be going through this mood. Every day you will be going through these situations. Mahadeva, because Mahadeva lives in a space where mind does not exist, he is able to create solution for all possible problems. He has given technique to solve all possible difficulties and disorders and problems. If man grows little more in conscious level, I personally feel human beings are growing not only in the size of the brain or the power to handle the informations, even consciously. Means we are getting more and more sophisticated bodies through which consciousness is able to express in much better way. See, when we were living in the monkey body also, the consciousness was same, but the body will not be able to express so many qualities of consciousness, the effects of consciousness. But with a little better body, the consciousness expression becomes more. If you see the 10 incarnations of Vishnu, first fish, second tortoise, third pig, Varaha, fourth half man and half animal, Narasimha, fifth small pygmy, the Vamana, sixth goes to Rama, then comes Krishna, means the growth. See, the person is same, but the body is more sophisticated to express the consciousness. I feel it is happening. So now, the possibility to understand Shiva Sutra is more because we have grown in consciousness. The achievements of Shiva, the expression of Shiva is so great. The future generation will appreciate, understand much better than us, because they will have more problems. They will have more problems. See, surely the future is going to face the problem of joblessness, because everything is going to be taken over by machines. And if you agree not to do any job, you will be paid. You will see that kind of situation happening. If you agree to keep quiet, you will be paid. Because now the machines have come which are creating much more sophisticated machines, which are not just reproducing themselves, they are reproducing and developing themselves. Machineries have come. Robots are taking over. All you need to do, Maybe inhale and exhale and eat food and digest. That's all, nothing else. You may not need to do anything else at all. Then you will have more problems. You will start having, so I have a big problem, doctor. What is the problem? I eat only with the right side, not left side. In those days people used to eat using both sides. No, that is what. But number of times I chew to the right side and left side I counted, it was always more in the right side. Now you don't have time to calculate all those things, so you don't have those problems. Soon you will have so much of time to calculate all these things, you will start having problem. See, depression is nothing but again and again thinking, I think I am having low mood. I think I am not doing all these things just like other kids. That is where the problem starts. That is where the problem starts. No. If you have more time to think constantly about you, you will have more problems. That's all. Nothing else. What you are taught, you start believing after some time. You may not believe it immediately, but you will start believing after some time. When you can't find any other solution, you will start thinking that this must be the solution. That is why I always tell people, better teach Ramayana and Mahabharata and spirituality to your kids in the young age, even though they are not ready to believe. Even if they are not ready to believe now, because when the blood is hot, you won't feel like believing other things. But when really you fall in depression, when really your logic is not able to find solution, you will start referring the things which are stored in your mind in the young age, and you will start thinking, I think that must be the solution. Teaching these great truths in the young age is much better than anything else. Instead of seeing all these nonsensical cartoons, let them see the great epics, great truths, because they will learn, see, through our Puranas, the idea of Hanuman, Garuda, all these traditional ideals, traditional figures, we taught so many great truths. Great ideas have been taught. It's not just they are cartoons. They represent a great ideology, great idea. So when they are not able to find solution, with their logic, they will refer to these solutions. Now let us come to the Shiva's teachings, Shiva's words. When a mood against someone or for someone arises, do not place it on the other person. Do not place it on the person in question, but remain centered. Understand? Whenever you feel the love or hatred, yesterday Shiva gave you a different technique. When you are in love with somebody, to work with that person. Now he is giving you the technique. When you are in having love or hatred, to work with yourself, because sometime you may be in love with that person, but he may not agree to work with you. Whenever you need to work with that person, he also need to cooperate. He may not cooperate, he may not agree. That object or that person may not cooperate, or you may not be able to reach that object or the person again and again. It may be away from you, it may be out of your reach due to so many reasons. So what to do? That kind of situations, Shiva is giving an alternative technique. I think he must have had some nagging disciples in front of him. No, I am telling you really, it is not just given to Devi. I don't think Devi would have put, because you see, only when you have the nagging disciples, you will start creating all alternative techniques. Only when you have somebody who is constantly creating more and more trouble, more and more questions, you will come out with solutions. I don't think Devi was nagging him, because throughout this discourse, she is not opening her mouth. First, she put one question, that's all. After that, she is completely in silence. I think she is completely lost in his beauty, in his grace. She is completely lost. She is just listening. Not even once she is interfering. And I can't imagine a woman sitting and listening and without interfering so long. See, 112 meditation techniques, not even once she is asking one question. And throughout this 112 techniques, not a single story or a joke. He is just giving techniques. And we can't think that she is really thinking of something else also. And let me tell you one more story. There is a story that Devi was lost in Shiva so much that some of those teachings were not recorded by, means she did not receive them as words, because she thought, already I am lost, what is there? Completely. Then the Munis who were sitting around the Shiva, they asked, whatever was received by Devi only, we got it from Devi. But there are some things which is lost, because Devi didn't record in her mind. What will happen to all those things? Oh Lord, why don't you speak all those things to us? Then Shiva says beautifully, whatever is needed for Kali, for this age, she remembered. And whatever is not necessary, those things she is not remembering, she did not record. She must have been lost. That is what would have happened. Otherwise, 112 techniques and she is not raising a single question. And no doubt. But he is constantly talking. Must be these rishis who are sitting there, they must be having lot of questions. Maybe Shiva is just scanning all their minds and constantly answering. Because every possible situation he is answering. See, in Gita you can understand, this Arjuna guy constantly putting again and again same questions. Really, if I get a disciple like Arjuna, I would have told him, you do the war or get lost, I am going, that's all. Boss, I am done with you. Relax. Either fight the war or go and do whatever you want. Because throughout that 700 sloka, and not only before giving Vishwarupa Darshana, even after giving Vishwarupa Darshana, he has to speak 7 chapters. Say Vishwarupa Darshana is too much, means he is straight away telling him, showing, proving him, Are, I am ultimate, I have come into this body. Then even after giving that experience, he has to convince, means that is too much. But here Devi is not asking any question. He is not, one more thing you need to understand, Devi is not even asking that I want to become enlightened. No. Devi is just asking, please tell me about your nature. Because she must have been wonderstruck. God, I am living around him so many years. Still, is something new for me. Understand? I think I can define enlightenment in that way. If you are living around him, even after living so much around him, if he is again and again new for you, you can't say that you know him. You can't say, you can't take him for granted. Then he is enlightened. She must be feeling that awe. She is only asking, please reveal your nature. Please tell me about your nature. She is not even asking Shiva to teach about enlightenment. No. She is not asking, please teach me how I will become enlightened. No. She asked, please reveal me your nature. Shiva is giving all these techniques. She did not even ask, I asked you only to reveal your nature, but you are giving techniques. No. She didn't have that much of time or logic left to question. Anyhow, we have got so many things, so many techniques because of her question. You may not be able to reach that object or the person again and again to work with. Even if you are love with that object or with that person, even if you are in love with that object or person, you may not be able to reach. Now Shiva is giving technique for that kind of situation. When a mood against someone or for someone arises in you, do not place it on the person in question, but remain centered. Don't try to express your anger. Here Shiva is first saying about the mood against someone, because when the mood arises against someone only, you are just rushing to vomit. Even the love, you say, tomorrow we can do, relax. When you want to give a present, a flower, you can wait. But when you want to fight or shout, you can't wait. The pressure is too much. When you want to yell, when you want to shout, you can't wait. Too much of pressure is there inside. When a mood arises for someone or against someone, do not express it on that person. Just turn it towards you. Means go to the source. Understand? Whether it is love or hatred, it is from you. If the possibility to get angry is there in you, only then the anger can be awakened. So that person towards whom you got the anger, you had the anger, maybe the other person, but the anger itself is yours. It is not that person's. So it is from you. The possibility to get angry exists in you, that is why you became angry. So turn towards the source of the anger instead of vomiting or expressing it on the person. Beautiful Taoist story. One great Taoist master, he describes how he became enlightened. He was having a small boat. One full moon day, night, he was just sitting on his boat and on a small lake, beautiful lake. He was sitting alone. Slowly he fell into the meditation. In a relaxed way, that boat was floating. He was completely relaxed, enjoying that silence deeply. Suddenly one boat came and hit his boat. He felt some boat is hit. He thought some guy has come and he is hitting. He became angry. See, because he was enjoying that silence, he was totally centered. The anger also came so much of anger. He thought he should just shout at that fellow. With so much of anger, he opened his eyes for disturbing his meditation, disturbing his silence. The moment he opened his eyes, he realized it was empty boat. Understand? Beautifully he describes. I saw the empty boat. There was nobody in it. The boat was just floating and it came and hit in the water. In the breeze it just floated, came and hit my boat. The moment I saw it was empty boat, the anger which came, there is nobody on whom I can express. I just turned it towards me. I became enlightened. Understand? There was nobody on which I can express the anger. Such a intense emotion. Understand? You can become really angry only if you meditate, not otherwise. A non-meditator can't even become angry. I tell you, it will be only half pseudo anger. See, you will be calculating before becoming angry. You will be calculating, should I vomit on him or not? You won't vomit your anger on your boss. See? You will not, because you don't have that courage. Only a meditator can become honestly angry. His anger will be very honest. He is a meditator. So honest anger. One more thing, this technique will work if your anger is honest, not calculated. When you see this guy is a small guy, he can't do anything, you get a pseudo anger. Means even though he has not done a big mistake, you just wanted to shout and see. Just wanted to feel your power. I have seen people just shout to feel the power. See what can I do? See what I can do? Just to show you can shout, you shout. Not the honest anger. This master, the Taoist master, the honest anger, and there was nobody to whom he can express. He just turned and he says, I reached the source, became enlightened. You can also catch a boat, find a full moon day, go to the Santa Fe Dam lake or any other lake. But the important thing, you need to be honestly angry. Your anger should be honest. When you turn towards the source, something happens in you. This technique can make miracles happen in your life. See, you can also visualize whenever somebody shouts at you, see empty boat in them, and they are empty, that is why they are shouting. If they are fulfilled, if they are filled, they won't be shouting. They won't be shouting. Because they are empty inside, they are shouting. Just see the empty boat is hitting your boat. Just see, the boat is empty. Suddenly you will see, please understand, I am not asking you to practice compassion, no. There are so many fools writing books about all this positive thinking, how to control anger, and all those nonsense. These how-to books are the greatest conspiracy against human beings. No, really. These guys, please never read a book which is written by an unenlightened person. Never read the so-called personality development books. They will create more problems for you. I tell you, because they are creating the software with which they are living, which is such a dangerous thing. Never receive ideas, read books of unenlightened person, never go for healing from an unenlightened person. When you go for this energy healings and all, never go to have from unenlightened person or the technology created by an unenlightened person. Because even in healing, you will receive the software with which he is living. So be careful about these mystery works. Be very careful about these mystical things. And never read the books written by unenlightened. These so-called, all these personality development nonsense. Here in US, all you need to do is just read some 6-7 books and create your own book. And if you just know the marketing technology, it will become bestseller. Now the other day we were talking with one publisher. He was telling me it is all just a marketing strategy, Swamiji, nothing else. Just a marketing strategy, nothing else. So just run away if you see some bestsellers. They may be bestsellers, but not best books. Do not create, already you have enough complications. And why do you want to buy some more? And that also paying money. Never read or try to internalize ideas or books created by unenlightened persons. Because these so-called personality development fellows, these anger management guys, they will teach you to practice compassion. They will change the visualization. Understand, whether you practice compassion or love or anger, the center is other person. As long as the other person is center, you will be drained of your energy. The energy flow will be towards the other. That is the dangerous thing. That is the dangerous thing. Here, Shiva is telling you, just be out of other. Turn, straight away turn towards the energy. He is not asking you to attend the anger based on the reasons for anger. The other day I was seeing a book. They have given a big list to have a survey or statistics. They wanted to tell you how much of anger you have. And they have all nonsensical questions. How many times you get angry? How many number of times you get angry towards one person? And how many times you get angry towards your family people? All these nonsensical analysis. It's like in Indian villages, I have seen these hens and chicken, they will be sitting on the garbage cans and they will be playing with that garbage can to find some food. Once you know it's a garbage, dump it completely. Why do you want to sit and analyze whether good garbage, bad garbage? And these fellows are giving such a big list of questions. How many times you get angry? And how many times you get angry towards the same person? And who is that person? All those things. By the time I finished reading that question, I got angry towards that guy who wrote the book. and you will dump all these nonsensical ideas on your head. Never ever go for this so-called, these how-to manuals. These guys, they think they can replace the wisdom of enlightenment. They can give solutions just by reading few books. No, impossible. Even if it takes a little time, go to only Buddha. Go to enlightened person. Sometimes it may look little impractical. His words, you may think, I think it will take long time. Just like yesterday's monkey and mango story. You may think it's little long time, but never ever go for the solutions from unenlightened persons. You will not know how many things are, how many complications you will create for yourself when you go to these unenlightened solutions by unenlightened persons. I have seen people suffering so much with these ideas of positive visualizations, creative visualizations and all. They have more problem than what they had earlier. They come and tell me, Swamiji, I always try to constantly do creative, positive visualization, but somehow my mind goes only for the opposite. What to do? Small story, one more monkey story. Indians are very, for Indians, monkey and elephant are very favorite. Elephant and monkey is a very common thing for Indians. That's why first god is with the elephant head and last god is monkey head. See, in the worship also, first will be Ganesha and last will be Hanuman. An elephant and monkey, we are very closely connected. Anyhow, one more monkey story. One guy wanted to have some miracle powers, siddhis. Went to a master in Himalaya, enlightened person, started asking, Bhagavan, please give me some siddhis. Master said, Arey fool, don't ask for siddhi, ask for buddhi, intelligence. He said, no, I want only siddhis. Master said, no, it will create only more trouble for you, don't ask. Then he started telling, no, tell me honestly, you don't know how to give siddhis. Don't tell, don't ask. Tell directly that you don't know. And this is the way to trouble me also. Sometimes I tell them, Arey wait, there's some, why can't we do things little intelligently? No, I think I should go to some other master. I tell them, all right, then have little suffering, okay, and then come back. Because if you don't want to listen from master, life will teach you. See, master is a intense life. If you learn from him, it is better for you. You won't waste time, you won't waste much energy, and you won't waste too much of time and energy, and you don't have to struggle and suffer too much. Straight away, you will learn from his research and development. But if you don't learn from master, life will teach you, no other way. I tell them, all right, then learn from life. Life is my maya, my other side. See, whenever you don't learn from Krishna, you have to learn from Radha. If you don't learn from Brahma, Purusha, you have to learn from Prakriti. If you don't learn from master, you have to learn from life. If you learn from the Purusha, means the master, that's all, work is done. Otherwise, the Prakriti, Maya will teach. I tell them, all right, then let the Maya teach. Let suffering teach. What can be done? This master also thought, all right, I'll give you some medicine. You will have these miracle powers. But one condition, before drinking, you should not remember monkey. Don't remember monkey before drinking. And this is enough now to put this guy into trouble. And this guy goes to the house. Now immediately asks the question, if I remember, what should I do? Because you see, if I don't tell, if I just give you vibhuti and tell you, please apply this vibhuti, you will really go and apply. If I tell you, don't remember monkey, then you are bound to ask the question, if I remember. If I just give you the vibhuti, you will never even think about monkey. Why will you think? At the most, you may think of me when you apply. Why will you think of a monkey? But if I put a condition, don't remember a monkey. First thing you ask, if I remember, what should I do? That's what this guy asked. If I remember, what should I do? Master said, take bath and then drink. Now one more, not. This guy goes to his house, prepared everything, a nice day. He was about to drink. I'm not supposed to remember. Oh, monkey. Oh God, I remembered. All right, let me go and take bath. He took bath, came back. Again, he picked up the bottle. You know, oh, I'm not supposed to remember. Put back, go, take bath, come back. 10 times it happened. 11th time in bathroom itself he started shouting, I should not remember monkey, I should not remember monkey. He doesn't have to wait till he comes back from bathroom. In bathroom itself, he started remembering. Then he is running from hall to bathroom remembering monkey. I should not remember monkey, I should not remember monkey, I should not remember monkey. In half an hour, he is filled with monkey and he became like a monkey. He ran to the master. Master, please take away your medicine and monkey, leave me. Enough, I had enough siddhis now. No more siddhis. Nothing is necessary. Just you please take away your medicine and the monkey sitting on all over my body. Just liberate me from these monkeys, that's enough. Master said, now you learn to the lesson. Thing these so-called how-to books guys are doing. The same thing only will happen if you read these anger management control books, management books, or these creative visualization books. All these guys who are teaching you to use your mind to go beyond your emotions. Understand? Emotions are powerful than your mind. Emotions are automatic visualizations. How can they be conquered by the created visualizations? No. Even if you try to conquer, you can nullify it, but you can't go beyond. People think your sins will be equated by your merit. No. No. In the truth, your sins will not be equated by merits. Merits you may have the more comfort or pleasure, but you have to go through both. Don't think this will nullify that and you will tell God, accounts is over, now relax me. No. If you have done something to suffer 10 years of depression and 10 years of joy, that's what is hell and heaven. Don't think they are somewhere geographical. No. They are just psychological. You have to go through both. Don't think 10 years of punya I did and 10 years of papa is there. So, oh God, please, you make both clear and I don't want to go through both. No, you can't say.
You can't tell that. You have to go through both. With creative visualization or this kind of creating more and more samskaras, the techniques which makes you create more and more samskaras, they are called pravritti. Understand? Pravritti samskaras will create only more and more difficulties and problems. Dangerous. Do not go for that kind of techniques or teachings. Any of these kind of things. See, whether you are trying to create positive or negative, love or hatred, for or against, the other person is center, the other is center. Here Shiva is telling, no, turn to the source. Turn to the source. Let your being be center. Go to the source from where the anger is arising. Anger is raising. This is called nivritti. Understand? If you go and try to practice the solutions which are given by unenlightened beings, you may have little bit of result immediately. You may have, for example, instead of when you are feeling angry towards somebody, if you try, no, let me feel compassion, for 10 minutes, okay. But you will vomit that anger on somebody else. Because you have not learnt how to turn away from the very very other. Still the aim is the outside. If you practice instead of anger, the compassion, even then the other exists. The other is hell. Other is hell. As long as the other exists, your energy is towards the other. You can't do anything about it. You can't do anything about it. You can't solve it. You can't dissolve it. For a few minutes, you may feel good. All these so-called books, so many things, I am not talking just about this creative visualization. There are so many thousands of nonsensical terms. I am not able to remember so many super deluxe kundalini. I can't even understand those words. Oh God, Patanjali disappeared, that good. He is not in the body at least. Otherwise, I don't know how many people he would have sued. What all the names? So many different kinds of packaging and losing the essence. Understand? These so-called authors, people who are trying to give you the how-to solutions, these immediate solutions, or this personality development, self-development, these, that, all this packaging, they can't replace the solutions of an enlightened master. There is a big difference. Even if it takes a little time, go only towards the enlightened masters. Drink from the right source or keep quiet. At least you will not get diseases. If you drink from the wrong sources, you will create more complications, more difficulties, more diseases. Because these temporary solutions may create some confidence for you on those guys, on those authors. You are caught in the net. Over. The moment you get the confidence, over, gone. Those words will. It is a big difficulty which I am facing to remove those cobwebs, the words which you collected from all these so-called books. If somebody comes to me without any of this professional seeking nonsense or the so-called knowledge of this, the self-development and personality development, all these rubbish books, it is easy for me to help him. It is easy for him to fall in tune with me and with this great master's words. Straight away you will learn. A small story. One guy goes to a music master and he asks, Master, I learnt music for last 4 years from books and so many other teachers.
how many years you will take for me to teach? Master said, 8 years I will take. One more guy came. He asked, I learnt 2 years from books and other masters, other teachers, not masters, teachers. How long you will take for me to teach? 6 years I will take. The other guy came. I have not learnt anything. I am fresh. How many years you will take? 4 years is enough. Because master says, 4 years is enough for me to completely make you master. But I have to undo whatever you have learnt. The undoing is a big process, big work. Here, see the big difference between the so-called personality development authors, because see, we can't blame them because they have not seen a space where mind does not exist. All they have seen is only the diseased fellows. Sigmund Freud never had a specimen like a Buddha. He was working with all sick fellows, and he put all the sick fellows as a normal scale. He was not working with a single enlightened being. So he doesn't know what is normal. That is why in the end of his 30-40 years of work, he is telling man as such can't be cured. And for that we don't need you. To tell this we don't need you. Because he never worked with a Buddha. He doesn't know the possibility. He doesn't know the dimension of a Buddha. Living without a mind. Only a person who has achieved that state can tell this great word. Let you be centered on you. Let you go to the source of the emotion from where it arises, it came. Whether you are suppressing or expressing, the other becomes important. Understand one more thing. There are some people who are teaching you, don't express the anger. Express compassion. Visualize love and compassion. Again, the other person is the center. Some people teaching, don't express anger or compassion. Just suppress, control. Again, in your inner world, you will be remembering the other person, because suppression means the other is there. Here, Shiva is not teaching you to show compassion, or he is not teaching you to suppress. He is just teaching you, just turn the whole direction. Attend the anger, handle the anger as an energy. Don't bother about the reason or the person. Neither bother about the reason or the goal towards which it is arising, it is raising, it is coming out. Drop both and just turn towards the energy. Handle the anger as an energy, not as an emotion. Not just as an emotion. If you handle it as an emotion, you will try to correct the reason and try to change it as a compassion. No. If you try to handle from the angle of the person, you will try to suppress without pouring on him. Again the difficulty. No. Neither reason nor person. He is asking you to handle the emotion as an energy, anger as an energy. Go to the source from where that energy came out. Suddenly you will see you are centered and you are not moved by any of these emotions. You are not moved any of these thoughts. You are not moved any of these samskaras, engraved memories. First thing and last thing which you need to remember is other should not have any place in your inner space. Relax from other. Relax, unclutch from other. Understand, whether it is a mood for someone or against someone, your so-called love or so-called anger. One more thing, even your love is not worthy of expression. Understand? People ask me, Swamiji, should I not express my love also? Be very clear, your love is not so worthy. Just turn towards the source, you will radiate love without even remembering or thinking that you are having love. If you think you have love, be very clear, it is not love. Love or compassion or enlightenment will happen, you will not even be aware that you have love. Innocent means you will not even be aware you are innocent. The fellows who are thinking that they are innocent are the most crooked guys. No, really. They will be the most cunning. I always tell people, when you become enlightened, you will not even remember you are enlightened or not. You will not even have an idea you are enlightened or not. You will not have doubt whether you are enlightened or not. Same way, you will not have the idea you are enlightened or not. You will just be. The fellows who are thinking, I am loving, I am radiating love, I am radiating compassion, they will have plastic smile, ugly, dirty, dash, dash. No, really. And I have seen these so-called service-oriented fellows, pasted smile. It's not coming from the being. Sometime I think, if you drop that box which you are carrying for 10 days and meditate, you will come back and smile, not for a reason, just overflowing. Just overflowing. One Indian actor, very famous guy, he asked me, Swamiji, I am seeing you always smiling, laughing. How you are able to do? Don't you feel the pain in your cheeks? I asked why? Because I never even thought about this. This guy told me, Swamiji, just few hours I have to smile in my movies. I feel the pain here, there. How you are able to do? I said, oh God, leave me, don't put all these ideas on my head. I am very happy because I don't know all these things. Better you learn enlightenment from me, don't give your ideas to me. First time I understood that you will have pain in your cheeks if you smile for continuously. If you smile continuously. I never thought about this. First time I got the idea, of course did not allow it to go inside, that you will have pain if you are laughing or smiling continuously. I can't imagine. I told him, oh God. If the center is you, it will be radiating. You will be radiating. Understand? Showing is different and radiating is different. Radiating, it just becomes your quality. I told him, just try to be relaxed in your center. You will radiate joy. You won't feel the pain in your cheeks if you wanted to smile. Only after working with, seeing all these guys, I understood that there is so many things, so many special things which comes along with the package of enlightenment. Otherwise, I don't even think or remember. Only when I wanted to tell you about this now, I at least remembered this. Otherwise, I don't remember. It's good actually. If you don't even remember or think you are innocent or loving or compassionate, only then you are loving or innocent or compassionate, not otherwise. Such a big difference between the so-called, the personality development and this so-called personality development books or this how-to literatures, this how-to books and personality development literatures. If you want to save yourself from those books and that kind of programs. Really. You may have a little benefit, that feel-good feeling for a few days. but you don't know how dangerous thing you are swallowing in your mind. See, it's like a food poisoning. If food poisoning happens, what happens to your stomach? The same thing will happen, mind poisoning. You are caught with the wrong ideas and trying to work with those ideas. And it's like you are trying to fly by pulling your shoelaces. You are just trying to fly by pulling your shoelaces. You are pulling your shoes and trying to fly. For 2 feet you can jump. You will really jump for 2 feet. What will happen after 2 minutes, 2 seconds? The higher you jump, the blow will be big. Reading and working on this so-called how-to books and personality development things is just like pulling your shoes and trying to fly. Going to the airport and buying a ticket and sitting in the aircraft will take little time, but safe method for flying. Do not try to fly by pulling your shoes just because instant result in 24 hours. I was shocked to see some of the books. God. They give you the guarantee also. Immediate transformation. Otherwise money back. Call now, operators are waiting. God. Anyhow, I just wanted to warn about these instant and so-called things, because these guys, they think that they can give solution, they can replace the space of enlightened solutions or these great masters' words. Never, never. Impossible. Never go for that. So, let us do this meditation. Try to create anger, because anger is more possible for you than love. Let us work with the easiest method. Anger, intense, let your whole body and mind and being burn for few minutes. Then just remove that person or that object and turn the whole energy towards you, towards the source. You don't even have to create the anger. If you just sit quietly, you will have it. There is so much inside. Just allow them to come out and you will see you are just overflowing. So we will work on this technique to experience what really Shiva wants to teach through this technique, and practice it whenever anger happens to you, whenever that love happens to you, whenever a mood for someone or against happens to you, practice. Now I am trying to give you the glimpse of this technique. That is why I am asking you to create the anger. But practice when it happens, it will be more authentic. To teach you, to show, so that you can practice it. I am just to equip you with this weapon, with this technique. I am asking you to create. But in your regular life, do not create and practice, because you will not be authentic in creating even anger. When it happens, a mood for or against someone, then practice it. Then do it.
You fill your whole hard drive with these memories. You go round in the same track. Morning, from the moment you get up till the moment you go to the bed. Except this two thought, nothing else will be there. Wherever you go, you come back to that same two thoughts. Same 2-3 thoughts. Nothing else. And anybody who touches that 2-3 thought, immediately you feel you are hurt. You are hurt, immediately you are hurt. And that is what is called by the word emotional weakness. See, for example, all will be sitting and chatting. You will be making a very simple statement, very casual statement. But suddenly that particular person gets hurt by that statement. If I say one word about smoking, everybody will be enjoying laughing. But the guy who is not able to stop smoking, he feels he is hurt. Immediately he starts feeling disturbed. And he thinks the whole discourse is aimed at him. The whole thing is directed towards him. I think from the first day, everyone feels one-on-one conversation is going on. One-on-one conversation is going on.
Photographs related to good memories? Associated
There is no such thing as good memory or bad memory.
What made us feel happy?
Just
at that time?
throw away everything. What made you feel happy, even that when you try to hold, it will become misery. That is what I say, don't possess Nithyananda. When you try to possess that memory, you will start squeezing it. You will suffocate that photographs, they will run away. You will suffocate that memories, they will run away. If you just continuously try to stare around somebody 24 hours, and simply that man will be fed up, will get fed up. See, the idea of beauty exists as long as you don't live together. Idea of beauty exists as long as you play the game from distance. You play the game from distance. With ordinary people, the more they go close to them, more the problem. More they drift away, more they get detached. Anyhow, your memory, the emotional attachment to memory that is the main reason for memory loss. If you feel that your memory is not sharp, you don't have sharp memory, you have memory loss problem, erase the old files, high resolution picture files. You will have enough space to store the things. You have so many nonsensical, irrational, unnecessary, high resolution photographs in your hard drive. That is why it is so hard to drive. That is why it is so hard to drive. When your hard drive is filled, it is really hard to drive your life. That is why instead of driving, you are pulling your life. There are two kinds of living: driving your life and pulling your life. We are all pulling. We have reduced ourselves to bullock cart state. If you have become a tractor, means you start driving your life. If you have become a no-mind being, the memoryless person, you start flying as a helicopter, as an aircraft. If you are an aircraft, if you are a helicopter, from there you can access to any memory at any time. Because it's like operating from satellite.
Random access.
Random access. Operating from satellite. You can play any dimension at any moment. One moment you can be a god giving boons And exactly when your body language will act like a god, next moment you will be just a small boy, a mere boy, child, playing. Exactly your whole body language, not only the words, even your body language will show you are a boy, mere child. Even every finger, every inch of your body will react that same memory. You will feel as if he has literally become a child, become a kid. The random access. You can enter into any memory and play with it. That is what Ramakrishna calls Bhava Samadhi state. Means beyond the bhavanas, you can have access to any bhavana. He suddenly enters into the Devi Bhava and you can see almost he's a Devi. You can't imagine he's a man. The next moment he becomes a Krishna. You can't imagine he's a 50 years old man. And the disciples, they write a reminiscence. A 50-year-old man jumping and dancing, how ugly it will look usually. And when Ramakrishna dances, they say such wonderful grace will ooze out of him. You can see a total innocent child. Because simply enters into that bhava. And everything else speaks the same bhava. Everything else speaks the same bhava. Somebody was telling me, Swamiji, even your hairs act different way. Even your hair behave in a different way with your different moods. Not only the hair whole, even your pores will act in a different way. Because you will have the total access to anything. You can download anything. If your hard drive is filled with high resolution scanned pictures, you will not be able to download the whole. So you are half here, half there, half everywhere. Wherever you go, you are half. Living with high resolution pictures is what I call living with logic, living with intellect, living with ego, living on a same track, living without the excitement, living with suffering, living with dukkha, living with boredom. All these things are one and the same. High resolution pictures in your hard drive. That's all. That is why you feel life is boredom. Except human being, no animal feels life is a boredom. It is just your memories, memory association. Because of your memory association, too many high resolution pictures in your hard drive, the idea, wonderful universe disappears from you. Things look very flat. Very flat. You say, what is this universe? If you ask a question, you always ask, what is this universe? You always ask, what is this universe? Means what? Out of frustration. Out of frustration you ask, what is this world? What is this universe? She is asking, what is this wonderful universe? The whole attitude is different. Arjuna is asking, what kind of society it is? What kind of humanity it is? I have to kill my own relations. His question is totally from memory, emotional attachment. His question is from the high resolution scanned files. The moment he stood in front of the whole group, all the childhood memories came up. the Bhishma, the grandfather who took care of him, the Dronacharya who taught him how to hold the bow and arrow, the Kripacharya who took care of him, and all the brothers. So much of emotional memories. All those high resolution pictures are trying to enter at a time. So if you try to download the whole thing at a time, what happens? Computer crashes. That is what is Arjuna Vishada Yoga. Arjuna's Vishada is nothing but a computer crash. So much of emotional memories coming up, he is not able to bear. His question is totally from different angle. Now this Devi is asking the same thing from different angle. What is this wonderful universe? What is this wonderful universe?
It is between wonderful universe and wonderful universe.
Wonderful universe, wonder-filled universe. When you say wonderful universe, the emphasis again on you. You feel it as wonderful. When you say it is wonder-filled, emphasis is on what is. It is too much. Wonder-filled. Not even wonderful. Wonder-filled. Overflowing. She says wonder-filled universe. Overflowing. She must have been in the ecstasy. That is why she is asking, oh Shiva, what is your reality? She must have seen the Vishwarupa or multi-dimensions of him. That is why she is asking, what is your reality?
Let's understand this technique more deeply. Stopping ears by pressing and the rectum by contracting, enter the sound and become Shiva. He is asking you to do two things. One is telling, stop the ears by pressing. Means he is asking you to stop any sound entering into your system from outside. And then he is asking you to contract the rectum. Means your whole inner space will be completely black, practically disconnected from all movements. For few seconds, you will be completely disconnected from all sound, all movements, and all inner chattering. Understand? If you just close the ears, you will see a strong sound happening inside you. The uncreated sound, like a big, huge vibration. Whenever you close your ears, you will feel that sound. That's why, even if you put your ears on the wall, you will hear that sound. Means whenever your ears are closed, the sound which is uncreated, which is not created, which is constantly heard in you, inside you, will be there. You can see many kids put the ears on the wall and try to listen. One mad guy was standing near the wall and he put the ears and he was trying to listen something. The other guy came and put the ears for a few minutes. He He was not able to listen anything. He asked that mad guy, I am not able to listen anything. Where are you putting your ears? Yes, I am also not able to listen. That's why I am putting the ears and trying. Of course, if you close your ears, you can't listen anything from outside. But you can listen some sound which is not created, which is there in you. Always. Which is there in you. Always. And once you close your ears and hear that sound and contract the rectum, suddenly you will see even that sound will become intense because it can't move. Inside your body there is a 5 movements of air, prana. In Sanskrit we use 5 words: prana, vyana, utana, apana, samana. The air which is going in, the air which is staying in, and the air which is spreading all over your body, the air which is leaving your body, and the cleaning process, the air which is leaving through the lower parts of the body. If you have a stomach problem, if there is automatic cleaning process going on, you will see the gas release. Means the system is getting cleaned. It is called apana. There are 5 processes of prana, air movements in your body: inhaling, staying, spreading all over your system, coming, leaving through the nose, and cleaning. The apana, cleaning air, is responsible even for your sweating. Sweating also happens because of the apana, cleaning of your system. All these 5 prana movements will be stopped the moment you contract your rectum. Even the apana movement will be stopped. Then suddenly you will see it's like you created an intense vacuum. No air movement, no prana movement, no sound movement. When there is no prana, no sound, no movement, you are just there. You are just there. You are forced to fall into the present moment. Understand? As long as there is a prana, air movement in you, you will be in the future or in the past. You can see when you start meditating, come to the present moment, the air movement in you will become very mild. Sometimes people come and tell me, Swamiji, when I meditate, I don't even know whether air circulation is happening in me or not. I don't even know that I am breathing. I am afraid that I may stop breathing. Don't be afraid, you won't die. You won't die. The air movements will become very sensitive because you don't need too much. When you are in the present moment, the air movement will stop. If the air movement stops, you will be in present moment. It's a very powerful technique. Very powerful technique. Just try for 10 minutes. Maybe if you once you contract the rectum and close your ears, you may be able to hold on like that something like a 20 seconds. Then naturally your system will relax. Just relax for a few moments, then again try. Within 20 minutes you will see your whole body is flooded with energy. You are alive, just alive. And now you can radiate. Understand? This technique is not only just rejuvenating your system, it can awaken the Kundalini. Kundalini means the transforming energy, potential energy which is sleeping in every human being. In the Vedic tradition, Kundalini is described like a snake which is sleeping in your lower chakra, Muladhara. This technique is like a hammering on that snake's head, then just it'll go to the head, go to the Sahasrara chakra, the top chakra, bus. Just like a snake, it'll reach the Sahasrara chakra, reach the top chakra. That is why this technique is called very powerful technique. That is why this technique is called Kundalini Jagrata. Means awakening the Kundalini. Just like awakening people from the sleep. If somebody is sleeping, you just kick him. How he gets up? Same way, you are just kicking the Kundalini. You are not just putting small alarm, or you are not singing Suprabhadam, please get up, early morning. No. You are straight away banging. That fellow has to jump out of the bed. And the way in which he jumps, he may fall into the bathroom. The whole Kundalini also just jumps out of the whole system. The Kundalini gets awakened. So this technique is very powerful technique to awaken the Kundalini Shakti. If you have any stomach problem, it will completely heal you. If you have any stomach problem, completely it will be healed. Only request, do not try in the home unless you have practiced many times in the presence of a master, because sometime you may not do it rightly. And when you feel a body change, so much energy, when so much energy flows through your system, you may feel little warmth or heat. So you may have to use like a little more milk or buttermilk in your diet to cool your system. Anybody who radiates warmth or heat, he will experience less pain. Even science accepts this fact. Even scientists today, they say, person whose body temperature is always little higher than normal will experience less pain. He will not be prone to pains. If your temperature is less than normal temperature, a degree or two, you will always experience more pain. So this technique will awaken the warmth, heat in you. You may have to use more water, more milk, more buttermilk in your diet. That is why in those days, yogis used to drink 2-3 liters of milk per day and few liters of water and buttermilk. Just this will be their diet. This will be their diet to keep their body cool, to bring the heat down, to help the body adjust, because this will awaken. This technique will awaken too much of heat, too much of energy into your system. Two things. First, closing the ears through the finger. Once you close the ears, listen to that sound, unheard sound, uncreated. Ooh, that intense vibration filling your body. Once you are able to feel that intense sound in your inner space, then suddenly contract the rectum and stop that sound. That sound is happening because of the air flow through the rectum. Prana movement through the rectum. Just contract and stop that airflow. Suddenly you will see you are filled in vacuum. Be in that vacuum as long as you can. Then let the body relax. It will relax by itself. It will relax by itself. I am talking about this technique for the sake of future record, but it should be practiced only by direct guidance and in the presence of an enlightened master. सदाशिवसमारम्भां शङ्कराचार्यमध्यमाम् अस्मदाचार्यपर्यन्तं वन्दे गुरुपरम्पराम्. I welcome you all with my love and respects. Today's subject is the silence within. Shiva is taking us to a different dimension today. Yesterday he was giving us the technique to jump from sound to soundlessness through withdrawal, the method of withdrawing, pratyahara. Today he is teaching us a method called dharana. Dharana means centering. Understand? Pratyahara means withdrawing. Dharana means centering. Yesterday he was teaching us how to withdraw from the sound. Today he is going to teach us how to center yourself on the sound. Today's technique is more for musicians, poets, people who are performing arts related to sound. There are so many other beautiful arts related to sound. Mimicry. I have seen people creating sounds like animals. Animals will come and respond. So powerful. Animals will come and respond. One yogi, I had the fortune of living with that yogi. He will just create some sound and the snakes will come. I don't know how he makes it possible. Just some sound, the snakes will come. And he will create some sound, dogs will come. Not only dogs will come, he will change the moods of the dogs with just one or two sounds. Just one or two sound, he will just change the mood of the dog. Either dog will get frightened and run away, or he will just come and sit like a pet at his feet. Just with the sound, he was able to play so many things. All the people who perform some kind of arts related to sound, this technique is for them. How to enter into the center of the sound. One beautiful example you need to understand. Pratyahara will not be successful always. Pratyahara means moving away, withdrawal. Withdrawal from the vision, seeing, light is possible. If you close your eyes, it will become possible. But withdrawal from sound, just closing your ears will not work. Unfortunately, that is the one sense which you can't close, which is open. You can't be putting your ears, your hands all the time, or you can't be using the earplug all the time. Even if you use the earplugs, you will be just waiting for some sound to disturb you. I have seen people, either they get disturbed by sound. It is not even sound that disturbs, your resistance or your idea that there should not be any sound, that creates irritation. See, you can see many times people who show that they are meditating, they will make so much of noise. Before they start meditating, They will tell you, keep quiet, do this, stop that, stop that, stop that. They will go around and make the whole house topsy-turvy. And no, the sound which they make will be much worse than anything else. And especially if these mother-in-laws learn meditation. The Indian mother-in-laws, they have their own way of making the whole thing silent. Anyhow, when you try to bring so much forced silence on everything around you, one big problem is you become so particular, so strong about the silence. Any small sound can create irritation which will not settle inside you for half an hour. One small crying or shouting of a child is enough to disturb your one-day meditation. I really have seen people, it becomes later on ego drama. If somebody creates a sound, it becomes like a more than a preparation for meditation, it just becomes egocentric. And they start shouting, and not only that, the irritation which they carry never settles down. Maybe Shiva knows all these problems, that is why he is giving us today Dharana. Dharana means centering on the sound itself. Yoga has got 8 parts. We call it Ashtanga Yoga. Understand? Not 8 steps, no. 8 parts. All 8 parts is supposed to be practiced simultaneously at a time. In the 8 parts, Pratyahara and Dharana are 2 different parts. Pratyahara means withdrawal. Dharana means centering. Yesterday he was teaching us the technique how to withdraw. Today he is teaching us how to center yourself in the sound and enter into soundlessness. This technique is more powerful, more practical than that technique. That technique, the yesterday's technique, you need to make the whole thing silent. I don't think it will be possible. Even in my ashram, I am not able to make things silent. Which is supposed to be the controlled condition for inner science experiments. No, you can't. Because what will you do with the trees? What will you do with the birds? What will you do with the natural sounds? You can't do anything about it. Even if you go to Himalayas, there will be sound of the waterfalls. What will you do about it? Nothing can be done. So sound, withdrawal from the sound, or completely making your surroundings silent, I don't think is possible, practical. Here, this technique does not need silence as a prerequisite. You don't have to shout so much to make others silent. You can work with sound. With sound, you can go beyond the sound. Through sound, you can enter into soundlessness. Beautiful technique. Let me just read the technique. Then we will go step by step into the technique and understand how to internalize. Bathe in the center of the sound, as in the continuous sound of a waterfall, or by putting the fingers in the ears, hear the sound of sounds, anahata dvani. All the great scriptures, whether it is Vedic hymns or Bible words or Buddhist Dhamma Sutra, all great scriptures agree on one point. From sound, the whole universe originated. The root of the matter, the root of the existence is sound. In Sanskrit we call Nada Brahma, means the sound, which is the root for whole existence, whole cosmos. That is what we call Anahata Dvani. Ahata means created by striking. Anahata means uncreated, unstruck. Sound which is not created by striking any two object. Unstruck is what we call Anahata Dvani. Here, Mahadeva is giving us the technique to experience the Anahata Dvani. If you can touch the Anahata Dvani, uncreated sound, even once, you will never be disturbed by anything from the outer world. Anything in the outer world. I was with a great sadhu in a young age. Once he invited me to go to a nearby place. Usually in India they will go by walk to many temples, pilgrimage centers. He invited me, let's go for a yatra, pilgrimage. I said, let's go. It used to be a fun picnic, and being away from home is always fun. Because first thing, you don't need to go to school, no need for any routine, and especially in the young age when you have health, it's really fun. I said, let's go. We were traveling on a small boat, crossing a river. Suddenly the current was so strong, the boatman did not realize the current was very strong, and he rowed the boat in that strong current. And I saw very clearly the boat has started going along with the flow. Means the boatman has lost the control. And naturally, I'm a young boy shouting, and I don't know swimming. Another one fun. Because that's another one fun. Usually the village kids will be taught swimming at the age of 5, 6 itself. When they put me in the water first time, I told them, no, I am a sannyasi, I can't learn swimming. Traditionally a Swami can't swim, should not swim. There's a belief, you are not supposed to learn swimming, you are not supposed to cross the river, traditional belief. So I said, I won't learn. And now you being a Swami is not going to save your life. Knowing swimming only will save. So, I was somehow uncomfortable and completely shaken. This sadhu was so quiet, completely relaxed, not disturbed at all. One thing, he knows swimming. Second thing, even if he knows swimming, he is going to be answerable to my parents, because my parents know that he only took me from the home. But this guy was not perturbed. And one more thing if I have to add, even if you know swimming, it was a very strong current, you can't come out of it. Such strong current. Because the boatman himself is not able to manage that strong current. But this sadhu is very strong. Somehow he managed to hold the boat and center, balance the whole thing, and he brought us out. After that I asked him, why you are not disturbed at all, not perturbed? What were you doing? How could you be so centered? Understand, it's a very powerful answer which has become mantra in me. And with this one technique, I can say after that nothing was able to shake me. This incident happened around the age of 10 or 11, and of course 22 I became enlightened. After enlightenment nothing can shake you, that is different. But from that 11 to 22, this technique was such a great help for me. Nothing was able to shake. It may look little impractical, or it may look like foolish. Anything great or intelligent always looks abnormal in the initial level. Now in the initial level it will always look abnormal or impractical. It was such a powerful answer. I asked him, how did you manage to keep yourself so cool, stable in that situation? See, he may be sure that he won't die. He may not die, but falling into the river and even swimming and coming out is going to be a lot of anxiety. Is going to be a lot of insecurity. See, you don't have to have life-threatening thing to disturb you. Just a small sound is enough for most of us. And being so calm and centered, even his breathing did not shift or alter. It was so serene, relaxed, completely balanced. That was shocking. See, hiding your fear from the face or from the others is easy. If you are little intelligent, you can manage that game. But not even the breathe, even your breath has not taken a shift. It is there, balanced, beautifully flowing, as innocent way as it used to be. That's really something need to learn. He answered, no, whenever I see something happening around me, I know everything merges into one sound. Everything, even my life or my death, everything merges into one sound. So that imbalancing, when that boat became imbalanced, the gushing sound of the water, the stream, reminded me of that sound. I just relaxed into that sound. I just centered myself into that sound. When I relaxed into that sound, two things happened. One, I didn't have any stress, fear stroke, panic attack, disturbance. Second thing, suddenly I saw the whole stream energy supporting me. Suddenly I saw the water below me is not my enemy. It is a ground holding me. Understand? I don't know. Sometimes these great words, when you hear from a person who has experienced that same thing, it just clicks. It just clicks. Something happens in you. He said, you see, now you are not afraid of the earth unless there is an earthquake. You are not afraid. You feel safe when you are standing on the earth. You feel completely relaxed. He says, when I connected with that sound, two things. One, there was no stress, panic attack, anxiety, disturbance. Second thing, I just felt that energy or that sound, the source of that sound, that stream was supporting me. Maybe when he uttered these words, I was in that high fear or in that complete vulnerable openness. I don't know. It became so strongly got engraved into my being. After that, this kind of situations where I am threatened, disturbed, automatically I fell into that center of that sound in that space. Whatever is happening around me, in me, I just put myself in the center. And it really works miracles. Understand? It really works, it really does miracles. It will be a beautiful meditation technique when your spouse is shouting at you. No, really. If your spouse is shouting at you, this technique can do two things. One, you will not get disturbed. Second, you may create enough of energy to silence him also. There is every possibility. This technique has really helped me a lot in so many different places. You may feel this is very impractical, especially a logical Western mind, it will be very difficult to relate. That is why I understand. Now I think, what happened to me when that sadhu told me those words is not happening in you when I am telling this, because in the Western bringing up, you can't imagine the river can become energy. You always think river is a totality of a water and it is just a force. But in the Eastern tradition, river is not a force, it is a power. Understand, there is a big difference between force and power. Force with independent intelligence is power. Power without independent intelligence is force. In you also, so much of energy is there. When you don't have enough independent intelligence, you just become a force. When you have a clear independent intelligence, you are a power. A logical person, a so-called civilized person, for him it will be very difficult to understand a river is a power. In Vedic tradition, all rivers were worshipped. See, the river Ganga has got more than 100,000 temples. 100,000 temples just for one river, most worshipped river on the planet Earth. River Ganga. Just because fortunately she is flowing in the Vedic tradition or a Vedic land. Most worshipped river in the planet Earth. 100,000 temples. We have a clear way of statue, that means the form and the method of worshipping. Longest unbroken worship record in India is the worship of Ganga. Something like 1,200 years of unbroken record is there still. Whether it rains or shines or who is ruling the country, all those things does not matter. Every day evening in Haridwar, Haridwar is the place where she is touching the land, plains. Till Haridwar, she is from the hills. In Haridwar is the place where she is touching the plains. That is the place where they offer worship. We have a record that priest, after doing the worship, he will sign and receive his salary. We have the record for last 1,200 years without a single day break. If you try to convince your son or daughter to do just 10 or 15 minutes a ritual or worship you will understand how difficult it is. Just try to convince him or her to do 10 minutes, a ritual or worship. Then you will understand how difficult to make them do something what you want. But these Vedic masters were so powerful. Not only they inspired the next generation, they created a system which can inspire for 1200 years and keep this alive. Keep this method of worship alive. This river is worshipped for last so many thousands of years. Nobody feels it is a totality of water. It is totality of drops of water. It is just dead. No. Still I can't imagine a river is just dead thing. No, it is a living energy. It's a living energy. It's a power, not force. That is the reason when he uttered those words, it straightaway worked on me. Maybe it's a little difficult for you to catch. Anyhow, one more thing you can understand from this angle. Even if I get agitated at that moment, what can be done? Nothing much can be done. At least that sadhu, because of his cool collective mood, he had the courage to balance the whole situation. Mystically, whether you believe because of his feeling connection only the river saved us or not is secondary, but he was able to take some decision at that point. He was very balanced. Maybe at least just for that, you can practice this technique. Whenever a crisis happens to you, whenever a situation in which you may get imbalanced happens to you, just come back to the center of the sound. Feel all the sound which is happening around you is flowing towards you. Please do not make any meaning. If you try to make a meaning, your mind will come in between. If your mind comes in between, nothing can be done. No, then you lost the game. Mind should not come in between. No justification. No giving meaning to the sound. No. Just allow those sounds to enter into you. Just you become the center of the sound. One more thing, with light, light is always linear, sound is circular. With sound, you can become center. With sound, you can become center. Just if you sit, easily you can visualize you are the center of all the sounds happening around you. You are the center of all the sounds. Mahadeva is saying, bathe in the center of the sound, as in the continuous sound of a waterfall, or by putting the fingers in the ears, hear the sound of sounds, anahata dvani. It's like from the sound you came out. The whole cosmos came out from the sound. Going back to that same sound, so that you will experience the cosmos, one with the cosmos. Even once you experience the oneness with the cosmos, the death fear will disappear. The root of the suffering is death fear. Directly or indirectly, all your suffering is rooted in death fear. It is that one fear from which all the suffering comes out. If that one fear is taken away from you, there is nothing which can bind you. If you experience even for one moment the origin of the cosmic energy, cosmos, suddenly you will see You will never die. You will exist in some form, maybe in the form of a sound forever. Even now, you do exist in the form of a sound. But the problem is broken, fragments of sound, not continuous. That is why the fear, you may disappear. You may become non-existent. You may not exist. The fear that I may not exist as I am. Even if once you experience the soundlessness or the sound of the cosmos, anahata dhvani, the sound which is not created by any striking, sound which is there forever, eternally, the anahata dhvani, even once you experience that sound, the fear of disappearance will disappear from you. You will understand as that anahata dhvani, the unstruck sound, you will exist always. You are eternal in some form, in some way. The whole life is nothing but trying to find the source in which you can exist eternally. How to exist eternally? People have tried through so many methods. People who try to live eternally through chemicals, they created allopathy system or medical system, Siddha, Ayurveda, all the medical system. There is so much of energy and research, so much of time is put to do the research of some kind of method or medicine to achieve deathlessness. Not only in the West, even in the East, we read thousands of stories, thousands of people dying to find some medication for deathlessness. But still now only people are dying, never they were able to find something which can lead to deathlessness. Actually, the deathlessness can be achieved only if you connect with the source, the cosmos, and the root from which you came out, the root of your origin, not in any other way. You can't be alive in the frequency in which you are staying now. The frequency in which you are staying now can't exist, can't be more than few years. If you can raise your frequency to a different level, to a different point, there is a possibility you can exist eternally. This is the technique to raise your frequency, to increase your frequency to a different level. Very powerful technique. If you have any disturbance or disorders related to Ajna Chakra, like dizziness, sleeping disorder, or headache, they will all disappear. This meditation is so powerful. Of course, healing of headache is only a small byproduct. Not just healing one disease, it can heal the disease of the birth and death. That's the ultimate disease. Body itself is a disease came to you. Body itself is a disease happened to you. That is why in Sanskrit we say Sariram Rogamayam. Means body is filled with disease. Too many spare parts. Understand? Too many spare parts. And too many guys have to take independent decisions. Your liver does not have to obey your heart's suggestions. Your brain does not have to listen to your heart. Out of politeness and courtesy, they may listen. But they don't have to listen. They don't have an agreement that they will listen. Too many spare parts and too much of freedom. So naturally, any one guy, knowingly or unknowingly, not performing is more than enough to create a disease. Actually, disease is not something rare. Health is something rare. That is the truth. Still there are so many parts in you working. That is the great thing. Still there are so many parts in you performing. That is the great thing. Because too many spare parts and too much of coordination has to happen. That's really difficult. You can exist eternally if you touch the source of the cosmos and if you increase the frequency. Here Mahadeva is giving us very powerful method to increase your frequency. This technique is so powerful. I can say just this technique has kept one stream of living enlightened masters on the planet Earth alive. There are few techniques which is responsible for keeping a living stream of enlightened beings on the planet Earth. One is Vipassana, great technique from Buddha, and the other one is this technique, this method. Becoming center of the sound. Almost all the branches of Vedic tradition work with this technique. Working with mantra, working with some sound. There is no branch in Vedic tradition which does not give a particular sound or a mantra. Any master, any yogi, any rishi, he will give you some mantra. And you will be surprised to know 25 million people in USA practice some form or some branch of Vedic tradition. I was surprised to see the statistics. Many of the magazines, many of the statistics confirm this. The reason is, it's very simple. Even if you practice any one mantra, you fall under this category. You are working on this technique. Knowingly or unknowingly, you are working on this technique. When you work on any mantra, you become center of that sound. You become center of that vibration. You become center of that frequency. And one more thing, many people come and ask me, what is the meaning of this mantra, Swamiji? Mantra cannot have meaning. If it has got meaning, it is not mantra. Be very clear. No. Mantra has got only one importance, that is phonetic importance, the sound, vibration, not linguistic. No meaning is conveyed. No meaning can be conveyed through mantra. Mantra is used to make you realize that you are the center of the cosmic sound, anahata dvani. By penetrating into that mantra, suddenly you will realize you are the center of the sound. You will raise your frequency to a different level. You will enter into a cosmic sound. Mantra is used for a purpose. purpose of raising your frequency to a different level, not for giving any meaning, conveying any meaning. All mantras, chantings leads to different frequency, takes you to a different awareness. One more thing about this meditation technique, this method, you don't need a separate place to practice. You don't need a separate place to practice. Anywhere you can do. Any place is okay. Because you don't even need silence. You don't even need silence. Even if you are in marketplace, okay, you can do this. Let me define the mantra. Engram. Engram is something like a word which enters your inner space and creates more and more bondage. Those words which goes in your inner space creates bondage is engram. Words which enters your inner space and liberates you is mantra. Let me define the mantra. Engram. Engram is something like a word which enters your inner space and creates more and more bondage. Those words which goes in your inner space creates bondage is engram. Words which enters your inner space and liberates you is mantra. Any sound, when it comes inside you, if you don't give meaning to it and just go to the center, even your spouse shouting at you can become mantra. Any word, if you give meaning to it and go towards the outward, even mantra can become samskara. If you just travel towards the center of the sound, even your spouse shouting at you can become mantra, means you can go to that center, or it can become samskara in you. If you give meaning to those words, it can become samskara. If you don't give meaning and just go to the center of the sound, it will become mantra. Whether you are going to travel with the sound to the center of the sound or give meaning to the sound, go outward, is your decision. Sometimes people make even mantra as a samskara. If you are conditioned by a particular mantra, if you don't like other mantra people, then that becomes samskara. No, we do it. All the religious wars, from where it came, from how it comes, getting conditioned to a particular sound and does not like other sounds, getting conditioned to one sound and doesn't want to listen to the other sound. So even mantra, if you go outward, can become samskara. Even samskara, if you go inward, can become mantra. Even violence, shouting, can take you to the center of the sound. Even mantra, which is supposed to silence you, can take you towards violence, terrorism. It's your choice. Sound is a very powerful method to raise you to the higher frequency or lower frequency. You can either drop yourself into the lower frequency or raise yourself to the higher frequency. Understand? Even when you are sleeping, you are recording all the sounds happening around you. That is why I always tell people, if somebody is unconscious or in coma state, do not utter any negative words around that person. If somebody is in coma state, you go to see him and thinking that he will not be able to hear, you start talking, I think he will go away. Just get ready. He has written his will. You start talking all these things. You don't know, he is listening, he is hearing. What in coma state? Even your kids are listening when they are inside the womb. Now recently in Russia they started teaching to the kids when they are inside the womb. The kids are taught, schooling starts before birth. Recently only Russia started, but 10,000 years ago the Vedic rishis have done it. Narada did it. Narada did for Prahlada. There's a record, beautiful story of Narada and Prahlada. Narada was teaching to Prahlada about the science of enlightenment, science of devotion, bhakti, when he was in the womb of his mother. And same way, Krishna was teaching the science of fighting, science of archery to Abhimanyu when he was in the womb of his mother. Sounds can touch you even when you are not completely aware of the outer world. Even when you are not supposed to listen or hear, even when the others believe that you are not hearing, you are hearing. I know a story near Calcutta. There was a small village. Every day night 2 o'clock the train will pass through that village. One day they changed the route. The train stopped going through that village. The whole village complained. No, their sleep was disturbed. Really, there were many strange complaints that we are listening some strange sound, we are disturbed. See, because they are waiting to listen to that sound every night. Their unconscious is open, available, waiting. When they don't listen that particular sound, they start listening to all the small sounds. Those small sounds, change of sound was disturbing. That's why they complained. Actually, the police has to do a big inquiry. Why so much of disturbance in that whole village? Then they understood. Unconsciously, you are waiting, you are listening, you are recording everything. I feel, actually, with my own conscious scanning, I have seen people who are living in the city where too much of traffic noise is there. Their inner space is terribly disturbed. Because they do not know how to use that sound, that noise, to go into the center. See, if you even have a subtle resistance to sounds, constantly you will be getting irritated without knowing why you are getting irritated. Because these sounds are entering into you constantly, without your consciousness. Unconsciously you are listening to the sound and getting irritated. That became a complete, total unconscious process, a separate underworld process. I always tell people, never ever carry irritation or disturbance against anybody or anything. Even if a simple thing like a irritation because of some sound can become routine in your unconscious setup. Constantly sound will come, you will get irritated, your awareness, your inner space will not even be aware of this whole process happening. You will not even know why you are irritated, but you will be irritated. You will be thinking you are irritated because of this, because of that. No. It's an unconscious process. There is a beautiful secret or the truth taught to me by one of the sadhu with whom I lived. His name is Narayana Swami. He's a great tantric, adept in the science of using the sound vibrations to do something in the outer world. He's very great adept. He's a master of sounds. He told me, even if you carry one negative word against any person, you will be punished. I said, you mean I will be punished in hell? He said, no. Even in your dreams, you will go through the suffering. Many times, when you wake up in the early morning, you will see that you went through a suffocating, disturbing mental state. Whether you go through in the dream state or waking state, it is suffering. Am I right? Whether you go through in the dream state or waking state, it is suffering. In the waking state, you forget about the suffering which you had in the dream state. Because of that, that looks too simple or small. But when you are in the dream state itself, that was equal deep suffering like a waking state suffering. Understand, this has revealed a great secret, important thing to me. This is the answer to one important question. People come to me and ask, I feel always the good people are suffering and bad people are enjoying. No. You don't know what he is going through in his dreams. You understand? You don't know what he is going through in his dreams. We are not sure of what he is going through in his dreams. He may be having bigger car, bigger house, but that does not mean he is enjoying, he is happy. Every person goes through his karma, either in waking state or in dream state, but the suffering is unavoidable as long as you carry thorns in your inner space. See, these thorns are like a points in which the sound which flows through you is disturbed. This thorn or the ego which stops the sounds flow in your inner being is the root of suffering. Any sound, any noise created around you, if it can just flow through you without getting judged, without being given any meaning, you will suddenly see you are liberated. But your conditioning is so deep, every sound, either you respond positively or negatively, but always you respond. Even if you miss one word in conversation, you say, pardon, please tell me once more. You don't want to miss single sound. You can see in your own life. Somebody comes to you and says, A comes to you and says, you know that B was talking about you. You know B is your enemy, he will only talk against you. Now you can neither keep quiet, I don't want to know, if I know I'll get irritated, nor tell him, please tell him, I want to learn, I want to listen. One side, your mind will be a little tempted, no, let me listen. At least let me know what he told. The other side, no, I know by knowing I'm going to get unnecessarily disturbed. Why to ask? But the temptation is so strong, finally you end up telling him, please tell me, at least let me know. And once he opens up and tells those words, you start creating your own meaning. Then, what does he mean by it? Then is he like that? Or am I this or what? You add your own words, your own meaning, your own commentary, and now you are ready with a big suffering. You don't feel fortunate that at least you have not heard those things directly. No. See, it's like inside you there is a space which is just waiting to listen all the disturbing words, and after listening you are ready to get disturbed. And it's like such a temptation. You can neither say complete no, don't tell me, go. You can neither tell that, nor you can be comfortable listening to it. It's like a suffering attracts suffering. Suffering attracts suffering. Because inside you there is a part which is like it's like a critical mass of suffering. It feels rejuvenated, alive, when you get some stuff or material for more suffering. For more suffering. Even a small word is enough to awaken the engrams. Sometime I'll play with the disciples like that only. When they say that they are committed, they are devoted, I'll just throw one or two words. And I know exactly for which word they are waiting. It won't even have too big negative meaning. And I know where they are standing, the word on which they are standing. Your whole personality is nothing but constructed on words. Just constructed on words. Whenever you say strongly no to some word passing through you, see, visualize, you are an open space. Constantly too many sounds are flowing through you, in and out. If your ego stops some particular word flow, then that ego is now ready to suffer by that word flow. Whenever those words are created anywhere, your ego will be just waiting to receive it and suffer. You become a receiving station. If you have too many words to bring suffering to you, you become a bigger suffering receiving station. Now you have more chance and possibilities for suffering. And you are waiting for more and more words to accumulate. If you don't have any point which stops the words which passes through, sounds which passes through and creates suffering, you are egoless being. No word can bring suffering to you. No word can bring suffering to you. It's your choice. It's your choice. You can just sit. All the words can go into you. They can disappear in you. One more thing. If you have the ego, some word comes inside you. If you stop it and suffer by that word, you won't keep quiet. You will vomit your suffering through some bigger word. And that will go and hit somebody and create bigger suffering and come back. Now this is what we call karma chakra. The chain of, the wheel of karma. Vicious circle. The more and more and more karmas are getting created. Collective negativity. Just everybody is waiting to get disturbed by a single word. And there are enough of people who are ready to constantly vomit enough words. Enough of receiving stations and relaying stations. Try this as an experiment, meditation technique. Tell somebody to shout at you and just sit and visualize it is a sound passing you. Now give him all the hints or points basically which can hurt you and tell him to create a manual according to that. Let him shout and just sit. Actually you will be liberated from sufferings. Even once or twice, if you just sit and see those words passing by, understand, you are just empty. There is nobody to stop that words and give meaning to it. Just those same sounds can become mantra and can lead you to center of yourself. Two things. If you stop and resist, even mantra can become engram. If you relax and go towards the center, even samskara, engram can become mantra. Use every situation in your life as an opportunity to enter into liberation. People come to me, and really many times they come to me and say, Swamiji, I am really serious about spiritual journey. I don't believe them. You may believe me, but I don't believe you. I take my own time. I just try to bring some words and ask some questions, really you are serious and all those things. If they say yes, nothing, only one or two words where their ego is centered. If I utter those few words, the fellows will disappear. They will not even be there. Next day they will not be there. They will just disappear. The problem is, the ego is so strong, it cannot let the words pass into your being. It cannot let the words pass through your being. I always tell people, anything comes out of master is energy, because he is energy. If you let those words enter into your being without giving meaning, they will just become inspiration. If you are hurt by his words, then be very clear, you are standing with a big strong ego. Big strong ego. Not only with master, with the whole life, you can learn so much. Life can become master to you if you know how to listen. There is a beautiful story of an enlightened master in Bhagavatam. Bhagavatam is a great book on devotion from the Vedic tradition. That book says, this enlightened master having 24 gurus, 24 masters, Who all are his masters? Ant, small ant, and a hunter, and person who cuts animals and kills and eats. You will be surprised, how can all these people be a master of an enlightened person? Then Master beautifully says, all these people have created sounds which has led me to the center of my own self. That is why I say all of them are my masters. All of them added something to me. They have put me back into myself. South Indian temples, if you enter, you will see a big bell in the entrance. Whoever enters will just ring that bell. People think it is to awaken the god. God is not sleeping, he is always awake. He is always awake. Not to give attendance to God. If he can't even see you coming inside, how can he be God? There are so many meditators sitting and meditating. When you create some sound, you are putting them again back to the center. They can use this sound wave as a boat and enter into the self, to the center of the sound. This is a form of a meditation technique. Constantly sound being created, they will just enter into the center of the sound. Sound can be such a powerful instrument, such powerful thing, such powerful tool to put you into the soundlessness. Let me narrate one small beautiful incident happened in my life. I was spending some time with the Tibetan lamas. They have something called guiding you through the death. Something like 3 weeks after somebody's death, they will recite the particular mantras, create a vibration and guide that soul through the different lokas, means the different frequencies, and lead to ultimate enlightenment. If you are really interested, you don't have to wait till death. You can go through that experience even while you are alive. It's like giving you new birth. They will put you inside a bell. If any of you are Tibetan, you will understand what I am talking. There will be huge big bell. There will be 2-3 small holes for breathing. You will have the airflow. Just for that, small holes will be there. Inside you can sit. They will put that bell on you. Some 10 monks will sit around you. And that bell is made out of such a kind of a metal. If they beat even once that bell, inside your whole body will shake, tremble. And it will not touch the ground actually. It will be almost touching the ground, it will be hanging. If they just even create a small vibration on that bell, your whole body will shiver. You will feel as if every pore is being penetrated by a needle. And you will be made to sit in that, inside that. Only one person will constantly watch through that hole and take care that you don't faint. And once in a while they will give you little water, not even food. They will give you little water. It's a very powerful technique. Just I want to tell you, to know the power of the sound and what this meditation technique can do to you. They will just make you sit and they will rub that bell. See, even beating is okay, because constantly they can't beat. They will take one second they will give a gap. But rubbing, there won't even be any gap. Beating means tung, 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 tung. There is a gap. Your mind can manage to sleep. Any rhythm you will manage to become unconscious. Now you are so powerful, with any rhythm you will manage to become unconscious. But there won't be any rhythm, just rubbing means practically you are inside a strong vibration. And you will feel that every pore is penetrated. First few hours it is tiring experience because you are resisting. After a few hours they told me, they asked me, are you feeling tired? I said, terribly, I just want to sleep. They said, just sit for 10 minutes without resistance. Try. You'll be surprised, I tell you really. It rejuvenated me so much. I realized suffering does not come from sound. It comes from your resistance. Suffering comes from your resistance, not from the sound. And the next step, they sing, chant something like you are fearless person, you are deathless person, you don't have hunger and thirst. First when they chanted, I started smiling. Arey, what foolish thing they are thinking. What is this? Looks like a childish game. It's like a 10 persons sitting around you and telling that you are without hunger, you are without thirst. You will go out of hunger or what? I was telling, better these guys, if they give me something to eat, that will be nice. Instead of sitting and shouting that you don't have hunger, you don't have and here I am sitting and dying. And no food and only little water they give through a small hole, a small glass of water they give once in a while. See, understand the whole science. Only first half an hour my logic was powerful to resist whatever they were saying. After 1 hour, I saw very clearly, I am not able to stop them recording my inner system. They are just programming me. I am saying, no, I don't want to be programmed. Simply I am not able to tell anything. Just I tried. Why should I let somebody program me? But I saw beautifully, of course, they created such a beautiful programming in me that you are deathless, you are fearless, you are diseaseless. I could see my body still responding to that program. Still my body constantly responding to that program which happened. See, it's like they are constantly beating or rubbing that bell was like breaking the firewall. And they have completely reprogrammed my inner software. It was a very powerful method, very powerful system. I was very clearly able to see every word which they utter just comes inside and gets recorded into the system like a bio-memory. And the old programming is slowly getting erased. Because more than 1 hour, your logic cannot fight with anything. It will become tired. It will become tired. Actually, who is going to win in the shouting or fighting is decided based on who is going to shout for a long time. Not based on whose side right or who is wrong. One person came to me, one husband came to me and said, you have disturbed my whole life. I said, what happened? My wife did your program 3 months ago. I said, through that, how can you say that I disturbed your life? No. Earlier, she and me, both of us had equal energy. We will shout for half an hour and both of us will be tired. And it will be like a stay. It will be like a draw. Nobody won the game. But now she is so energetic, she is able to shout for 2 hours. But I am the same person, I am able to shout only for half an hour. And always she is winning. That is too much. Now I really started feeling that she is right. Because constantly if she is winning, then you unconsciously start believing that she is right. See, who shouts for more time with a loud voice, he wins the game, that's all. If you get the shoulder pain first, you are lost. And your logic also works in the same way, operates in the same way. If you can't be resisting continuously, you are not that energetic or intelligent. Understand? A lie told 100 times becomes truth. Truth told first time is a lie. 100 times your logic cannot resist. Of course, what the Tibetan Lamas told, it was not even lie. What we think as a lie. You are free from hunger, you are free from thirst, you are free from disease, you are free from emotional imbalances. Ordinarily you think these are all lies. It's not lie, it is your true nature. It's your root, it's your very being, it's your core. Of course, because your logic thinks all these things are lies, it fights for first half an hour. That is why I had so much of pain in my body. I had so much of pain in my body, I really thought I should run away. Once these fellows lift the bell, I should run away. Because if they put that bell, they won't lift it for something like 2-3 hours. You are caught inside. And they will be rubbing it. And 7-8 guys sitting around, rubbing. And I thought, let them lift this bell, I will run away. So much of resistance. Because your logic does not believe these things are truth. That is why when Master works on you also, so much of resistance happens in you. I will be straight away attacking. All the lies which you are telling to me, I won't keep quiet. Yesterday only I was telling you, see how many places you are telling the words knowingly you can't go end of that word. Even that you are very confident, you are not telling any lie. Then I have to poke. Then I have to tell you no. Then I have to create a situation for you to understand you are telling some word, at least unconsciously, which you can't fulfill. Blessed are those for whom Master creates an opportunity to look into you, that you are uttering words which you can't fulfill till the end. Just like how the disciples resist, I also resisted. Then once they said, relax and do not resist, I could feel the beautiful programming happening inside me. The programming which liberates you is mantra. The programming which binds you is samskara. Still now I can say, I vow, so many of good qualities radiated by my body and mind is their blessing or their energy or their knowledge. Still now, I hardly still sleep for few hours. It will not be even like a regular sleep, just resting the body. Hardly few hours. I vow the whole thing to them, Tibetan Lamas. Because all these things you can't do, if you do it with your own effort, I don't know how many years you will take it. They did it totally, the whole process in 12 days, finished it. It's literally you come out as a new person. Literally you come out as a new person. You can go through the same experience through this technique. You don't need now 10 people and 1 bell to rub you. Now you don't need one bell and 10 people to sit around you and rub the bell. This process can take you through the same experience. See, it's like they deprogram your whole body, your whole biomemory, and completely they deprogram. One more beautiful thing, of course, still I am not able to bring that science to mass. Any genetical disorders, means the disorders are the disease transmitted genetically by the family, these guys are able to cure by this process. Even genetical disorders, they melt your body completely, they reprogram you so thoroughly, your whole biomemory receives a new system of thinking or way of operating. It's such a powerful system. This technique is the root from which they developed that technique, that method of programming the people, because this technique is far more older than that process. They made it more sophisticated, strong process by adding bell and the proper mantra. But the basic philosophy of that technique which lamas practice is from this meditation technique. You can experience that truth, that silence, that powerful space through this method. All you need to do, just become empty space, just become empty space through which the sound flows without any resistance. Without any resistance. If you are resisting, be very clear. If you are feeling disturbed or hurt, somewhere still your ego is there. Your ego is there. Just boil yourself with this sound, with this vibration. It can straight away purify you. Let me read the sutra once more. Bathe in the center of sound as in the continuous sound of a waterfall, or by putting the fingers in the ears, hear the sound of sounds, anahata dvani. You can experience that truth, that silence, that powerful space through this method. All you need to do, just become empty space, just become empty space through which the sound flows without any resistance. Without any resistance. If you are resisting, be very clear. If you are feeling disturbed or hurt, somewhere still your ego is there. Your ego is there. Just boil yourself with this sound, with this vibration. It can straight away purify you. Let me read the sutra once more. Bathe in the center of sound as in the continuous sound of a waterfall, or by putting the fingers in the ears, hear the sound of sounds, anahata dvani. I can give two forms of this technique, which the one you can practice sitting at particular time, the other one you can practice whole day and night while you are standing, sitting, walking, watching TV or driving, anytime. I'll give you the two versions of the same technique. One you can practice while you are sitting, means a particular time of your life, your routine. Maybe some half an hour, 20 minutes, morning or evening you can pick up and practice. End of the discourse we will practice that technique. The other one, which you can do all the time, 24 hours. Always feel you are the center of all the sounds happening around you. All sounds are flowing towards you, into you. That is the truth. Am I right? Any sound which you are listening or hearing, how you are able to hear? Because that has flowed towards you. It has entered into yourself. Krishna says beautifully in the Gita, Abhuya manam achala pratishtam samudra bhava pravishanti yatvat. How all the rivers entering into the ocean does not disturb the ocean. It is just established. Let all the sounds and whether it is pleasure or pain, all the things through the senses, let them all enter and let you not be disturbed. Be established. It's a beautiful concept. Just visualize this one thing. Let all the sounds enter into yourself. Whether you visualize or not, the truth is you are center of all the sounds you are listening, you are hearing. Am I right? Any sound you are hearing means it has traveled towards you. That's why you are hearing. Just be the center of all sounds. Feel all the sounds are traveling towards you and entering into you. All the sounds are entering into you. Whenever a sound is created, do not put your attention to the source from which it is coming. Put your attention to the source which it is reaching. Understand? If you put your attention to the person who is uttering the word, the fight will start. If you put your attention to the person who is listening, the silence will start. Violence or silence is your decision. If you are putting the attention on the person who is creating, you will create violence. If you are putting the attention on the person who is listening, you will create silence. Let all the sounds enter into you. Let you be just the center of the sound without processing, without making any decision, without judging, allowing the sounds to pass through you, allowing the sounds to move through you, allowing the sounds to flow through you. Just being. Just being. Be the center of the sound. One more thing. Many times, people whom you don't like, they don't even have to create some sound. Just their body movements is enough to create irritation. Because even body movements create subtle sounds. Very subtle sounds. Even those few movements creates subtle sounds which you may not hear with your ears, but which is reaching your inner space. It may not be in the audible span, frequency, but it is audible by your unconscious. For that frequency, for the frequency of our unconscious can hear those sounds That is why you get agitated, irritated, even if it does not create any sound. By not processing, labeling, judging those sound, just being the center of that sound, suddenly you will see such a deep soundlessness, the silence, the sound of sounds, anahata dvani happening in you. Understand? 24 hours, whether you are driving, even while you are driving, if you are driving for a long, if you are taking a long drive, 10 hours, 15 hours, just see, don't close your eyes. Don't close your eyes. Just see, be the center of the sounds. Just see and feel all the sounds reaching you. You are center. All sounds are happening around you and entering into your inner space. Do not judge. If you are slightly getting irritated, disturbed, tired, you are judging. You are judging. The person who suffers most by sounds is a person who constantly thinks everything should be silent. Silence is not nature as you are taught. Understand that. Silence is not nature. See, if you are waiting or working for soundlessness, negative silence, till you reach the graveyard, you can't experience it. Even after that, I can't assure it. Because they may be digging 5 feet next to you for the next guy. And in this country, multi-story. Not even next to you, they will put just on you. And this fellow is so heavy, he is sitting on me. You don't know when that will give way, and you can't have graveyard silence even in graveyard. See, you can't have the silence of graveyard even in graveyard. So, waiting for negative silence, soundlessness will never happen. There is one more thing called intense silence, where sounds do not create any reaction in you. The intense silence can be achieved even now, this moment. The silence of Mahadeva. If you see Shiva, he is sitting and meditating, not in graveyard silence. Intense silence. Intense silence, because he is surrounded by ghosts, bhutas. How can he be in the negative silence? No. And he is such an intense personality. How can he be in negative silence? No. Mahadeva is in the silence of intense silence. It is not negative silence. It is not soundlessness. It is sound of sounds. When he is sitting, he is centered in the sound of sounds without judging any sound. He is empty. All sounds are just entering into him and disappearing without creating a single ripple or any wave. You can have only Mahadeva silence, which he is describing here. Even in Himalayas, you cannot have the negative silence, because rivers are flowing, falls are falling, How will you have the negative silence? No. Here, that's why Mahadeva is saying, I think he is giving the technique exactly which he is practicing or which he practiced. He says, bathe in the center of the sound as in the continuous sound of a waterfall. We believe that he lived in Kailash, where so many waterfalls are constantly flowing. That is why he is giving that example. Naturally, you will pick up the example only from the surroundings. As in the continuous sound of a waterfall, or by putting the fingers in ears. That's what he gives, the two version of the same method, two version, which you can practice sitting here and now, like half an hour, part of your life. The other one, sahaja, all the time, 24 hours you can practice. Let me now describe both the technique. One, sahaja, which you can always practice, which you can continuously practice. Wherever you go, there will be constant sounds. Always there will be some sound. Some sound will be going on. Even if there is no sound in the outer world, there will be sound in the inner world. You will be creating it. Visualize the sound created in the outer world or in the inner world by you. All of them are merging in your center. Do not give any meaning to any sound. Just visualize you are the center towards which all the sounds are flowing. You are like an ocean, all the rivers are entering into you. Every sound entering in your inner space is an ocean, is a river. Your inner space is an ocean. Every sound flowing into your inner space is a river. Just do not give meaning. Let the rivers flow into your ocean. Be that center of sounds. Suddenly you will see you are listening to the sound of sounds. Unbroken sound. Very powerful sound. You will be in a totally different frequency. This is the method to be practiced 24 hours for a particular time. For example, 10 or 20 minutes of your routine. Another one technique Mahadeva gives. Mahadeva is one of the beautiful name for Shiva. God of gods is Mahadeva. Means he is the God of Devatas, gods. Is beyond all the gods. He is giving one more beautiful technique. Put your fingers in the ears and visualize. You don't even have to visualize, there will be sound felt by you inside. If you put your fingers and lock the ears, there will be constant sound. Ooh. Feel. It's like a sound of the waterfall. As if the waterfall falling on you. Feel just like that. The flow of sound, the current of sound is falling and you are being bathed in that sound. And just relax in that sound. This is a technique which you can do sitting. Suddenly you will see you are entering into such a deep silence which can never be shaken by any sound. Not even by somebody shouting. Not by any word. You can't be shaken at all. You are just completely relaxed and centered. and you are in that anahata dvani. As Mahadeva says, uncreated sound. You are experiencing the uncreated sound. The Sahaja Dhyan means that meditation which you can do always will help you to be in that mood 24 hours. This technique will give you that solid experience just in 20 minutes. Try both. Sahaj you can do whole day, and this one thing at particular time, morning or evening. Just for 20 days, you will see you achieve the state where no sound can disturb you from the outer world, where you experience the center of your being which can never be disturbed by anything. You will feel and experience a different frequency. As I was telling you, that sadhu, by and by, is so centered in his center, nothing was able to disturb him. Even the fear of death was not able to move him, disturb him. You will see that you get centered on deathlessness, on Mahadeva's silence, the intense silence. Let you all achieve, experience the intense silence, radiate, achieve and radiate the eternal bliss, Nithyananda. Thank you.
स्वभावचिन्मयानन्दं कृपापूर्णं जगत्पतिं हरिषड्वर्गजेतारं नित्यानन्दगुरुं भजे। 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 ईक्षणात्रयविध्वंसं गुणावस्थाविवर्जितं सर्वदेवं सर्वमदं नित्यानन्दगुरुं भजे। ईक्षणात्रयविध्वंसं गुणावस्थाविवर्जितं सर्वदेवं सर्वमदम्।
सदाशिवसमारम्भां शङ्कराचार्यमध्यमाम् अस्मदाचार्यपर्यन्तं वन्दे गुरुपरम्पराम्। I welcome you all with my love and respects. Today's subject is the silence within. Shiva is taking us to a different dimension today. Yesterday he was giving us the technique to jump from sound to soundlessness through withdrawal, the method of withdrawing, pratyahara. Today he is teaching us a method called dharana. Dharana means centering. Understand? Pratyahara means withdrawing. Dharana means centering. Yesterday he was teaching us how to withdraw from the sound. Today he is going to teach us how to center yourself on the sound. Today's technique is more for musicians, poets, people who are performing arts related to sound. There are so many other beautiful arts related to sound. Mimicry. I have seen people creating sounds like animals. Animals will come and respond. So powerful. Animals will come and respond. One yogi, I had the fortune of living with that yogi. He will just create some sound and the snakes will come. I don't know how he makes it possible. Just some sound, the snakes will come. And he will create some sound, dogs will come. Not only dogs will come, he will change the moods of the dogs with just one or two sounds. Just one or two sound, he will just change the mood of the dog. Either dog will get frightened and run away, or he'll just come and sit like a pet at his feet. Just with the sound, he was able to play so many things. All the people who perform some kind of arts related to sound, this technique is for them. How to enter into the center of the sound. One beautiful example you need to understand. Pratyahara will not be successful always. Pratyahara means moving away, withdrawal. Withdrawal from the vision, seeing, light is possible. If you close your eyes, it will become possible. But withdrawal from sound, just closing your ears will not work. Unfortunately, that is the one sense which you can't close, which is open. You can't be putting your ears, your hands all the time, or you can't be using the earplug all the time. Even if you use the earplugs, you will be just waiting for some sound to disturb you. I have seen people, either they get disturbed by sound. It is not even sound that disturbs, your resistance or your idea that there should not be any sound, that creates irritation. See, you can see many times, people who show that they are meditating, they will make so much of noise. Before they start meditating, they will tell you, keep quiet, do this, stop that, stop that, stop that. They will go around and make the whole house topsy-turvy. And now the sound which they make will be much worse than anything else. And especially if these mother-in-laws learn meditation. The Indian mother-in-laws, they have their own way of making the whole thing silent. Anyhow, when you try to bring so much forced silence on everything around you, one big problem is you become so particular, so strong about the silence. Any small sound can create irritation which will not settle inside you for half an hour. One small crying or shouting of a child is enough to disturb your one-day meditation. I really have seen people, it becomes later on ego drama. If somebody creates a sound, it becomes like more than a preparation for meditation, it just becomes egocentric. And they start shouting, and not only that, the irritation which they carry never settles down. Maybe Shiva knows all these problems, that is why he is giving us today Dharana. Dharana means centering on the sound itself. Yoga has got 8 parts. We call it Ashtanga Yoga. Understand? Not 8 steps, no. 8 parts. All 8 parts is supposed to be practiced simultaneously at a time. In the 8 parts, Pratyahara and Dharana are 2 different parts. Pratyahara means withdrawal. Dharana means centering. Yesterday he was teaching us the technique how to withdraw. Today he is teaching us how to center yourself in the sound and enter into soundlessness. This technique is more powerful, more practical than that technique. That technique, the yesterday's technique, you need to make the whole thing silent. I don't think it will be possible. Even in my ashram, I am not able to make things silent. Which is supposed to be the controlled condition for inner science experiments. No, you can't. Because what will you do with the trees? What will you do with the birds? What will you do with the natural sounds? You can't do anything about it. Even if you go to Himalayas, there will be sound of the waterfalls. What will you do about it? Nothing can be done. So sound, withdrawal from the sound, or completely making your surroundings silent, I don't think is possible, practical. Here, this technique does not need silence as a prerequisite. You don't have to shout so much to make others silent. You can work with the sound. With sound, you can go beyond the sound. Through sound, you can enter into soundlessness. Beautiful technique. Let me just read the technique. Then we will go step by step into the technique and understand how to internalize. Bathe in the center of the sound, as in the continuous sound of a waterfall, or by putting the fingers in the ears, hear the sound of sounds, anahata dvani. All the great scriptures, whether it is Vedic hymns or Bible words or Buddhist Dhammasutra, all great scriptures agree on one point. From sound, the whole universe originated. The root of the matter, the root of the existence is sound. In Sanskrit we call Nada Brahma, means the sound which is the root for whole existence, whole cosmos. That is what we call Anahata Dvani. Ahata means created by striking. Anahata means uncreated, unstruck. Sound which is not created by striking any two object. Unstruck is what we call Anahata Dvani. Here, Mahadeva is giving us the technique to experience the Anahata Dvani. If you can touch the Anahata Dvani, uncreated sound, even once, you will never be disturbed by anything from the outer world. Anything in the outer world. I was with a great sadhu in a young age. Once he invited me to go to a nearby place. Usually in India they will go by walk to many temples, pilgrimage centers. He invited me, let's go for a yatra, pilgrimage. I said, let's go. It used to be a fun picnic, and being away from home is always fun. Because first thing, you don't need to go to school, no need for any routine, and especially in the young age when you have health, it's really fun. I said, let's go. We were traveling on a small boat, crossing a river. Suddenly the current was so strong, the boatman did not realize the current was very strong, and he rowed the boat in that strong current. And I saw very clearly the boat has started going along with the flow. Means the boatman has lost the control. And naturally, I'm a young boy shouting, and I don't know swimming. Another one fun. Because that's another one fun. Usually the village kids will be taught swimming at the age of 5, 6 itself. When they put me in the water first time, I told them, no, I am a sannyasi, I can't learn swimming. Traditionally a Swami can't swim, should not swim. There's a belief, you are not supposed to learn swimming, you are not supposed to cross the river, traditional belief. So I said, I won't learn. And now you being a Swami is not going to save your life. Knowing swimming only will save. So I was somehow uncomfortable and completely shaken. This sadhu was so quiet, completely relaxed, not disturbed at all. One thing, he knows swimming. Second thing, even if he knows swimming, he is going to be answerable to my parents, because my parents know that he only took me from the home. But this guy was not perturbed. And one more thing if I have to add, even if you know swimming, it was a very strong current, you can't come out of it. Such strong current. Because the boatman himself is not able to manage that strong current. But this sadhu is very strong. Somehow he managed to hold the boat and center, balance the whole thing, and he brought us out. After that I asked him, why you are not disturbed at all, not perturbed? What were you doing? How could you be so centered? Understand, it's a very powerful answer which has become mantra in me. And with this one technique, I can say after that nothing was able to shake me. This incident happened around the age of 10 or 11. And of course, 22 I became enlightened. After enlightenment, nothing can shake you, that is different. But from that 11 to 22, this technique was such a great help for me. Nothing was able to shake. It may look little impractical, or it may look like foolish. Anything great or intelligent always looks abnormal in the initial level. Now in the initial level it will always look abnormal or impractical. It was such a powerful answer. I asked him, how did you manage to keep yourself so cool, stable in that situation? See, he may be sure that he won't die. He may not die, but falling into the river and even swimming and coming out is going to be a lot of anxiety. Is going to be a lot of insecurity. See, you don't have to have life-threatening thing to disturb you. Just a small sound is enough for most of us. And being so calm and centered, even his breathing did not shift or alter. It was so serene, relaxed, completely balanced. That was shocking. See, Hiding your fear from the face or from the others is easy. If you are little intelligent, you can manage that game. But not even the breathe, even your breath has not taken a shift. It is there, balanced, beautifully flowing, as innocent way as it used to be. That's really something need to learn. He answered, no, whenever I see something happening around me, I know everything merges into one sound. Everything, even my life or my death, everything merges into one sound. So that imbalancing, when that boat became imbalanced, the gushing sound of the water, the stream, reminded me of that sound. I just relaxed into that sound. I just centered myself into that sound. When I relaxed into that sound, two things happened. One, I didn't have any stress, fear stroke, panic attack, disturbance. Second thing, suddenly I saw the whole stream energy supporting me. Suddenly I saw the water below me is not my enemy. It is a ground holding me. Understand? I don't know. Sometimes these great words, when you hear from a person who has experienced that same thing, it just clicks. It just clicks. Something happens in you. He answered, no, whenever I see something happening around me, I know everything merges into one sound. Everything, even my life or my death, everything merges into one sound. So that imbalancing, when that boat became imbalanced, the gushing sound of the water, the stream, reminded me of that sound. I just relaxed into that sound. I just centered myself into that sound. When I relaxed into that sound, two things happened. One, I didn't have any stress, fear stroke, panic attack, disturbance. Second thing, suddenly I saw the whole stream energy supporting me. Suddenly I saw the water below me is not my enemy. It is a ground holding me. Understand? I don't know. Sometimes these great words, when you hear from a person who has experienced that same thing, it just clicks. It just clicks. Something happens in you. He said, you see, now you are not afraid of the earth. Unless there is an earthquake. You are not afraid. You feel safe when you are standing on the earth. You feel completely relaxed. He says, when I connected with that sound, two things. One, there was no stress, panic attack, anxiety, disturbance. Second thing, I just felt that energy or that sound, the source of that sound, that stream was supporting me. Maybe when he uttered these words, I was in that high fear or in that complete vulnerable openness. I don't know. It became so strongly got engraved into my being. After that, this kind of situations where I am threatened, disturbed, automatically I fell into that center of that sound in that space. Whatever is happening around me, in me, I just put myself in the center. And it really works miracles. Understand? It really works. It really does miracles. So many places. It will be a beautiful meditation technique when your spouse is shouting at you. No, really. If your spouse is shouting at you, this technique can do two things. One, you will not get disturbed. Second, you may create enough of energy to silence him also. There is every possibility. This technique has really helped me a lot in so many different places. You may feel this is very impractical, especially a logical Western mind, it will be very difficult to relate. That is why I understand. Now I think, what happened to me when that sadhu told me those words is not happening in you when I am telling this. Because in the Western bringing up, you can't imagine the river can become energy. You always think river is a totality of a water and it is just a force. But in the Eastern tradition, river is not a force, it is a power. Understand, there is a big difference between force and power. Force with independent intelligence is power. Power without independent intelligence is force. In you also, so much of energy is there. When you don't have enough independent intelligence, you just become a force. When you have a clear independent intelligence, you are a power. A logical person, a so-called civilized person, for him it will be very difficult to understand a river is a power. In Vedic tradition, all rivers were worshipped. See, the river Ganga has got more than 100,000 temples. 100,000 temples just for one river, most worshipped river on the planet Earth. River Ganga. Just because fortunately she is flowing in the Vedic tradition or Vedic land. Most worshipped river in the planet Earth. 100,000 temples. We have a clear way of statue, that means the form and the method of worshipping. Longest unbroken worship record in India is the worship of Ganga. Something like 1,200 years of unbroken record is there still. Whether it rains or shines or who is ruling the country, all those things does not matter. Every day evening in Haridwar, Haridwar is the place where she is touching the land, plains. Till Haridwar, she is from the hills. In Haridwar is the place where she is touching the plains. That is the place where they offer worship. We have a record that priest, after doing the worship, he will sign and receive his salary. We have the record for last 1,200 years without a single day break. If you try to convince your son or daughter to do just 10 or 15 minutes a ritual or worship, you will understand how difficult it is. Just try to convince him or her to do 10 minutes a ritual or worship. Then you will understand how difficult to make them do something what you want. But these Vedic masters were so powerful Not only they inspired the next generation, they created a system which can inspire for 1200 years and keep this alive. Keep this method of worship alive. This river is worshipped for last so many thousands of years. Nobody feels it is a totality of water. It is totality of drops of water. It is just dead. No. Still I can't imagine a river is just dead thing. No, it is a living energy. It's a living energy. It's a power, not force. That is the reason when he uttered those words, it straightaway worked on me. Maybe it's a little difficult for you to catch. Anyhow, one more thing you can understand from this angle. Even if I get agitated at that moment, what can be done? Nothing much can be done. At least that sadhu, because of his cool collective mood, he had the courage to balance the whole situation. Mystically, whether you believe because of his feeling connection only the river saved us or not is secondary, but he was able to take some decision at that point. He was very balanced. Maybe at least just for that, you can practice this technique. Whenever a crisis happens to you, whenever a situation in which you may get imbalanced happens to you, just come back to the center of the sound. Feel all the sound which is happening around you is flowing towards you. Please do not make any meaning. If you try to make a meaning, your mind will come in between. If your mind comes in between, nothing can be done. No, then you lost the game. Mind should not come in between. No justification. No giving meaning to the sound. No. Just allow those sounds to enter into you. Just you become the center of the sound. One more thing, with light, light is always linear, sound is circular. With sound, you can become center. With sound, you can become center. Just if you sit, easily you can visualize you are the center of all the sounds happening around you. You are the center of all the sounds. Mahadeva is saying, bathe in the center of the sound, as in the continuous sound of a waterfall, or by putting the fingers in the ears, hear the sound of sounds, anahata dvani. It's like from the sound you came out. The whole cosmos came out from the sound. Going back to that same sound, so that you will experience the cosmos, one with the cosmos. Even once you experience the oneness with the cosmos, the death fear will disappear. The root of the suffering is death fear. Directly or indirectly, all your suffering is rooted in death fear. It is that one fear from which all the suffering comes out. If that one fear is taken away from you, there is nothing which can bind you. If you experience even for one moment the origin of the cosmic energy, cosmos, suddenly you will see you will never die. You will exist in some form, maybe in the form of a sound forever. Even now, you do exist in the form of a sound. But the problem is broken, fragments of sound, not continuous. That is why the fear, you may disappear. you may become non-existent. You may not exist. The fear that I may not exist as I am. Even if once you experience the soundlessness or the sound of the cosmos, anahata dhvani, the sound which is not created by any striking, sound which is there forever, eternally, the anahata dhvani, even once you experience that sound, the fear of disappearance will disappear from you. You will understand as that anahata dhvani, the unstruck sound, you will exist always. You are eternal in some form, in some way. The whole life is nothing but trying to find the source in which you can exist eternally. How to exist eternally? People have tried through so many methods. People who try to live eternally through chemicals, they created allopathy system or medical system, Siddha, Ayurveda, all the medical system. There is so much of energy and research, so much of time is put to do the research of some kind of method or medicine to achieve deathlessness. Not only in the West, even in the East, we read thousands of stories, thousands of people dying to find some medication for deathlessness. But still now only people are dying, never they were able to find something which can lead to deathlessness. Actually the deathlessness can be achieved only if you connect with the source, the cosmos, and the root from which you came out, the root of your origin. Not in any other way. You can't be alive in the frequency in which you are staying now. The frequency in which you are staying now can't exist, can't be more than few years. If you can raise your frequency to a different level, to a different point, there is a possibility you can exist eternally. This is the technique to raise your frequency, to increase your frequency to a different level. Very powerful technique. If you have any disturbance or disorders related to Ajna Chakra, like dizziness, sleeping disorder, or headache, they will all disappear. This meditation is so powerful. Of course, healing of headache is only a small byproduct. Not just healing one disease, it can heal the disease of the birth and death. That's the ultimate disease. Body itself is a disease came to you. Body itself is a disease happened to you. That is why in Sanskrit we say Sariram Rogamayam. Means body is filled with disease. Too many spare parts. Understand? Too many spare parts. And too many guys have to take independent decisions. Your liver does not have to obey your heart's suggestions. Your brain does not have to listen to your heart. Out of politeness and courtesy, they may listen. But they don't have to listen. They don't have an agreement. that they will listen. Too many spare parts and too much of freedom. So naturally, any one guy, knowingly or unknowingly, not performing is more than enough to create a disease. Actually, disease is not something rare. Health is something rare. That is the truth. Still there are so many parts in you working. That is the great thing. Still there are so many parts in you performing. That is the great thing. Because too many spare parts and too much of coordination has to happen. That's really difficult. You can exist eternally if you touch the source of the cosmos and if you increase the frequency. Here Mahadeva is giving us very powerful method to increase your frequency. This technique is so powerful. I can say just this technique has kept one stream of living enlightened masters on the planet Earth alive. There are few techniques which is responsible for keeping a living stream of enlightened beings on the planet Earth. One is Vipassana, great technique from Buddha, and the other one is this technique, this method. Becoming center of the sound. Almost all the branches of Vedic tradition work with this technique. Working with mantra, working with some sound. There is no branch in Vedic tradition which does not give a particular sound or a mantra. Any master, any yogi, any rishi, he will give you some mantra. Sada Shiva Samarambam Shankaracharya Madhyamam Asmadacharya Paryandam Vande Guru Paramparam. I welcome you all with my love and respects. Today's subject, sound, the way to awareness. Shiva is giving meditation techniques for all kinds of human beings. Usually men are more connected to some one sense. It is not that all of you are caught in all five senses, no. If you are caught in all five senses, you can't even move one step in your life. One sense is enough to create enough of problem. One sense is enough to create problems. Most of us are caught more in one sense. Maybe 80% of our engrams will be related to one sense. Only the other 20% will be distributed among the other four senses. Somebody will be too much caught with the tongue, taste. Somebody will be too much caught with the eyes, seeing. Somebody will be too much caught in just listening, hearing. Somebody will be maybe too much caught with the sense touch, pleasure of the touch. But usually 80% of your energy will be caught in one sense. You are not caught in all 5 senses. If you are caught in all 5 senses, nothing can save. Fortunately, that is not the fact. You are not caught in all 5 senses. Most of your engrams, if you see the root, if you dig deep, will end up with one sense. It will end in one sense. 80% will be with one sense. Here Shiva is giving 5 techniques for each sense. If you are caught with eyes, for you, he gives you 5 techniques. If you are caught with your ears, music, he gives you the techniques. If you are caught with your smell, he gives you techniques. If you are caught with your lust, physical touch, pleasure, he gives you the technique. If you are caught with your tongue, taste, he gives you technique. If you are caught with the cerebral layer, means dreaming, daydreaming, understand? Your daydreaming and night dreaming are very closely connected. If you are dreaming in the day too much, means too much thinking, you will have too much of night dreaming. Insomnia problem is not because you work too much, because you think too much. When you think too much, you are not ready to rest. The person who constantly thinks will feel so insecure. He can't sleep. He will think, when I sleep, if something happens to the world, what will happen? I will not know what is happening in the world. Just because of that, he can't sleep. He can't sleep. He will have some problem. If you are caught with the cerebral layer, dreaming, too much of daydreams, he gives solution, techniques for you also. Shiva is giving techniques for enlightenment, for the ultimate bliss, for every human being. These 5 techniques are related to sound. Here, these 5 techniques, yesterday we started all the 5 techniques. Yesterday, today, tomorrow, day after tomorrow, and one more. 5 techniques are related directly to sound. Through sound, how to become enlightened. If you enjoy music, if you are a musician, if you are more aware of sounds, if you feel connected with the sound, these techniques will help you. They will help you a lot towards enlightenment. Shiva says beautifully, you can't give one technique for all. No. People ask me, in India, why so many gods, so many meditation techniques? I ask them, why in the West you have so many variety cars, so many pizzas, so many kinds of food? Because you enjoy, so you created variety. You spent so much of your energy in that field. In any field, if society spends so much of energy, there will be variety. So many variety of cars, because you have put so much of energy in that field. So many variety of meditation techniques, so many variety of gods, because we put so much of energy in that field. The East, we have put all our energy to create the best inner software. So that is why anybody who masters the science, he creates his own inner software. He creates his own inner software and he has got his own copyright. That's what we call different traditions, different mutts, different monasteries. Each master who has mastered the mind, who has experienced enlightenment, he creates his own program. He writes his own software and he knows how to train people in that software, and he creates his own tradition. Naturally, and so many enlightened beings are there, there will be so many traditions, so many methods to make you enlightened. That is why so many gods. In India we have 33 crore, means 330 million. I think that was the population at that point. In those days, when they wrote that story, 33 crore god, that was the population. So they said that each one, you can have your own god, Ishtadevata, customized version. You can have your own god, your own method, your own technique, your own ideal. We call that as a chosen ideal, Ishtadevata. You can have your own way. We have variety in this field because we have spent so much of energy in that field. We have done so much of research and development. Just by teaspoon feeding, giving a ready-made faith, ready-made ideas, ready-made belief, you can't have inner growth. Maybe you can have a consolation. See, when you are hurt, little bit of like a lubrication. It can be like a lubrication. Oh, don't bother, there is a hell, there is a heaven. If somebody does bad, they will go to hell, and if somebody does good, they will go to heaven. Some sort of a consolation. Any ready-made theory, any ready-made theology, anything which is ready-made there, like a spoon feeding, which is given, can't give solution. It can be little consolation. Consolation is different, solution is different. Lubrication is different, creation is different. It can be like a lubrication. When they come, you put, when they are hurt, you just do little psychological healing, maybe little confession or little counseling. That's okay. But it's only the preliminary level. No ready-made theory can help. You can't say all should use same type of car. You can force, but naturally there won't be comfort. The quality of life is less if the variety is not allowed. Vivekananda says beautifully, freedom is the basic condition for any growth in any field. In the East, we had a tremendous freedom in the inner field, in the inner science. Each one can do his own research. And one more beauty with that country, with that great tradition, if you do the research in the inner field, in the inner science, you are given food, stay, shelter, education, everything with respect. Understand? This one we should understand. Now, all the software companies are declaring knowledge is free. 5,000 years ago, our Vedic masters have declared knowledge should be free. In 1902, we had 200,000 universities only in South India, which was giving free food, stay and education to students. We had 200,000 Gurukulams, spiritual universities in 1902. I was doing little research. How? See, for last 5,000 years, there were so many invasions. No country is invaded like India. No country was invaded like our Bharat. In last 3,000 years, 5,000 wars. 5,000 wars in 3,000 years. But we have not lost our tradition. In last 50 years we have lost it. How? How the other guys were not able to manage, and last 50 years it happened. When I started studying, all the other invaders destroyed only our temples, which is just an architectural excellence. We can redo it within a generation. We had a technique, technology, method, everything. We can redo it. We can just establish it in one generation. But when they invaded, they killed our ability to reconstruct. They destroyed our Gurukulam system, the education method, where the science was preserved. The science of energizing, or science of reconstruction, or the very science to use the temples. the science was destroyed. In 1902, we had 200,000 spiritual universities, 2 lakh. Only in South India, those days they called that as a Madras district, Madras state. South India, which was giving free food, shelter and education, completely free. You will be surprised. They have developed all sciences, not just chanting mantras or doing rituals. Shushruta did heart transplantation, open heart surgeries. They had all sciences. Actually, we could have imbibed Western sciences without losing our roots. The whole thing could have been imbibed, but they know unless our system, our science is destroyed, we can't be controlled. Unless you destroy uniqueness of a country, you can't control that country. Unless you destroy the uniqueness, you can't make him slave. 1902, we had 200,000. In 2002, within 100 years, we had just 600 Veda Padashalas, which are giving free food, stay and shelter. Just 600 in the whole 5 states. The whole South Indian 5 states, now we have only 600. Means the system is lost. When the system is lost, everything can be lost. Otherwise, it is not that India did not face the foreign invasion, cultural invasion or wars. We have faced, but it was not cunning. It was very straightforward. You kill me, I will kill you. Over. That is far more better than cunningly killing the tradition, destroying the science which was created and enslaving, making people dependent, bringing them under the slavery. Of course, this was done in such a cunning way, people are not even able to be aware of the whole thing. The tradition which gives food, shelter, education, all with respect. I tell you from my own experience, 9 years, cream of somebody's life is youth. From 17 to 25, I did not do anything useful to the society. That was the age. Either you are expected to study. Studying means what? You are promising I will deliver my results in future. That's what is studying. Studying is nothing but promise to the society. Or you are supposed to work. Either you deliver at that age or you get ready to deliver. 17 to 25 is the age everybody is expected either to deliver or get ready to deliver. That was the cream of the life. I did not do anything which is useful to that society. I was sitting with closed eyes, constantly meditating. You can see the photographs. You can see the photographs. Meditating, nothing else. I was neither giving a promise to the society, I will be useful to the society, nor I was useful to the society. Either you give promise or be useful. I was neither useful nor I was giving promise. But that great tradition was ready to give food, shelter, education with respect. Understand, with respect. In any other country, I would have been called as homeless and put in the homeless shelter, or given psychiatric medications. Now, in any other country, that's what would have happened to me. That's what would have been done to me. Either they would have tried their best to give psychological counseling. If I am not ready to listen, they would have put me in the homeless shelter. There also, if I am not ready to stay, I would have been given a psychiatric drugs. But this great tradition, this Vedic culture, gave me food, shelter, education with respect. One more thing I want to tell you. It is not that I was staying in one place. If I am staying in one place, I can tell that city is very generous. That gave me food, that gave me shelter, that gave me everything with respect. No. I was wandering throughout the India. Means what? The whole country has absorbed this ideology. The whole country is ready to receive sadhus. The whole country is ready to receive people who are doing research in the inner science. Even now, we have 10 million, understand? 1 crore. Means practically 1% of our population is sannyasis. Just now we had a Kumbh Mela in January. January we had a Kumbh Mela. 10 million. 10 million means 1 crore. Only sannyasis gathered. Just sannyasis, sadhus, sannyasis, bairagis, babas, 1 crore. They are the backbone of our culture. They are the backbone of our tradition. They kept everything alive. They kept everything alive. First thing, they took away the certifying authority of Gurukuls. They said, Gurukulam certificate cannot get you job. So, if you have to survive, you should go for Western education. You have to listen to your history interpreted by them. Your history edited by them. Your history told by them. So naturally what you have to do? You are conditioned. You are conditioned. Especially kids are so innocent. Anything you teach goes inside. Anything you tell goes inside. And still that country is suffering with a clerk producing education system. Not leader producing education system. With a clerk producing education system. Still we are producing clerks for whom we don't know. Still we are producing only workers for whom we don't know. It's going on. Once you take away the power, once you destroy the reproduction system, anything can be destroyed. 5,000 years ago, our masters declared education, knowledge should be free. Years ago, our masters declared education, knowledge should be free. Knowledge should be free. Means what? Encouraging the research and development in the inner science. Encouraging the research and development in the inner science. So much of energy has been put. Somebody the other day took me to a university. And he was explaining those universities. I was really enjoying. Suddenly he made a comment. In India, why did you guys did not do anything like this? I said, relax. You all worked in different way. Come to South Indian villages. Every village has got much bigger infrastructure than this university in stone. Each village will have at least 3 to 4 acre built up area in stone. Temples. Their houses will be simple, humble, thatched roof. But the temples will be granite, stone. Because we know the value of the inner science. We know the value of our tradition. We know the value of our culture. Still, 72% of Indian gold is stored in temples and universities, temples and ashrams. 72%. India is the largest gold consumer on the planet Earth. And 72% of the gold is preserved, protected in temples and the spiritual universities, what we call ashrams, monasteries. 72% is not a joke. It's in the temples and universities. That was the nerve center of our tradition, where we created all this knowledge, inner science, practiced and preached, and further research and development was going on continuously. I told them, we worked in a different way. We worked in different line. We worked in different direction. We did not spend time, too much energy on building dams or roads. We have spent too much of energy in creating a society in which people will have extreme, ultimate inner bliss. We have spent our energy to create best inner software. You will be surprised, without any media, newspaper, magazine or printing material or any other communication system, from Kashmir to Kanyakumari, they are chanting same mantras. No communication system. You don't know how they standardized it. From Kashmir to Kanyakumari, anybody who sits in meditation, anybody who gets initiated at the age of 7, the same technique is given. And we know how to start. And of course, then the variety is offered to them. But the method, the procedure, how they have standardized it, how it has spread all over the country. There is no road, there is no communication system. How the system has spread all over the country? Because we have put all our effort and energy to create best software for the human beings. Understand and be proud. You are descendants of the people who have spent all their energy to create best inner software, who've spent all their energy in creating the best inner software to deliver to the whole world. Not only they created, they never copyrighted. They never copyrighted. The system itself does not allow copywriting. The system says only to spread more and more. System encourages only to spread more and more. The great tradition which believed knowledge is free, the great tradition which was ready to support the students. There is a beautiful sutra. It's an enlightened master's responsibility to feed, to take care and give education to any student who comes. If he is not able to give food, enlightened master is supposed to work, make money and feed the students. That's what I am doing now. That is what I am doing. In India, even now, anybody who comes, 1 year they can stay in our ashram. They will be given food, stay, cloth and education. Means all our spiritual literatures for studying. Anybody, any age. If you are all, we request is only one prerequisite. Interest in spirituality. Anybody can come, can stay 1 year. Full 1 year, you are given free food, stay and the ambience to study and support to study, like books or any other literature or all the other possible things. People ask me, Swamiji, if you do this service, who will pay and attend your programs? We say no, that is our way of supporting these projects. But our core truth is sharing the knowledge. Anybody who is ready to study, who is interested in receiving the knowledge, it's our responsibility. I am supposed to work and feed them and give them the knowledge. That becomes a commitment to an enlightened being. See, sometimes I feel surprised how much of respect is given for creating this knowledge and reproducing this knowledge and doing further research and development in this level. We have a beautiful mantra. I wanted you all to know the background. Only then you will understand the greatness of this knowledge. Otherwise this will look very, what is there? Some mantra you chant and you just sit. No. If you understand the amount of energy spent behind this whole system, the amount of research and development done behind this whole system, then you will be able to realize, feel connected to this great tradition. This beautiful sutra which says, Sahana vavatu, Sahanao bunaktu, Sahaviryam karavavahai, Tejasvinavadita mastumavit vishavahai. Before starting the classes, master and disciple, both of them chant, let both of us have good relationship. Let both of us grow together. Understand? Understand an important thing. Master is teaching disciple. He is telling, let both of us grow together. Let both of us help each other. Let both of us not hurt each other or hate each other. Master is not telling, let you grow by my teaching. No. Understand the humbleness. Understand the attitude of Indian Vedic education system. They don't say student is growing. They say both of us are growing. Only when a student is there, teacher is called teacher. Only when you have a child, you are a mother. Otherwise, you are just a woman. Only when a child is given birth, not only you give birth to a child, child gives birth to the mother. Till then you are not mother. You are just woman. When you give birth, it is not only child, mother also is given birth. Same way, when a student learns, when a student is taught, when there is a student, not only student is growing, teacher also grows. That is why we say Sahana vavatu. Let both of us grow together and let both of us expand, help each other. Let both of us not hate or hurt each other. Because it's a process. It is just process. So much of humbleness, so much of energy is spent on this creating this knowledge, spreading it. That is why you see so many variety of techniques. The reason for so many techniques is so much of energy is spent in that department, in that research and development, in that field. These 5 techniques are related to sound. Small difference, but great. I can say, when you look superficially, small difference. But when you start working on it, you will realize the greatness of every technique, the uniqueness of every technique. This is like a manual for intelligence. We can say this book is owner's manual for intelligence. If you have it, better to read this book once and know how to use it. Know how to use it. This book is like a owner's manual for intelligence. Mahadeva is giving a technique for all human beings.
even if you are oriented, music oriented towards your ears, even for you, he is not just giving one technique, he is giving you 5 different techniques. You may ask, how to find out? See, the rough idea, whether you are music oriented or visualization oriented or feeling, touch oriented or smell oriented, you can very clearly understand just by seeing your lifestyle. If you just sit with yourself and think, you will understand, you will know. If you understand, major portion of your energy, major percentage of your energy is tuned to one sense, then take up those few techniques. Just play with them for 3-4 days. Suddenly you will see one technique clicks. That satori happens. Suddenly you feel, this is for me. Just that clicking. People ask me, Swamiji, how will I know you are my master? How to find out my master? I tell them, go to different masters, whoever you think. Even if you doubt somebody is enlightened, go and sit at their feet. Just try. Decide, 1 year I'll spend just in seeking. Nothing wrong. Make it like a project, 1 year. Whoever you doubt as enlightened, try to sit at their feet. With somebody, suddenly that click will happen. That awakening of the Kundalini. Or feeling connected. You know, now he is your master. There won't be any doubt. There won't be any doubt. As long as you have doubt, he is not your master. As long as you have doubt, he is not your master. I always tell people, as long as you have doubt, relax. I am not your master. Continue seeking. Wait for click, that satori to happen, or continue seeking. Forget about me. For no reason, your seeking itself should be dropped. Do not drop your seeking. That is such a great treasure, such a great blessing happens to human being. Seeking means what? Feeling uncomfortable just being inside your skin. Feeling suffocated just with the small boundary. Feeling, oh God, how long I will be here? Just sitting. Feeling bored, tired of just playing with these 5 senses. How many times you can have joy by rubbing that object to the pleasure points. See, you have 5 pleasure points. When the objects rub that points, the pleasure points, like tip of the eyes, where the scenes are felt, experienced. The tip of the nose, where the smell is experienced. The edge of the ears, where the music is experienced. The edge of the reproduction organ, where the touch is experienced. The tip of the tongue, where the taste is experienced. These are the 5 tips, 5 points. You experience pleasure. When you are tired of using these 5 points, when you feel enough, when you feel suffocated, just with these 5 points, when you want to expand, the feeling to expand is what I call seeking. When you are tired of these 5 points, the seeking starts. Please do not miss seeking. Even if you have not found your master in me, perfectly all right. But do not drop seeking. Continue the seeking. Decide. Whoever you doubt, just go and sit with them. Just few days, try. Suddenly something will click. I tell you, 5-6 masters if you try, that is enough. That will be maximum. That will be more than sufficient. You are not so dull that you can't have connection just with 5-6. You are not so dull. Even if you think you are so dull, you are not so dull. You are not so ignorant as you think.
even in ignorance you are not so perfect. Relax. Because we think, no, this all may work for others, but I know this can't happen to me. No. Even you can feel connected. At one point, all you need to do is just make it like a project. 1 year, I'll seek. But when that click, when that saturi happens, which is beyond your logic, then decide, now drop everything. Now, once that click happens, once that feeling connected happens, now I'm going to work with him. Over. Now drop everything else and decide strongly to work with him. Go all out. We call in Sanskrit 2 words, Viveka, Vairagya. Viveka means analyzing, going around and seeking Nitya Vastu Viveka, which is right or wrong. Seeking, trying to work. Will I be able to feel connected with this guy? Will I be able to feel connected with this master? Just go around. This is called Viveka, analyzing. Vairagya, once you feel connected, drop everything else. Drop everything else and decide strongly to work. Ramakrishna says beautifully, till the food is served, there will be sound in the party. Once the food is served, the sound will slowly reduce. Once the people start eating, there won't be any other sound except plop, 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 that eating sound. Same way in the seeking time, there will be little sound, noise in you, little disturbance going around. But when you see the right person, the sound will come down. When that click happens, over. After that, only that sound click, nothing else. Nothing else will be there. You will completely settle down. Same way, play with these techniques. Just play with these few techniques. Nothing wrong. And these techniques are foolproof, no side effect, time tested. So you can play with them freely. And one more thing, these techniques are such, even if you make 1 or 2 small mistakes, you won't have side effects. You won't have side effects. If you do it properly, you will have that positive effect. If you do the little mistake, there won't be any effect, that's all. But there won't be negative effect or side effects. That is the beauty of these techniques. Time tested, foolproof, powerful techniques. All you need to do, just play with the techniques. Don't even be too serious. Don't be too serious. Do it in a relaxed way on your easy chair. When you are sitting in your home, when you are sitting in your office, but not when you are driving. When you are sitting in your office, when you are sitting in your home, just play with these techniques. Suddenly you will see something opens up. If you play with 2-3 techniques, something will click. Something will catch. I always tell people, just 3-4 days. If it does not click, drop. Next. Shiva has given 112 meditation techniques. I have spoken, I think we are on the 40th sloka. 40. Just try one by one. Try for a few days. Suddenly something will click. That is the technique for you. Shiva has given 112 meditation techniques. I have spoken, I think we are on the 40th sloka. 40. Just try one by one. Try for a few days. Suddenly something will click. That is the technique for you. And you will see you are able to explore and experience the inner space through the techniques, through the technique. Let me enter into the today's sutra. Very powerful sutra. Yasya kasyapi varnasya purvantavanubhavayet sunyaya sunyabhutosau sunyokarapuman bhavet. Let me read once more. Yasya kasyapi varnasya purvantanubhavayet sunyaya sunyabhutosau sunyakarapuman bhavet. Beautiful sloka. In the beginning and gradual refinement of the sound or any akshara, any letter, O yogi, enter into the power of void and become enlightened. Understand? If you are too much visualization centered, this technique is not for you. It won't work. If you are too much centered on physical touch, this technique is not for you. If you are too much centered on eating, this technique is not for you. If you are a musician, if you enjoy music, if you have the sense for music, this technique is for you. If you have sense to enjoy music, if you are too much oriented in your ears, this technique is for you. If you are trying the wrong technique, you won't feel connected. Even when I say this translation, in the beginning and the gradual refinement of the sound or any letter, enter into the power of void and just become void and let you be enlightened. It feels like, how can somebody become enlightened just by hearing some sound and entering into the soundlessness? Looks so simple. You may not feel connected to it if you are not based on sound. See, people who are completely connected to sound, they can't live without listening to music. They will die. If you are that kind of a person, this technique is for you. All human beings are not equal as we think. Human beings are unique, not equal. Understand? You are not equal, you are unique. The idea you are equal creates so much of problem in you. All the tension inside your being is just because when you start thinking you are equal. When you think you are equal, you know in society you are not equal. Then jealousy starts, comparison starts, running starts. The worst thing in the rat race is, even if you win, you are a rat. The worst thing in the rat race, even if you win, you are a rat. Even if you win, what to do? Just a rat. When you think all are equal, problem starts. You are not equal, you are unique. All your tension, see inside. It starts with the basic theory, all human beings are equal or supposed to be equal. No. Neither you are equal nor you are created to achieve equality. Understand? Neither you are equal nor you are created to achieve equality. God is not engineer. If he is engineer, he would have created one mold and, hey, million copies. You would have created Miss Universe and Mr. Universe. And this 10 million and that 10 million. Over, job is done. He is not engineer. He is an artist. He paints every one of you. He carves every one of you. He creates every one of you. That is why we are unique. We are not equal. I have seen people coming and telling me, Swamiji, give me some technique to be more beautiful. Ask them, what is the concept of beauty? Just tell me. What is the concept of beauty? Nothing. It is just an idea promoted by all this cosmetic industry. See, some proportion, some measurements are considered as a beauty. This cosmetic industry, the people who sell are the spare parts. Spare parts and paintings. They need to promote their product. It is they who sponsor for all these Miss Universe competitions. They who conduct. Because if they create an idea of some model, then everybody will try to become like that model. Try to paint or try to change the measurements through so many ways. People who have vested interest, who are in that field, whose business is dependent on creating a model, they create a model. Otherwise, who can say which is the right measurement or wrong measurement? You are unique. You are enough unto yourself. Understand? Beauty comes by adding more and more spare parts and more makeup. Grace comes by accepting you as you are. Grace is different, beauty is different. Beauty can come and go. In India I have seen people do that black painting here and white painting here. When they go in the rain, the color changes. That becomes white and this becomes black. I tell them, if you are painting, please don't go in the rain. Because the color exchange will happen. Beauty comes by makeup, external things. Grace comes by internal acceptance. When you accept, what is there? There is no such thing as a standard measurement. There is no such thing as model. There is no such thing as model. Understand? I am not talking about male feeling attracted to female or female feeling attracted to male. No, it's a nature. I am talking about male having a male model in the mind and trying to look like that person, or female having a female model and trying to paint constantly like that person, trying to appear like that person. One important thing you should know, the moment you start thinking some other body is beautiful or handsome, you have created gap between yourself and your body. Unconsciously you will start hating your body. You won't feel comfortable in your body. Already wedge has been inserted between you and your body. Understand? Feeling somebody else is beautiful will create gap between you and your body. Look into your life. None of you feel completely comfortable with your body. Do you touch your body completely? Do you touch with a love and care? Do you feel comfortable? You don't even look your whole body in the mirror. No. You cover everything and the remaining portions are painted as you want. Not as it is. Only after everything you look into the mirror to do the final touch. You don't even feel completely comfortable with your body. You don't understand an important truth. The other body may be pretty, handsome, beautiful, but you can't drink just cup of tea through that body. You can't enjoy even a cup of coffee through that body. You have to enjoy everything only through this body. First thing, to work with all these techniques, you should come back to your body. you should be completely relaxed with your body. Shiva gives one more beautiful technique to completely feel connected to your body. He says, sit in the water, maybe in your bathtub, neck level water, and just feel completely inside your body. Do not be outside your boundary. Now, when you are here, your body may be here, but your mind will be somewhere. If you sit inside the water, it will be easy for your mind to feel your boundary because the water pressure is there around you. That is why in those days yogis used to sit neck level water in the flowing river. They will sit. It will give them the clear-cut idea about their boundary. If you stay inside your boundary, you will be in the present moment. You can see in your life, morning when you come out of your bed and start brushing your teeth, you are already in the office. Your mind is thinking about the office. When you are sitting in the office, your mind is thinking about evening beach. When you are in the beach or the place, your mind is thinking about the temple lecture. When you are here, now your mind is thinking about when the Swami will end, I can go to the house and relax. When you are in the house, when tomorrow morning will come, we can go to the office. If you are here, one thing is sure, your mind is not here. You don't stay inside your boundary. Your bodies are not your homes, your lodges. You put the luggage and go around for sightseeing. They are not your homes. That is why you don't feel homely inside your body. Understand? Your bodies are not your homes. As on now, they are lodges. You put your luggage and they are there. You just go around. That is why sometimes guests come and, nobody is there, empty. Why not let me also leave? Ghosts. People come and ask me, how people get possessed by ghosts. If you are not staying in your boundary, because it is empty, somebody will come for renting. Somebody else will feel, why not me have a little space? After all, nobody is living there. If you are living inside your boundary, no possibility for possessiveness, being possessed by anything, any spirits or ghosts or anything, or even the split personality. People ask me now, next $1 million question, is there ghost Swamiji? Don't bother whether it is there or not. The problem which comes in the name of being possessed happens when you don't stay inside your boundary. If you just sit in the bathtub, this level water, neck level, and feel the boundary, and just sit inside your body, feel you are sitting inside your skin. The skin is your boundary. You are not going anywhere else. Just observe what is going on inside the body. Do you have any small pain anywhere? It's like just doing small, simple overhauling or taking accounts. All the bones are there in their place. Or you are able to feel all the parts of the body. Just once in a while, it's like accounts. You don't need to do it like a big meditation technique. Just 10-20 minutes. Sit with your body, with your boundary. See, you spend at least 1 hour every day maintaining your body, taking bath or giving food or decorating it, at least 1 hour. That 1 hour just be inside your boundary, you will become enlightened. You don't need to do anything else. People come and ask me, Swamiji, give some meditation technique for busy people. I am too busy in my life, busy without business. Tamil, there is a proverb. Dog can't stand in one place, but it doesn't have anything to do. It may not have anything to do, but it can't stand in one place. So we are busy, but with no business. People come and ask me, give me some technique for busy people. I am too busy, I can't do meditation. I tell them, do you eat? Yes. Do you take bath? Yes. Do you brush your teeth? Yes. Totally per day, how many hours or how much of time you spend on your body? At least 1 hour. Brushing, taking bath, washing yourself and eating. At least 1 hour. All put together 1 hour. That 1 hour decide, you will be inside your boundary. That 1 hour, when you brush your teeth, you will feel only what is happening in that area. When you are taking bath, you will feel only what is happening all over your body by the water. When the water is being showered on you, just feel what is happening. You will not think about your accounts. You will not think about shouting your subordinate. You will not think about your boss. Just be inside the boundary. When you eat, just enjoy that 1 hour every day. Just be with your body. Nothing else is required. You will be integrated. You will not have split personality. Split personality happens to you just because you don't stay inside your boundary. You don't stay inside your boundary. Here, all these techniques will work. They will be very powerful on you if you integrate yourself, because unless you integrate yourself, you will not even know in which sense you are established too much. As on now, understand, sometime you may think, people come and tell me, Swamiji, I am too much caught with my tongue. I eat like anything. But if I see their energy, they are caught with their lust. It is not tongue. Suppression of lust turns as a craving for food. They are not directly connected to their tongue. They are connected to their lust. But when they don't feel satisfied, when they are not satisfied, then they start eating. The emptiness inside, usually male fill by pouring, female fill by putting food, stuffing. In Indian tradition, male eat, male drink, female eat, over. That emptiness, when you feel that emptiness inside, you somehow want to feel fulfilled and you dump food like a dustbin. Like dustbin, you dump. You won't even know in which sense you are caught, in which sense you are stuck, unless you integrate yourself. Sitting with your body, these things will help you a lot to integrate yourself. Completely to be inside your boundary. Decide from today. From today you decide, make a strong will. Every day I am spending at least 1 hour on my body. When I brush, when I take bath, when I eat, at least 1 hour. That 1 hour I will spend with me. I will spend within my boundary. Actually this mala, this bracelet, all these things are just to remind you this kind of sankalpas. People ask me, why you are recommending this mala and bracelet, Swamiji? I tell them, all these things will remind you. If you take this sankalpa and decide to wear the bracelet, every day before eating you will remember, yes, now I am supposed to be with my boundary. These are all reminding techniques. You are not that great person to have a memory that every day you will remember without all this external help. If you are that great person, you don't even need meditation. We are not that aware. We know that. That is why all these external things. That is why all these small external things. These things are just to remind you about this great ideology, lifestyle, or the decisions which you made. If you don't remember those decisions, these things have no use. They are just weight on your body. unless you integrate yourself, sitting with your body, these things will help you a lot to integrate yourself, completely to be inside your boundary. Decide from today. From today you decide, make a strong will. Every day I am spending at least 1 hour on my body. When I brush, when I take bath, when I eat, at least 1 hour. That 1 hour I will spend with me. I will spend within my boundary. Actually this mala, this bracelet, all these things are just to remind you this kind of sankalpas. People ask me, why you are recommending this mala and bracelet, Swamiji? I tell them, all these things will remind you. If you take this sankalpa and decide to wear the bracelet, every day before eating you will remember, yes, now I am supposed to be with my boundary. These are all reminding techniques. You are not that great person to have a memory that every day you will remember without all this external help. If you are that great person, you don't even need meditation. We are not that aware. We know that. That is why all these external things. That is why all these small external things. These things are just to remind you about this great ideology, lifestyle, or the decisions which you made. If you don't remember those decisions, these things have no use. They are just weight on your body. They are just weight on your body. These things are just to remind you. From today, whatever time I spend with my body, maintenance time, I will spend with me. Over. I will be within my boundary. This one decision can transform your life. I promise. Just 21 days, this one decision is enough. Can change your life. Can change the way in which you think about you and the world. Understand? If your idea about you changes, your idea about the world and the God will change. Jiva, Jagat, Ishvara. Jiva is idea about you. Jagat is your idea about the world. And Ishvara is your idea about the ultimate. All these three are very closely connected. If your idea about you changes, your idea about the world will change. And your idea about the Ishvara will change. If you are fear-based, you will feel very connected to the deities with all weapons. 18-handed Kali or Muniyasami, Karupannar, with all the deities which are violent. You will feel very connected because you are deeply feeling insecure. You want somebody to protect you with all the weapons. If you grow, if your idea about you changes, if you raise to the level of anahata, love, suddenly you will feel connected to Krishna. More love, more bliss, more joy. If you elevate yourself a little more, if your personality becomes a seeker, means seeker of enlightenment, you will feel connected to the master. With no other God you will feel connected. All those gods are okay, but you won't feel connected. Only the connection will be with master. You will feel master is everything. That is everything. People ask me, are you God? I tell them no. Only for selected. I am not God for all, but only for those few who are seekers. People come and ask me, Swamiji, I heard that fellow had some miraculous experience in his life by you. You did that to him, this to him, why not do for me also? I tell them, no, it's not in my hand, it is in your hand. How much you feel connected. If you feel connected to me as a teacher, I will do only the teacher's job. Only the teacher's job will happen. If you feel connected to me as a master, the master's job will happen. If you feel connected to me in a much more deeper level, those kinds of things will happen. It is feeling connected that creates the possibility for miracles. That creates the space for power of coincidence to happen. Understand? It is you feeling connected. You are feeling connected. That creates a special space where miracles just continue to happen. Miracles are not done, it happens. If it is done, it is a work. Only if it happens, it is miracle. How can miracles be done? No, it can't be done. It can only happen. People come and ask me. Sometime in somebody's house, they get darshan, vision. Vibhuti is coming from photograph, something like that, they come and tell me. Swamiji, why only in their house, in your photograph, Vibhuti is coming, not in my house? I tell them, it's not in my hand. It is in their hand. It is in the personality. How much they feel connected. It is their devotion, their trust. That is the way they wanted. So that is the way it is expressing. I won't even be aware of what is happening there. Understand, I am breaking all the business secrets. I won't even be aware. It is the person's feeling connected. When you deeply feel connected, you create the space where miracles start happening, where the possibility of superconscious expressions start happening, where the power of coincidence starts expressing itself. Here, with these techniques, you can experience the ultimate truth if you just decide only one thing, to be inside your boundary. To be inside your boundary. That one thing is enough. Decide strongly, for next 21 days, I will be inside my boundary whenever I maintain my body. Maintenance period, I will be with my body. I think this is not a big thing. Everybody can do it. Because all of you are maintaining. You are taking bath, hope. You are brushing your teeth, and you are washing yourself, and you are giving food to your body. At least it takes 1 hour every day to do all this work. Maybe 20 minutes, 10 minutes, 5 minutes, part by part, but 1 hour. Just decide that 1 hour, enough. I'll be with my boundary. It will just transform your being. You will very clearly understand in which sense you are caught. You will very clearly understand what is supposed to be done further. Here, Shiva is giving a very powerful technique to work on the sound. Let me translate the technique. In the beginning and gradual refinement of the sound or of any letter, enter into the power of void, become the nature and the form of void, let you be liberated. This technique is supposed to be done with a tremendous awareness. It's like you are supposed to be aware before any sound starts. You should become just hearing. You should forget all other senses. Only hearing. And the starting of the sound. And the sound reaching the peak. And sound slowly disappearing. And when you go into the disappearance, along with the sound, your mind also will disappear. Understand? It means whole mind, your whole awareness should be established just on the ears. You should forget about all other senses. Complete centralizing on the ears and going through that sound, peak of that sound and valley of that sound, and disappearing along with the sound. You may ask, is it possible? It is. All you need is little awareness. With little awareness, if you start working with this technique, more than a month is not required. Maximum a month is enough to play with this kind of techniques. Suddenly you will see you are into the space where there is no sound and no thought. Let me explain the technique. It's like a first 10 minutes. You will completely concentrate on your ears. Means the spot where you hear the sounds, where you feel the sounds, where you experience the sounds. See, from outside those waves are coming and touching you. At one point they hit you and you realize that you are hearing some sound. Concentrate on that point where the sound waves hit you and you realize you are hearing some sounds. Concentrate on that point, forget all other things, everything else. Then in that concentration, in that deep awareness, create some sound like a bell or a gong or some mantra. Create. One more thing, you should not miss the beginning, the starting point. As if your life is dependent on this, you should be so centered as if you will die if you don't do this properly. So centered, and don't miss the beginning of the sound. Let you be so aware inside your inner space, that wave raising, sound wave raising like a graph, it should go up. Just go with that sound. Reach the peak along with the sound. Just slowly come down with that sound and reach the valley with that sound. Disappear along with the sound. It is possible. It is possible. Let us try to work on this. Whoever can, let them have the glimpse. Let us work on the technique. Then we will have the energy darshan. How much time it will take, I don't know. Maybe 20 or 30 minutes, because I need to guide you and take you to the deep awareness, complete concentrated mood. Only then I will create the sound. So it may take 20 minutes or something. If you can't sit for next 20 minutes, if you feel for some reason you can't or you don't want to, you can leave the hall. If you sit in the backside row, it will be easy, you can leave without disturbing others. Maybe it will take 20 minutes, not more than 20 minutes, it will be only 20 minutes. If you want, you can sit on the floor or anywhere, that's not a problem. You can just sit in a completely relaxed way. Don't be tensed. Please close your eyes. Concentrate on your ears. Please close your eyes. Concentrate on your ears. Just exactly the point in which you hear the sound. You are listening to the sound. Now you can hear the sound of the river just Feel the point where you hear the sound, you listen to that sound. Concentrate on the spot where you are experiencing sound, where you are feeling the sound. Forget all other senses like visualization, taste, smell, touch. Forget about all other things. Just be completely centered on the sound. Spot where you hear the sound. Be centered on that spot. Be centered completely. Concentrate on the spot where you are hearing this sound. Inside your head, the point in which you are hearing the sound, concentrate on that spot. Be aware to receive the sound now. Now be aware to receive the sound. Don't miss the beginning. I will create the bell sound. Don't miss the beginning. From the beginning, just go with the sound to the peak and slowly go to the valley. When the sound disappears, disappear along with the sound. Be aware. Again, be aware, step by step, I'm creating the sound. Just start with the sound, go with the sound. When the sound disappears, disappear along with the sound. Now, concentrate on the same space. Go with the flow of this mantras. Raise along with this mantra. Reach the peak along with this mantra. Disappear along with this sound. Re. 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 Now, you can create slowly some mantra, some sound inside your inner space. Create, flow with it to the peak and disappear when the sound disappears. You may chant Omkara. Slowly start, take it to the peak and disappear along with the sound. Stop and give gap. Feel even the absence of sound. In the inner space, how you feel the presence of sound, same way, feel the absence of sound. Now start again.
Nithyanandam. Relax. You can open your eyes. These techniques are very powerful, but needs little bit of training. Like again and again, few times you need to practice. Only then you will grow that sensitivity. With that sense, then the click, the first experience, satori, can happen in you. There are a lot of questions. Maybe I'll answer all the questions tomorrow. Because if I start, I won't be able to finish everything today. So, I'll answer all the questions tomorrow. Okay. So, let you all achieve and radiate the eternal bliss, Nithyananda. Thank you. You can exist eternally if you touch the source of the cosmos and if you increase the frequency. Here Mahadeva is giving us very powerful method to increase your frequency. This technique is so powerful. I can say just this technique has kept one stream of living enlightened masters on the planet Earth alive. There are few techniques which is responsible for keeping a living stream of enlightened beings on the planet Earth. One is Vipassana, great technique from Buddha, and the other one is this technique, this method. Becoming center of the sound. Almost all the branches of Vedic tradition work with this technique. Working with mantra, working with some sound. There is no branch in Vedic tradition which does not give a particular sound or a mantra. Any master, any yogi, any rishi, he will give you some mantra. And you will be surprised to know 25 million people in USA practice some form or some branch of Vedic tradition. I was surprised to see the statistics. Many of the magazines, many of the statistics confirm this. The reason is, it's very simple. Even if you practice any one mantra, you fall under this category. You are working on this technique. Knowingly or unknowingly, you are working on this technique. When you work on any mantra, you become center of that sound. You become center of that vibration. You become center of that frequency. And one more thing, many people come and ask me, what is the meaning of this mantra, Swamiji? Mantra cannot have meaning. If it has got meaning, it is not mantra. Be very clear. No. Mantra has got only one importance, that is phonetic importance, the sound, vibration, not linguistic. No meaning is conveyed. No meaning can be conveyed through mantra. Mantra is used to make you realize that you are the center of the cosmic sound, anahata dvani. By penetrating into that mantra, suddenly you will realize you are the center of the sound. You will raise your frequency to a different level.
You will enter into a cosmic sound. Mantra is used for a purpose. Purpose of raising your frequency to a different level, not for giving any meaning, conveying any meaning. All mantras, chantings leads to different frequency, takes you to a different awareness. One more thing about this meditation technique. This method, you don't need a separate place to practice. You don't need a separate place to practice. Anywhere you can do. Any place is okay. Because you don't even need silence. You don't even need silence.